Imagine being forced into a real-life escape room horror, with no retries and no manual. Juwen got picked by the game, and soon realized solving puzzles is the only way to live. He's not here to follow hints. He's here to rewrite the rules. He doesn't just decrypt codes, he breaks the system and leaves a trail of chaos. Can a guy who refuses to decrypt survive a death game designed to kill everyone? Let's find out. The story began with the game host greeting the new players with a smile and adding that since the game focuses on balance and logical correctness, the first level aimed at qualification is relatively easy. Lu Mengmeng touched the snow with her hands and asked with admiration, "Is this the initial level of Eden?" The snow is just like real snow. It is quite cold here though. Juwen, the protagonist, agreed with her with a calm face. The hare continued to explain that entering the game with a weapon is not allowed. If there is one, it will be automatically confiscated. They also do not have access to radio communication. Let the player Wen accept congratulations because he has become a special numbered player. He is assigned the number Vis. The designation is lovers. It is impossible to determine exactly how it is expressed in the game. Meng Meng said with admiration that it is amazing. She meets a numbered player in person for the first time and does not watch him on the internet. The MC agreed with a calm face, saying yes for now. But it was not a fact that they would survive. The girl immediately began to worry and said that the game guide said that there were a lot of random penalties in it. It was dangerous, but he should not worry. She and her sister watched a lot of different guides. She would help him get up. The protagonist looked at the pendant on her neck and asked if she got along well with her sister. Meng Meng immediately approached him and said that when people ask like that, there is a story behind it. Does he also have a younger sister? The protagonist calmly agreed. The girl asked with a smile what was going on with him and her. He gathered his answer and said that she is dead. Meng Meng immediately stopped smiling and began to apologize. Suddenly, the game host appeared and announced that this level would determine those who were worthy of completing the game. Participants? 2. Game time, 72 hours. Please pay attention to the conditions. The game will start in 5 seconds. He started the countdown, and suddenly a task written in the snow appeared under the girl's foot. MC read it thoughtfully, saying that Bamian had 100 matches. Is this an arithmetic task or a logical one? It was written in the snow that the maximum score for this question was 15. Due to the serious lack of dry conditions in the question, players do not need to answer the highest score. Reaching any point threshold will result in passing. The conditions for passing this level will be fully revealed after the player reaches one of the point thresholds. The time to answer is 5 minutes. They ask players to use their time wisely, let them find clues in the game, and answer the question. If the player does not manage to score points within 5 minutes, or makes a mistake in the answer, he will lose the right to participate in the game and will be immediately removed. The protagonist, after reading the inscription, immediately went to look for clues. He looked at the sign, completely covered in snow, and walked in that direction. At this time, Meng Meng said with a smile, like she remembered. It was said that this is a classic math problem. You just need to write solve, and you can get some points. The girl wrote it in the snow, when suddenly a huge, frightening monster appeared next to her. At this time, MC cleared the sign from snow and read, like leaving the city without the mayor's permission is prohibited. The violator will be punished according to the law. He asked with a thoughtful look, what other law? Is this really a hint? Suddenly, the host of the game announced that the player Meng Meng gave the wrong answer to the question, and she will be removed if the correct answer is not received within 20 seconds. The countdown began, and MC began to quickly run in that direction. The monster, seeing him, attacked the girl and killed her. The protagonist, with a calm face, dealt a powerful blow, and in the last seconds managed to write the answer in the snow, like Bamian has 100 matches. The game host announced the end of the round and congratulated him, saying that he had earned 2 points. There were 15 points in total for this task. He wished him a pleasant game. The MC, with a calm face, said that this was not math, but a logic problem in which you can get points even if you copy the question as a statement. He picked up the girl's pendant from the ground and noted that if he disappeared so suddenly, her sister would want to find her in Eden. Suddenly, local residents appeared on the horizon. The game host noted that the player had gotten into a conflict with the locals. The city security service had received a complaint and was going to deal with the player according to the law. The goblin, smiling, said that they had received a complaint about a fight at the entrance to the city. Was he the instigator? The MC, with a calm face, answered that no. He nervously shouted that he should not deny it because he was recorded on camera. They have a peaceful city. They do not like outsiders like him. Every time they appear near their town, something happens. A fight is a serious offense, so they will arrest him. The protagonist pointed at the corpse of the monster and explained that this is not a fight, he is a victim. After a while, he was put in a prison cell. The goblin, sitting next to him and holding a notebook, said that as a troublemaker, for petty hooliganism, he is entitled to administrative arrest for 5 days. The protagonist asked, Since he is here, can he ask a question? He saw a sign at the entrance to their city. Is it illegal for a resident of the town to leave the city? The goblin answered that not only a citizen, any visitor is prohibited from leaving the city without permission from the mayor, otherwise it is considered a crime and is punishable by death. MC noted that this is so harsh. For them, is it not better than putting everything to fire and sword? He asked with a wild smile. What fire and sword? But at night, he can kill people and eat their delicious meat. After a while, the goblin left the room. The protagonist opened his inventory, took out a scarf, and, wrapping it around the ceiling, began to try to get out. At this time, behind the scenes, the eliminated players who were watching began to wonder if he had realized that the passage had become hopeless and decided to take extreme measures. What was he planning? Suddenly, Meng Meng woke up and asked in bewilderment, "Where is she?" One of the eliminated players replied, "Welcome behind the scenes. This is the world of players whose accounts have been deleted. This game has many observers. This is about them. She can consider them spectators of the game stream." She asked fearfully, "Does this mean that they are dead?" But her sister, she will look for her everywhere. The eliminated player pointed his finger and said, "Let her look there." The protagonist took her amulet with him. He wants to return it to her sister when they meet. At this time in the game itself, MC, using a scarf, smashed the wooden cage with his feet and got out. The goblin, noticing this, shouted, "Let them find him." The protagonist hid behind one of the buildings and suddenly felt someone's presence. He immediately pointed his fist in that direction but stopped at the last moment because he noticed that it was Baiman. She frightenedly gestured for him to be quieter and added that they must not be allowed to notice them. They eat people. Suddenly, the game host appeared on a cloud in the sky. He congratulated the player because he met the key character of the plot. The task was updated. Baiman has 100 matches. Winter will last for another 2 months, and Baiman and the city residents need warmth. However, she does not have her own home. It will be difficult for her to survive the winter. Fortunately, one of the city residents is ready to provide her with housing for only 5,000 copper coins for 2 months. Baiman decided to sell her matches. The market price is 10 copper coins apiece. But the player can show his skills and sell them for a better price, right? As a reward, after completing the task, the player can safely leave the game. The bonus for completing the game is 200 points. The MC asked if she was Baiman with 100 matches. The girl excitedly asked if he would help her find a house. In gratitude, he would be able to leave the city safely, she promised. The game host said that number of us 6 had been identified, lovers. An additional outcome was identified. Baiman had not yet known love, maybe he would help her? The reward is 600 points. The protagonist agreed and asked where the matches were. Baiman reached into her bag, took out the matches, and noted that he had escaped. If he went to sell the matches, he would be arrested. The protagonist with a calm face replied that this was not enough. Let her give more. The girl reached into her bag for matches again, but he was not satisfied and asked why she was so greedy. Baiman got angry, gave him all the matches, and sat down, offended. MC with a sly smile doused the building with fuel, lit a match, and set fire to a wooden wall. A moment later, he burned down an entire street of the town and asked with a smile, "Is it beautiful, right?" Baiman pointed her finger at the building and noted in shock that it was the cheapest housing, but he burned it down. The game host furiously announced that the player had violated local laws by committing arson. City security had been notified and would take action against the player. Suddenly, a goblin and his assistant ran to the scene. He shouted that it was him again. Could she really be his victim? What did he make her do? MC with a calm face replied that he should not talk nonsense. He is the organizer, and she is the accomplice who gave him what he needed to commit the crime. The goblin shouted furiously that he was really good at laws. Arson, 5 years in prison. The accomplice girl who provided the means to commit arson, 1 year in prison with immediate effect. After some time, they were put in a cage again. Baiman asked with tears in her eyes. He promised her a home, didn't he? He asked with a smile, how is prison not a home? Suddenly, the game host appeared, reluctantly announced that he congratulated the player. He provided a comfortable shelter from the cold, wind, and snow. Player Wen successfully completes the level and gets the right to continue the game. At this time, Meng Meng joyfully shouted behind the scenes, like she congratulates him on completing it. The game host continued that the reward for successfully completing the level is being calculated. The player successfully fulfilled the conditions for completing it, 1,200 points. Hints collected, 1 out of 12, completion time, 18 hours 39 minutes. The result of the passage exceeds 98% of players. The score for the passage is 5, the bonus is 300 points. Player Wen receives a special item, Baiman's Blessing, Rarity A. The protagonist took the item that allows you to survive fatal damage 1 time and asked, "Is that all?" The game host noted that the player gained 20,091 subscribers, which is equivalent to 200 points. In total, he gained 1,700 points for completing the level. Byman took him by the sleeve and pitifully asked if he would come back here again. The game host warned that the game was over. Let him get ready, because he would leave the game in 1 minute. MC wondered who would want to return to this hole. The girl asked if she could visit him. He began to teleport and answered that if she really could, then why not? Byman smiled and, starting to wave her hand, shouted that they had an agreement. After some time, the protagonist appeared in the ordinary world. He called Zhang and she told him that she had completed the game. How were the others from the same set? MC asked if she thought he was too fast. Did she by any chance want him to die there? There were no hints about them in the beginner level. He didn't even know if there would be any. He was almost there. It was lights out for now. The protagonist saw a huge pyramid with inscriptions in the sky. 8 years ago, on the day of the summer solstice, a warning window similar to an error in the operating system suddenly appeared in the sky all over the world. Then, against the background of the emerging blue sky, an absolutely black triangular pyramid appeared. After 2 hours, the same voice simultaneously in all possible languages heard. Welcome to Eden. Beta testing of the game will begin in 72 hours. Soon everyone realized that Eden is really a game. There is no second life and a walkthrough. Everyone with a tattoo on their left wrist is a chosen player, a game that no one has ever completed. After some time, the protagonist came home to Ling and told her his entire walkthrough. She asked if he had burned down the NPC's houses and still completed the game. MC, eating food, agreed and added that this was the main rule of the game, which contradicted the plot like some kind of bug. Striving for balance, the game allows you to cause damage in order to save or find clues. Since there was a law enforcement system at this level, it was possible to survive the winter in prison. The girl asked if he thought that what he had done might not be enough for the required term. The protagonist replied that then he would have violated so much that Byman would definitely have had enough. She calmed down and said that the main thing was that he was okay. MC took out a pendant and, handing it to her, explained that it was left by a new girl. Let her please pass it on to her sister. Let her also tell her that he hopes that everything will be okay with her. Ling agreed, and when he started to take away the dishes, she asked if he took alcohol from the cabinet. Was he old enough for that? The protagonist happily showed his ID and replied that he had recently turned 18. She asked why he was more proud of coming of age than of the level he had passed. By the way, he would have an employer at the next level. He would need to replenish the budget of the Echo Group. MC noted that he had only just passed the level for beginners. Ling said that he had also recently passed it, so he chose it. The other players had been in the game for several years. They had a lot of points and a high difficulty level. After a while, the protagonist came to the game location. All the players were greeted by the host of the game in the form of a doll and said that this was a standard level. The average score of players is 1067. The number of participants is 7. The duration of the game is 360 hours. The introduction to the plot will begin in 5 minutes. Suddenly, an unknown person approached the protagonist and silently extended his hand. MC grabbed his wrist and asked why only half. The game host warned that the plot was being updated. They were taken in by the headmistress Lin. She is very strict with her 9 children. Today she ordered them to go shopping, but they got carried away with fun and were late. She is very angry and demands an explanation. The introduction to the plot is revealed. Let them return home within 20 minutes. The countdown begins now. The protagonist thought, there are only 7 players. And 9 children? Right, there is still an employer. Suddenly Lin appeared, grabbed the girl player, and asked why she was standing here waiting to die. She told them to return by 10. She apologized in fear and added that she understands her mistake. This will not happen again. Let someone help her, please. Lin said with a smile that breaking the family rules entails punishment. She took her into the house and the girl started screaming that she was lost. That's why she came back so late. MC, watching all this, wondered what the punishment would be. Suddenly, his ring glowed red and started pointing to the side. The protagonist looked into the bushes and, seeing Gu Suining, extended his hand to him. He took his hand and noted that he was his employer. Suddenly, the host of the game warned that they could ignore it, but they asked to return to the plot. Failure to arrive by the specified time is considered a refusal to play and leads to removal. The remaining time is 5 minutes. Suining excitedly asked what they should do. MC with a calm face replied that they were returning. She wants an explanation. They will give it. The employer thought that the explanations of the previous players were useless. If he continues like this, it will be bad. They approached the house and were met by Lin. She said with a smile that breaking the family rules entails punishment. The protagonist asked with a serious face why she didn't meet them late at night. It was so dark outside, they were lost in the forest. And there was someone's dead body lying on the side of the road. They were so scared that they couldn't move. Did she really stop loving them? Did she think that taking care of so many children was too much trouble and decided to abandon them? She didn't love them at all. She probably didn't even consider them her children. Lin replied excitedly that she considered them her children. MC asked then why she didn't meet them. They were scared. If she didn't want to acknowledge them, they would leave right away. The old lady excitedly put her hand on his shoulder and replied that she didn't reject them. She was very worried while they were out. He shouldn't be afraid, they were already home. They should eat first. Let Suining go with him. She was waiting for them to have dinner together. The three of them entered the house and Lin noted with a smile that she had prepared his favorite dish. Let him not be angry, okay? If he is late next time, she will definitely meet him. The protagonist got into character and added, if only she knew. She can't even imagine how scary it was at night in the forest. The old lady sat him down at the table and replied that she was wrong. Here, let him drink some water. That's good. They will all have dinner and then go to bed. MC took a fork with a smile and said, let them eat like at home. He began to eat and wondered where the others were. Lin explained that his older sister was unwell. She went upstairs to sleep, and the youngest daughter drank milk and was sleeping. The protagonist thought that she clearly could not have a location, and outside there was not a single characteristic pleasant aroma inherent in natural milk. It is not homemade, obviously. The players should get it. Lin turned to everyone and said that their sister slept a lot during the day, so she would most likely wake up at night. Who wants to look after her? Not hearing an answer, she got really angry, when suddenly the protagonist volunteered, saying that he would look after her. The old lady immediately smiled and said that he was her hero. Let them eat, and she would go rest. When she left, everyone immediately exhaled. Suining, poking the meat with a fork, asked if this was even edible. MC replied that it tasted fine, only the chicken was a little overcooked. By the way, when she talked about punishment, what did that mean? One of the players answered with a serious face that it was hard to say. This was already his 4th level, but from experience he could say that punishment was applied immediately before. What if the punishment was lethal? Then, one of them could die today. The protagonist went up to the 2nd floor and thought that they were still at the research stage. But as the game progresses, it seems he will have to wait to meet his little sister. He thinks she is 1 or 2 years old since she feeds on milk. She is not on the lower floor, which means she is somewhere upstairs. Suddenly, Suining runs up the stairs and asks fearfully if he can stay nearby at night. MC agrees and adds, except for going to the toilet and bathing. Let him stay in sight more often. Also, let him think more about what he is doing, and let him not interfere. The employer excitedly begins to thank him. The protagonist replies that he does not need thanks, he has been paid for this. By the way, in this business there is such a rule. The employer pays the full amount, and if he dies, he underpays. So even if he does not survive, he will get his. After a while, they came to the right room, and looking at the little sister, Suining asks fearfully, could her favorite milk turn out to be blood? MC replied that this is not excluded. The bathroom and toilet are separate, and both are at the other end of the corridor. Is he going to take a shower? The employer thought that he must be very careful. He was probably hinting to him not to make unnecessary movements and not to take unnecessary risks. He replied that he would manage and wash himself in the morning. The protagonist gathered his things and said that he would then go wash himself. Suining asked in confusion, what about the safety instructions? After some time, sitting next to the bed with the girl, the employer asked if she was really sleeping. The protagonist began to ask loudly if she was sleeping. If not, then let her get up. Suining, seeing this, exclaimed in fear. MC noted that it seemed that she would not wake up anytime soon. She resembled that little fragrant piglet raised by Ling. It was already late. It was time to go to bed too. The employer worriedly wondered if everything was really okay. Sometime later, already at night, someone suddenly screamed for help. The protagonist suddenly woke up, grabbed the sleepy Suining and ran towards the scream. Entering the room, he saw one of the players sitting near the bed and saying that something was holding his legs. MC noticed the monster's hand and immediately rushed there. He grabbed the creature's hand and began to drag it, when suddenly the hand became covered in some liquid and slipped. The protagonist looked under the bed and said that he was slimy, managed to run away. Okay, the creature is gone, let them continue sleeping. Wang Lunqing took his hand and said that he thanked him. If it weren't for him, he would be dead. MC looked at his hand and replied that it was a piece of cake. What a familiar feeling. It's time to sleep. If they fall asleep sooner, they can rest for another 3 to 4 hours. After a while, they returned to the room, but could not fall asleep because all the players were staring at them. Yuanqing said with a smile, let him not think about them and continue sleeping. They just want to follow him. Let him please not chase them away. Suining asked what they would do. The protagonist replied that he understood. After all, this is a game, and no one wants to die here. The basic principle of the Echo Exploration Group is to help teammates without hostile intentions, while taking into account their own safety. Since no one is sleeping, they need to exchange information. He has an idea about who was hiding under the bed. The players asked with interest, did he really understand who it was just by touching it? MC asked them to move away a little, clicked on his tattoo, opened the inventory and pulled out the dead man. He noticed that it had the same smell, color, and almost the same feeling from touch as the one under the bed. Suddenly, the dead man tried to attack, but the protagonist neutralized it with one kick and said that he found it in the foliage outside. He found it interesting and took it with him. What's up with their faces? Didn't anyone check the corpses during the game? Okay, time to get to the point. His corpse and the body that collided with Yuan Qing are the same. If there are 1, 2, then there are 3, 4, 5, and so on. Anyone who wants to can go look around with him tomorrow. There might be more. Suining said with a confident face that he would go. MC said with a smile, of course. He pays him, so if anything, he would tie him to himself and drag him. Yuan Qing excitedly said that he remembered something. In the beginning, it was about breaking the family rules. So he was attacked because of that? So there is no collective punishment here. The victim is chosen randomly. The protagonist replied that then they found at least one condition for death. Since they can't sleep, they need to look for clues. When they disturbed the night's peace, the mother did not come. At least making noise at night is not considered a violation of the family rules. Suining wondered how he could easily call her mother. After a while, they went to look for clues. The employer, holding a book in his hands, noted that he found several educational picture books. Perhaps these belonged to the younger sister? MC agreed and, pointing to the door, asked if he thought it was too cramped in here. The mansion looked huge from the outside, but everything inside somehow did not match the size, so there was probably a large space there. Suining turned on the flashlight on his phone, looked through the peephole, and seeing a red eye, was very scared. The protagonist looked in there a little, stuck his finger in and pierced someone's eye. He asked with a smile, didn't her mother teach her not to peek at people? After all, it led to trouble. She, sitting behind the door, screamed loudly. All the players went down to them and worriedly asked what happened. Did that creature come back? The protagonist explained that he shouldn't be afraid. It's just a ghost. He thought that at this level, ghosts feel pain and react to it. Suddenly, the game host appeared and said that player Wen had completed the hidden task, Where's the Sister? The reward was 200 points. Let them please continue in the same spirit. They wish everyone a pleasant game. The MC again looked through the peephole with a smile and noted that she was their sister. Does she remember, as they say there? With respect to elders and with love to the younger. He is her brother. Let her understand and forgive him this time. She began to angrily knock on the door. The protagonist, smiling, asked how it happened that she was locked up. Maybe he should call his mother now and ask her to open it? He shouted loudly and thought that the older sister had fallen silent. What if she was not just sleeping, but had done something that is why she is locked up as a punishment? Well, at least the food chain in the house is clear. MC noted that, judging by everything, the hierarchy in the plot is like this. The mother is more important than the older sister, and the older sister is more important than the players. It is unclear about the younger sister. They will find out when she wakes up. Suining called out to him and asked how he understood that the headmistress Lin is more important than the older sister. The protagonist explained that it is logic and not being afraid to test judgments. Let them remember the plot twist themselves. The headmistress is very strict with her 9 children. This means that the players and the older sister are in an equal position. Most likely, the older sister was punished for pretending to be sick and supposedly going to bed, but she herself went outside. Her lie means fear of her mother. If she was on a short footing with her mother, she would not have deceived her. There is no need to strictly obey, be afraid and lie. She would have simply agreed with her. Yuan Qing, listening to this, thought that he was confident in himself only because of his superhuman strength. It turns out that he is super strong not only in body but also in mind. Moreover, he does everything skillfully and ahead of everyone. MC asked how the situation was upstairs. Are there any clues? Yuan Qing replied that there was nothing, not the slightest hint of a hint. The protagonist thought that this was strange. There were no key clues, no conditions for completing the level. How then to pass it? He began to tell the plan, saying that they only need to understand 2 things. 1. Why the sister disobeyed and went outside. 2. What is hidden in the room behind this door? Suining asked, having learned this, will they be able to complete the level? MC replied that he did not think that everything was that simple. At dawn, as they planned, they would go to see how many more corpses were around, and perhaps they would find clues. He thought with a serious face that there was too little information. He needed to check the 2nd floor again. The protagonist went to the 2nd floor, turned around, and asked why they were following him. One of the players replied that they felt safe that way. MC turned a blind eye, and after a while, they entered Mom's room. Suining remarked that it seemed like the older sister was important in the plot and would appear sooner or later. Wasn't he afraid that she would cause trouble? After all, he poked her in the eye. The protagonist, taking the envelope from the table, replied that judging by Mom's attitude towards him yesterday, she cared about him. He began to read the letter, saying that Mom needed to go to the city. It would take about 10 days. Let them be good children, and help her find the lost mask before the exhibition at the end of the month, and also let them listen to the older sister. MC suggested that he understood that this was one of the conditions for passing. Yuanqing asked, "Is the condition to find the mask? But they have already climbed all over the house. There is no mask here." Suining said that of course, it is not so easy to find. Wen had already said that the size of the mansion did not match the size of the rooms inside. And yesterday, the elder sister was on the other side of the door. Perhaps the mask was there. What did he think about it? MC replied that they would have breakfast first. Suining agreed, saying that it was useless to think about it now. They needed to follow his plan and first scout out what was going on outside. After a while, all the players, armed with shovels, went outside. The protagonist noticed that after entering the game, the corpses did not move. When he told his mother about the corpse he had found, she did not even think about it, but simply began to calm him down. Considering that they had to be home until a certain time and were forbidden to go out after that, his mother most likely knew about the corpses. The undead themselves were only active at a certain time after sunset. After some time, they went deep into the forest, and MC said that they were starting now. They began digging, and more players began to notify that they had found the dead. Everyone present pulled out the bodies and laid them on the ground. Suining wondered if they should put them in the inventory. The protagonist replied that there was not enough space. A third of the inventory was filled with a few items, and there were more than 20 bodies, and that was all. He suggested separating all their limbs and heads from the body, taking them apart thoroughly. Yuanqing asked if they would overchill them. If they did that, would everything be okay? Suining replied that everything was fine. If they dismembered them piece by piece, they would become so helpless and useless that they would not even be able to reach them. He wondered if he had started to think like Wen. Maybe his soul had turned black. The protagonist agreed, saying that was what he meant. They should not worry, it would not cause mental problems, because they were not human. He swung the shovel and cut off the dead man's head. Yuanqing noted that it was either them or them. They had to do it. All players started chopping up the dead into pieces. Suddenly MC saw the older sister with an eye patch. She asked what they were doing here. He wished her a good morning, with a smile. The game host informed that an individual task had appeared. An additional outcome for player number V6 was revealed. The older sister is always stuck at home, in this backwater, because her mother won't let her go anywhere, while her peers have found a loved one and lived happily ever after. Only she is vegetating at home, because of her mother's strict rules. Even if it manifests itself only in moments, she longs for the life of an ordinary person. Special conditions for passing are determined due to the fact that the level is multiplayer. If player number VX passes the level, corresponding to the individual task, the completion of the level will be counted for all players. For this, the player will receive 800 points, and the other players 200 each. MC thought, only 800 points? Is this a handout for a homeless person? Women, they only affect the speed of scoring. The sister asked why everyone was outside. If the youngest woke up and didn't see anyone, she would burst into tears. Besides, the exhibition was opening soon. The exhibition hall needed to be tidied up as soon as possible. So she would choose one of them to sit with the youngest, and the rest would go clean up. She pointed her finger at one of the girls and said that she would take care of the youngest. She clung to the protagonist in fear and asked him to please help her. She didn't want to be alone with this creature, even if she was a baby. MC replied that everything would be fine. Let her believe him. The exhibition hall was probably the place where the sister was locked up yesterday. If she thought about it, the levels should be low. In case of danger, let her immediately run and call them. They would hear screams. Suining wondered if they should use their weapons while they still had them and deal with the older sister. The protagonist replied that he shouldn't be stupid. Their mother had clearly told them to listen to their older sister. It was better not to take unnecessary risks and tempt fate. He approached the girl and said with a smile that she should lead them to the exhibition hall. After a while, they entered the exhibition room. The older sister said that, since the exhibition was starting at the end of the month, they should hurry, but they shouldn't damage anything if they didn't want to spend the night alone locked up. After these words, the girl went out and slammed the door. Yuanqing asked irritably, "Where was the water? Where were the rags? They came here to clean up." Suining wondered if he was really going to clean up. They were looking for a mask. He awkwardly apologized and added that he was carried away by the action in the plot. The MC thought with a calm face that there was a bucket in the bathroom, a bunch of new rags in the kitchen, and a faucet outside, but he was not sure if it worked. There was no door connecting the exhibition hall to the corridors, so there was something between the exhibition hall and the living area. He warned them to stay here while he left. Yuanqing asked if he was afraid that she would consider this a violation of the rules. The protagonist turned to Suining and said that he should stay here. If the sister asked anything, they should tell the truth. They did not violate anything, and the game will not kill random people for no reason. At this time, on the second floor, a girl in tears tried to tell a fairy tale to her younger sister, and she looked at her with a demonic face. A moment later, she ran to the protagonist in horror and told him that, as he had advised her, she had been reading fairy tales with pictures to her younger sister, and she had calmed down more or less, but as soon as she stopped, she would sooner or later get back to her old ways. Suddenly, the younger sister herself appeared on the threshold with a furious face. She furiously jumped on them, but MC kicked her with a deft movement, causing her to fly away. Suddenly, the older sister appeared, caught the younger one in her arms and asked, "Is this how he raises children? Who was talking about respect for elders and love for younger ones yesterday? Let him explain. In his opinion, has he done something wrong now?" The protagonist thought about violation of family rules and misdemeanor offense. It seemed serious and could activate the punishment mechanism. He mockingly explained that yesterday it was yesterday's Wen who said this, not the current one. Wouldn't it be more correct to discuss this issue with him and not with him? Besides, he is he. Wen, who kicked the younger one, was here a minute ago. After all, it was his fault, not his. And anyway, a sister is a free, objective, quantum-entangled being, metaphysically not subject to exclusion from the learning process. So, it is the younger sister who, on the path of knowledge, should adhere above all to the opinion of respect for elders, and so on. The older one asked with displeasure, and how come she had not noticed his sharp tongue before? MC answered with a smile, "Let her not be so surprised, he will blush now. Since the older one came to look after the younger one, then they will go to clean the exhibition hall as expected." He quickly took the girl away and closed the door. Entering, Suining reported that they had just finished counting. There are exactly 108 display cases here. They were lucky, because the floors are wooden. The display cases are quite heavy, and traces of how they were standing are visible on the floor. They moved some display cases, and, if he was not mistaken, there used to be fewer of them here, and the distance between them was greater. The protagonist said that he checked the faucet outside. It worked, so it was time to clean. Let them remember, their mother told them to listen to their older sister. After a while, everyone started cleaning. The girl whom the protagonist saved came up to him and said that she was very sorry. Because of her, he had to go around with the younger one like that. What if the older one tried to get even with him? MC calmly replied that it was not her fault. He had gouged out her eye, so sooner or later she would have taken him. Yuanqing wondered why he was not doing anything. He could get into trouble. The protagonist explained that last night he had gouged out his older sister's eye and recently kicked the younger one. So, he wanted to see what would happen if he screwed up again. Suddenly, he noticed a key on the ceiling, and taking it out, thought that there were no locks here. The wall at the end of the hall is clean. This only confirms the idea that something is hidden between the living area and the exhibition hall. MC looked at the clock and noticed that it was almost 10 p.m. They should go back to bed, just in case, so as not to disturb anything. Everyone agreed with him and went to their rooms. Already at night, Suining woke up from the fact that a terrible monster asked him, "Is it him, right?" Yes, his feelings did not fail. It is him. He smells him. The employer began to scream in fear, saying prosperity and power, culture, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, the law above all. He brings retribution in the name of the moon. Suddenly, MC woke up and neutralized the dead man with one kick, and then loaded him into the inventory. After that, Suining noted that he had never been so brave. The protagonist replied that he was a good boy. But then why was he shaking so much? He excitedly replied that he just needed to go to the toilet. The protagonist looked at the two sleeping girls and asked, "Why is there so much noise? And they are sleeping like they were dead. That's just not right." Suining noted that his eyelids were like lead today too. Yesterday he couldn't sleep from fear, and today he instantly fell fast asleep. Suddenly, a sound of broken dishes and a cry for help came from another room. They all ran to the place where the sound was and noticed the injured player. MC lifted his shirt and, seeing the bleeding, put a glass under it so that the blood would flow into it, and then said that everything was fine, it was only scary to look at. He asked in confusion why he needed his blood. The protagonist answered that the younger one would want milk, and that was probably blood, so there was no point in wasting it. Yuanqing noted that thanks to him, they learned that corpses can be stored in the inventory. Otherwise, the recent attack would have ended badly for them. What if the younger sister can also be put in the inventory? MC answered that it won't work, he already tried last night. Suining noted in surprise, so that's why he started pushing her while she was sleeping. The protagonist added that the same thing happened to the older one. One of the girls remembered that it was when he asked her to take them. The protagonist said that the conclusion was this: he managed to move furniture into the inventory. That is, inanimate objects can be placed into the inventory. Corpses, though they move, are lifeless. And the older and younger sisters are alive, so it doesn't work with them. Oh, right, he also tried it on the employer. Suing asked in bewilderment, when was that? Shouldn't they warn about this? The protagonist continued, saying that no matter how he tried, the living cannot be placed into the inventory. And yes, they entered the game at 5 minutes to 10 p.m. They were given 5 minutes to join. Someone specifically limited them. And then they were given only 20 minutes to return home, otherwise the game would have deleted them. Suining said that the dead were active since 10 p.m., and if they hadn't made it, they would have killed them, thereby effectively deleting them anyway. One of the players said that the deadly scenario was at the start. The game clearly does not skimp, challenging players, keeping them on their toes. The girl asked, "Let's go out? They should not go out at night and should stay home?" Another player asked if they should sleep during the day to be on guard at night. Yongking added that there are still these sisters during the day. This is just a terrible situation. MC explained that their conclusions are still conclusions, they need to be confirmed. He grabbed a hoe, climbed onto the balcony, and said that practice gives true knowledge. The protagonist went down to the ground, armed himself with a tool, and began to fight a huge crowd of the dead. He began to cut off everyone's head in lightning speed. And after a while, the walking corpses began to run away from him. Yuan Qing, watching what was happening, asked Suining if he really won't say anything. He calmly replied that he was already used to it. Half an hour later, the protagonist returned to the mansion and said that practice had shown that he was right. In addition, while he was chasing them, he found a key and a box. All the undead were moving in the same direction. Obviously, they were guarding something. There must be something important here. Let the employer see what's there, and he'll take a shower for now. After a while, a dialogue began between the players. One of them asked why they were attacked. He didn't say that it would be good if they attacked them. They just did the same thing today. What's the point? Suining agreed and added that they didn't break the rules. Maybe the punishment is given out randomly? Then MC returned and noted that today someone was washing the walls, someone was scrubbing the floor, and only they were wiping the display cases. Yuan Qing nervously shouted, "What kind of nonsense is this? Either they are breaking the rules by disobeying their sister, or they are obeying her and annoying the zombies?" Eden itself announced the logical correctness. So how did the creators allow this contradiction? The protagonist said that he should not get excited. Their situation has a justification. Monsters at this level feel pain and fear. Even an ordinary person has a chance to fight back. He looked at the box and wondered if the key did not fit. Suining agreed with disappointment and added that they twisted it in different ways, but all in vain. MC took the box in his hands and simply broke it into 2 parts. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw. Yuan Qing excitedly asked if he was afraid that if he broke everything, the zombies would be offended. The protagonist replied that the box had to be opened, no matter how. They wouldn't take revenge on him for doing his job, would they? He should not underestimate them. Suining thought that he was talking as if they were his friends. Inside the box was a note with a large inscription, "Obituary." The main character read the small print, saying that if a player doesn't follow the rules, he leaves. Suining looked at the piece of paper and asked, "Who is leaving?" Wen held the piece of paper out and said that he had walked around the estate and realized that the dead could not come within 5 meters of him. This meant that if they'd not touched the display cases, they would not interfere. Suining clarified that not touching the display cases meant disobeying his sister. Considering the fact that on the very first day they had broken the rules and a dead man had come for them, even if they did not touch the display cases, they would disobey their sister, break the rules, and would still be attacked. The protagonist raised his hand and noted that the reasons were different, but the result was the same. All that needed to be said, it was time to sleep now. The players thought that only MC could sleep in such a position. After a while, Suining asked his comrades to look at this and exclaimed that the younger one really needed to be given blood to drink. The younger one, with red eyes, quickly drank the blood from the bottle and instantly fell asleep on the bed. Suining exhaled calmly and said that at least that was it. He looked up and asked if the elder had woken up. Wen, looking down, confirmed this and said that since they had dealt with the younger one, they could continue cleaning. Maybe this would give them more clues. After a while, Suining looked down. He saw a rag lying on the floor under the cabinet, asked the elder to help, and yelled that there was something down there. The comrades quickly began to move the cabinet. MC pulled out the rag and looked at it. Wen instantly grabbed Suining's cheek with his hands and noticed that the feeling was the same as human skin. It was quite old. Suining asked in confusion, what did this mean? The girl looked at something in fear and screamed. She noticed that there was a mask here. Yuan Qing, looking down, clarified that mom had asked them to find a mask. Suining assumed that this was probably it. The girl asked sadly, then should they wash this display case? The protagonist confidently confirmed this. Yuan Qing looked at the rag with irritation and yelled, "Just wash. It's easy. There's nothing complicated about it. If you do nothing, it will still be bad." He suggested that they start acting faster. MC said that since they decided to act, they would divide the responsibilities. Since there were 108 display cases, they couldn't handle them all today, so Wen suggested 10 display cases per person, to be fair. The comrades exclaimed that they would just listen to their elder. They were wiping the display cases with great fatigue. Suining sat down on the bench and asked, "What is this?" He looked at the clean display cases with great surprise and yelled, "How is this even possible? Didn't the calculations show only 10 per person?" The protagonist, holding a dirty rag in his hand, said that he had nothing to do, so he wiped them since the rag was lying around. Suining thought, why is MC so good at wiping display cases? Yuanxing noted that even though they were finished, it was really terrifying. There were masks in the many display cases. Suining called out to his elder in fear and said that he wasn't sure, and maybe he was wrong. But those corpses they found on the street yesterday, they didn't have faces. People were really scared when they heard this. Yuanxing looked down, shaking with fear, and yelled that this was amazing. So they weren't just wiping the dust off the shelves, but they were cleaning the outside of those faces? His comrade asked if Yuanxing would be able to say this with such a creepy look. Yuanxing yelled that he didn't want to scare anyone, but he seemed to be starting to understand these guys. He wouldn't want his face washed without his consent either. MC put his hand on the display case and said that this place was empty and the mask they were looking for should be here. But there was something else inside. Suining exclaimed that he understood everything. Is this place by any chance for the key Wen gave him yesterday? He looked at the protagonist, smashing the display case with his elbow in confusion. Suining asked if that was too much. MC looked at him in surprise and replied that it was a little. The protagonist thought that he had gouged out his sister's eye and hit the younger one. So why hadn't they attacked him? It was logical that he would have been the first on the target list. Suining wondered why his comrade looked so disappointed. The protagonist opened a piece of paper that said that they would store, supervise, and continue. The comrades asked, "What kind of they are they?" Sister asked why MC was so naughty. Mom had clearly told him to listen and clean up the showroom neatly. A broken display case was a serious offense. Wen replied that he could only see her by committing an offense. He missed his sister, so he thought it was all her fault. His offenses were entirely her fault. Yuanxing asked if he was trying to overload his sister. Suining replied that he didn't know, he needed to look into it. Sister said with a terrifying smile that since her brother had done something wrong, the elder one would have to cut him off forever, and her brother would have to stay by her side forever. After a while, Wen was sitting in a dark room with great fear. He calmed down and said that it was true. Yesterday, not long before that, the protagonist, sitting on the floor next to his comrades, noticed that he had looked and the key fit the display case. It turned out that it was universal. Tomorrow he would open all the display cases and look. Maybe there would be a clue there. Yuanxing said tensely that his sister's words were definitely dangerous. Then MC tonight. Suining confidently raised his fist and interrupted his comrade and asked his brother not to worry. He wouldn't let anything happen to Wen. Suining sternly suggested that everyone take turns being on duty today. If there was any threat, they would need to make a fuss right away, and they would sort it out. Yuanxing confidently agreed and shouted that they needed to get down to business. Either the ghosts would win tonight, or they would. The girl said that yesterday she saw a coil of rope in the storage room. Maybe everyone should tie themselves with it? After all, at night, in the chaos, one might not notice how someone is dragged away. The friend agreed, and noted that the rope was quite long. Even if they wrapped themselves with it, it would not restrict their movement. The protagonist calmly lowered his head and said that it would do. At present, MC counted to 3. He continued counting, looking at the fingers on his hand. The audience was amused because the protagonist was in a room for one. Wen looked at the closed door and asked, "Is this a punishment for a serious offense?" The width of 4 palms, quite long. The audience could not understand how he got here and how to get out. The protagonist noticed a hole in the door and thought he knew where he was. This is where MC first met the elder. The layer between the living area and the exhibition hall resembles a kind of room for the military. If he is serving a sentence here, then the elder one, being here earlier, also broke something. The place is too narrow, you can't even straighten your arms and legs. Wen leaned his hand against the wall in surprise. He felt something and kicked it with great force. The protagonist left a mark on the wall and thought that the walls were quite thick. MC quickly put his hand to the floor and raised his head. The audience became excitedly interested. Is he going to knock out the wall with his hands? There is definitely a catch here. A viewer suggested writing 1 if they hoped the protagonist would break the wall. All viewers agreed and wrote number 1. He instantly sat down on the floor and thought that was right. The space was narrow enough. The game was designed in such a way that there would be no such simple deaths here. Which means that this place should fix him, break his resistance, and subordinate him to the rules. The spectators are excited. They have never seen anything like this before, and it seems that the protagonist needs help. Wen calmly said that if so, then he will wait. The spectators began to wonder, where is his team? At the same time, the comrades are sleeping peacefully. Suning instantly opened his eyes and looked to the side and called out to the protagonist. He quickly stood up and ordered everyone to wake up. Suning screamed furiously that brother is missing. They need to save him. The player grabbed Suning's hand and exclaimed that everything was lost. Even if Wen was captured, this punishment system is terrible. They are just going to their deaths. The comrade yelled with great fear that everyone is dying. He doesn't want to play anymore. Why do they have to play this damn game? Suning confidently clenched his hand into a fist and yelled that the protagonist is alive. He ordered them to stop saying such things. The player emotionlessly said that Wen was taken and the protagonist did not make a sound. Who is even capable of such a thing? This is definitely not a human. Who does Suning think they are fighting against? Ghosts, spirits, or gods? Who are they against them? Suning angrily threw away his comrade's hand. He said decisively that whether they can or not is up to them. They have to figure it out. What's the point of the player's tears? Suning looked at his shaking comrades in surprise. Yuanqing decisively tore the rope on his body and yelled that if they were afraid of death, they should do nothing and wait for death. He would see how long they could last. Yuanqing owed his life to the protagonist. He would go looking for him. Suning ran quickly and asked Yuanqing to wait for him. He asked his comrade to stop. Suning stopped and asked why Yuanqing was standing still. His comrade raised his hand and ordered him not to come near. Yuanqing looked at the many dead people with great fear. The opponents climbed the wall and asked where he was. Yuanqing asked, "Are they looking for something?" Where did that dissatisfied snort come from? Suddenly the wall broke and a leg came out of the hole. His comrades and the dead paid attention to this. Wen stuck his head out of the hole and ordered to give him a hand. The dead man ran towards MC with rage and said that it was definitely him. Free. Late night snack. They quickly climbed into the hole in the wall. Wen, looking at them, told them to continue like this. Just a little more. We need to keep up the pressure. The dead man extended his hand towards the protagonist, but MC put his foot on his head. Wen calmly walked through the hole, while the dead man asked with bewilderment, "Where's his head?" The comrades watched this in amazement and asked, "How so?" A huge dead man quickly jumped towards the protagonist, but MC managed to jump aside. Wen hit his opponent in the cheek with great force. The dead man flew across the floor, leaving behind streams of smoke. The protagonist calmly raised his hand and said that he was a little stiff and needed to stretch. The dead man looked at him with confusion. MC smiled confidently and hit his fist on his palm and said that he would start with them. Suning called out to the elder and threw an axe, asking when to catch it. The protagonist calmly caught the weapon and thanked his comrade with a terrifying look. The dead man asked in fear, "Is this a familiar smile?" The dead man barked, "What are they doing?" He ordered his comrades to stop and yelled that this was yesterday's freak. MC, smiling ominously, jumped up with the intention of attacking the opponents, and the dead men ran to the side with great fear. Yuanqing, sitting on the floor, said that there was an opinion that Wen was doing this on purpose. Suning asked his comrade not to doubt and exclaimed that it was so. He thinks that the protagonist is deliberately breaking the rules, as was the case with the showcase. The fastest way to find the conditions for passing is to cause deadly conditions. Yuanqing scratched his chin and said that by avoiding collisions, the time of the game would increase significantly. MC speeds up the process, but it is too risky. Suning confidently raised a finger and disagreed, saying that Wen probably always wanted to be punished. After all, as a punishment, he would be isolated. The protagonist himself concluded that cleaning the display cases would attract the dead. Then he cleaned the most display cases, inciting all the zombies to attack himself and making himself a target at night. In this way, after Wen is put under house arrest, the dead will come for him and start tearing down the wall to get him. This is how the scenario where the zombies save MC was created. The audience was amazed at how the protagonist broke the rules and thanked Suning for explaining. Yuanqing said that he understood what the comrade meant in general, but he did not understand why MC was sure that he would be locked up and not do something else. Suning was very tense, unable to answer. He smiled happily and showed his thumbs up, clarifying that he didn't know that. But Wen had probably figured it out. After some time, under the night sky, the players were cleaning the hall from the corpses of the undead. The protagonist asked why they weren't sleeping. Could it be that his comrades couldn't sleep? Yuanqing handed over sheets of paper and said that they had found old newspapers in the destroyed wall, between the wallpaper and concrete. They were sure that this was an important part of the solution. Would the protagonist look at this? MC looked at the newspapers and Yuanqing asked, considering the destruction of the location, didn't Wen think that the game would dislike this? The protagonist asked him not to worry and replied that he had even burned part of the game stage, so nothing would happen. The newspaper said that this was the anniversary of the 102nd year of the Mask Exhibition Hall's existence. Time flies like an arrow in Galen, and now, their Mask Exhibition Hall is celebrating its 102nd year since its foundation. All this time, they have been faithfully following the instructions of their ancestors. abiding by the rules and strengthening the spirit of neighborliness in their cozy building. This is truly inspiring. According to tradition, this year the Mask Exhibition Hall invites visitors to its 4th weekend of early autumn to see a new exhibit. The manager shared that this time she made changes to the design of the hall, adhering to established customs. The 102nd exhibit is already ready to amaze people. Suning clarified in surprise, and now there are 108 of them. So today is the 108th year? The player screamed with fury. But what difference does it make? The 108th mask is gone. Where can they get human skin for a new one? The comrades were very scared when they heard this. Yuanqing angrily raised his fist and noted that this is the sword zone. This is definitely the end. They will all die. The girl asked in confusion, "What kind of sword zone is this?" Suning said that he prepared by reading the forum. It is known that there are numbered players in the game. Their numbers are named after the main tarot cards. Thus, the game classifies game levels by cards. In general, they can be divided into 4 types: swords, cups, pentacles, and wands. Yuanqing covered his mouth with his hand in great fear, and added that to pass the swords, it is necessary to sacrifice one to several players. The end result of such games is that players kill each other. The player frightenedly put her hand to her cheek and screamed, "Should they use their faces?" The protagonist calmly closed his eyes, but Suning instantly grabbed his hand. The comrade asked what MC was thinking about. Wen replied that he was thinking about what parameters to use to select the most profitable victims. Suning was surprised, but the protagonist smiled and waved his hand and clarified that he was joking. After a while on the street, the dead smiled sarcastically. The players looked at the stairs in fear. They looked at the younger one coming down the stairs and screamed. Did the younger one really wake up? The player noticed that yesterday at this time the younger one was fast asleep. Wen replied that apparently the key scenario had triggered and she needed to get to work. The players asked, "What other work?" The player clutched his hair in fear and screamed, exclaiming that he couldn't take it anymore. A horde of corpses surrounds, an older sister who can't be disobeyed, and a blood-drinking younger sister. There is no way out. They can't get out. Yuanqing raised his fist in irritation and barked. The player is just crying. What's the use of his talking? They need to find the mask and complete the plot. The player covered her mouth in horror and noticed that the mask was made of human skin. The girl, sitting on the floor in fear, ordered everyone to step back. She screamed that she wouldn't let them make a mask out of her face. MC looked at the player and asked, "Where is the blood?" She tensely replied that there is none. All used up. Yesterday afternoon the youngest drank everything there was. The youngest crawled up to the players with drool dripping from her mouth. The player thought that they needed one mask. To sacrifice life for others? There is nothing wrong with that. He brought his hand closer to the player's back, but Wen immediately stopped him. The protagonist smiled and told his comrade to think before acting. If the player tries to do what he has planned, an MC guarantees, the skin that ends up on the mask will be from the player's face. The comrade looked at the book with great tension and began to read a fairy tale. Yuanqing raised his hands with a doomed look and interrupted her, yelling that it was useless. Fairy tales won't work anymore. They are in a very bad situation. Suning quickly took out a knife and, leaning it against his hand, exclaimed that then the last resort is blood. Yuanqing quickly snatched the knife from his comrade's hand and asked why spill the young man's blood. He looked tensely at his hand and noticed that there was a lot of alcohol and cigarettes in his blood. Let the younger one get a headache from one sip. Yuanqing closed his eyes and quickly waved his hand. He stopped in surprise and looked at his hand. Yuanqing turned his attention to the protagonist standing with a knife. He asked why his brother did this. MC should use his strength and intelligence in more serious situations. Wen closed the knife and said that this situation was indeed serious. A note in the display case, an obituary in the drawer, old newspapers from the walls. Rules emphasized everywhere, warnings related to the mask hall. What do they store, supervise, and continue? He believes that the answers to this are all around them. MC calmly squatted down and stretched out his hands towards the younger one. Wen asked if she had ever ridden a swing. The younger one sank her teeth into the protagonist's hand with fury. Suning asked his brother to be careful. The protagonist smiled and noted that her bite force was weak. He quickly picked up the younger one and threw her towards the window, breaking it. She quickly flew towards the forest, and the dead paid attention to this. Wen instantly jumped out of the window and landed on the ground. The dead ones said that they were very hungry and wanted a snack. They stopped and looked at the protagonist. The dead one exclaimed that they would be reasonable. If MC doesn't give in, they can still get to someone else while he is busy, right? Wen calmly raised his hand and replied that they should take it. The dead ones could consider this an apology for the fact that he scared them. The undead don't understand why he is so kind. MC showed a bite on his hand and said that the one who landed was attacking him. He only asked them to be more aggressive. The dead ones quickly ran towards the younger one. They sank their teeth into her body with fury. Wen, watching this, noted that this was exactly it. The older sister looked at him with fury. She noticed how the younger sister was fighting the undead. The older sister snorted in irritation and quickly ran to the side. The protagonist stopped her and asked, "What's wrong?" She angrily attacked and ordered him to get out of the way. Wen dodged the attack, but the older sister tried to strike again. She yelled that Mom said that she needed to take care of her sister. The protagonist blocked her attack with his hand and quickly slid towards the tree. MC smiled and asked, "Is the older sister worried about the younger one? What about brother?" He was very scared, looking at the older sister. She kicked the tree, but Wen managed to duck. The tree instantly broke into 2 parts and smoke rose up. Yuanqing asked in surprise, "Is the older sister stronger and pressing the protagonist? Brother is not in trouble, right?" He turned around and said that he would go look for something to help him. Suining ordered his comrade to stop. He noticed that the protagonist was fine. MC didn't even use his left hand, as if he was stalling for time. The older sister jumped on Wen with rage, intending to attack. The protagonist quickly grabbed her hand. He knelt down in front of her and squeezed her neck with his hand. Suining looked at this with embarrassment, thinking that he was only 16, he shouldn't look at this. MC asked with a smile, "What was the hurry?" He brought his face close to hers and looking into the older sister's eyes asked, was she afraid of sinning again and being punished? The older sister was very surprised and Wen let her go. She angrily threw his hand aside. The older sister raised her leg and threw the protagonist over herself. MC fell to the ground and grabbed her hand. He asked with a grin, was the fact that she didn't pay attention to him also a fault? Older sister got really angry and Wen added that he had been thinking about it all along. She could have met them with a quest the very next day. So why did a hidden quest to find her appear? It was older sister who had ruined the 108th mask and hidden it under the display case. Mom didn't know what older sister had done with the mask. That's why she got a simple punishment. Not even the narrow walls that squeezed her like MC. Older sister made a sound of pain. When asked why that was the case, because until the offense is discovered, it doesn't exist. And if it doesn't exist, then there is no real punishment either. But punishment is an important part of the game. Through trial and error, you can figure out what can help and give you a hint or even a way to complete the level. The protagonist wounded her, hit the younger one, and older sister didn't tell her any of this. Is older sister afraid that he will tell Mom about her misdeeds? So he had to break the window so that older sister would have no way to ignore him. Suining asked what they were even saying. Yuanqing exclaimed that honestly, he himself did not hear. The comrades quickly ran towards the forest. The player stopped and pointed his finger at Suining and asked if this did not bother him. The comrade calmly disagreed and clarified that if the player was worried, maybe he should ask them himself. The player smiled and replied that no, nothing. Wen clarified that his mother ordered them to return before 10 in the evening, because after that, the corpses become active. If the house is safe, then why do the dead still calmly end up there? Because they are the real punishment. He pointed his finger at the dead people who attacked the younger one. The older sister was very scared when she looked at the younger one. The protagonist quickly brought his fist closer to the older sister's face. She instantly turned over and jumped to the side. MC added that the reason why he was not crushed by the walls in that room was because they had to carry out the final stage of punishment. The older sister sternly clarified that what was the point of this knowledge? If the younger sister gets hurt, they will all die tonight. Wen raised a finger and pointed out that she was the only one who would die tonight. Older sister asked, confused, what did that mean? The protagonist, smiling confidently, picked up the piece of paper and clarified that the names on that obituary. He thought that they were the names of dead individuals whose stories could be used to give him a clue. But the reason the dead are guarding that list is because the names on it are theirs. That writing at the bottom means that if you don't follow the rules, you leave. They were all guilty. The advice in the display case is obvious. Keep, because they were punished and these are their faces. Supervise, to prevent others from avoiding what happened to them. Continue, it's a warning, just like the newspapers. If someone sins, they will become an exhibit. There are 108 seats in the exhibition hall and only one is empty. The one whose mask the older sister broke, and the only one who sinned today is the younger sister, who attacked her brother. After some time, the dead people put the mask in the display case. Suining asked in amazement, was that even possible? The host started congratulating the players with a terrified look, but something immediately rang. She looked at the dead people and asked what kind of strange thing the protagonist did to pass the level. MC replied that they had replaced the 108th mask. The game is neutral, so it won't go away, right? The host thought so. But who do you have to be to have the idea of using an NPC to pass? The host announced that she congratulated all the players on successfully completing the level. Now the calculation of each player's contribution and the accrual of points will begin. Wen raised his hand, asked her to wait, and said that he had a question. The host thought, what else does he want? The protagonist clarified that at the beginner level, he only burned down a house and was forced to listen to him for it, and he didn't even touch the estate. And she just agreed with him. Rushing to read out the results, they need this location? Their group Echo communicates with other groups and browses the forum. No one has encountered this level in the last 8 years. He has a guess. There is no clear rationale for it, so he can just guess. Although the scenarios and scenes that each group goes through are different, and each player has 7 days to rest between games. Considering the number of players around the world, Wen doubts that someone like the damned freaks like her, enjoying the sight of how players try to survive and pass the scene, will put much effort into them. The host raised her fist in fury and asked, "Who did he call damned freaks?" The protagonist pointed back and clarified that although he had burned down quite a few houses, it hadn't really had much of an impact. The game stage was still usable, but this level was different. If he burned down the manor, he would destroy the entire stage. So why wouldn't they want to let the entire stage be destroyed? It's not because the script core that makes the scenes so varied is hidden somewhere in the scenes. The host became very tense and the MC quickly ran to the side. She announced with fury that player Wen's treasure in the walkthrough was 93%. The number of hidden quests completed was 1. The number of hidden quests was 1. Player Wen took first place among his group and received an additional 300 points. The host sent a stream of mana from her hands and announced that player protagonist received the achievement, Respectful Actor. The MC doesn't forget about his spectators and gives them a first-class show. 92% of those watching it were happy. For this, MC will receive even more attention in subsequent games. Wen receives a special item of rarity A call to his sister. The item allows you to ask your sister for help 3 times. The protagonist happily looked at the item and asked, "Is she in such a hurry to finish?" The host announced that player Wen's contribution has reached the 60% threshold. He gets 1 attempt in the lottery. The protagonist noted with interest that it should be fun. Considering that 60% is a significant contribution to access the lottery, then even having collected 93%, he still gets 1 attempt? The host announced that they asked to spend the attempt in the lottery within a minute. Otherwise, it will be considered a refusal to participate. MC turned the lever and the ball landed down. It opened the sphere with the item. The host congratulated Wen on receiving an item of rarity B, strawberries. And using this item, you can distract the attention of any creature for 30 seconds. Number of uses? 5. The host called out to the freak with a terrifying smile and ordered him to look here. The protagonist thought that the item had many uses. There are still no super specialized items in the game, probably for balance. Taking this into account, the ability to distract attention for 30 seconds in the right situation is very useful and can save lives. The host announced that player Wen had demonstrated an outstanding game by finishing it practically on his own. He scored 39,844, which is equivalent to 400 points. In total, for completing the level, including the reward for completing the hidden task, the protagonist scored 3,400 points. Player Wen's calculation is complete. Next are players Suining and Yuanqing. MC put his hand to his mouth with interest and thought that it seemed like he was right. However, if the scenario core exists, then how many people are in Eden at the same time? There are probably a lot of cores, and they should not be so easy to find and destroy. The host, dancing in the air, announced that the duration of the game is 360 hours. The transit time is 58 hours. The result of the passage exceeds 97% of players. The rating is S. Each player gets an additional 200 points. Players get a hidden achievement of the Sword Zone. No one will die. The reward for each player is 150 points. The game is over. Everyone should get ready. They will leave it in 30 seconds. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Last time there was a minute, and now only 30 seconds?" Suining raised his hand and noted that it seemed like the game was trying to kick them out faster. The host began to count down the time until exiting the game. MC raised his hand and said that he had another question. The host said goodbye to 221st with great fury. Wen moved to another space and said that it was good. When he comes back, he will make a list of questions and question her thoroughly. The protagonist calmly sat up from his bed. He got out of bed and went to the door and asked his sister if there was anything to eat. MC left the room and noticed that she had already left. He noticed a piece of paper hanging on the refrigerator. On the piece of paper, it is written that the leader of the group asked her to pick up a person in the neighboring city. The whole route will take about 3 days. She apologized for the fact that he will have to eat from deliveries. Wen looked at the phone in surprise and asked, "Will there be a newbie? Although what difference does it make? They are all the same. What to eat now?" After some time, Yuanqing in a delivery suit pressed the doorbell and exclaimed that it was a delivery. The protagonist opened the door and thanked him. Yuanqing asked in amazement, "Is this Wen?" The protagonist called him by the wrong name, but Yuanqing smiled and noted that almost. MC holding a bag in his hand asked, "Is his comrade already at work?" Yuanqing sadly put his hand on his head and exclaimed that yes, after all, he needs to live his own life upon return. In the end, he is penniless. The previous employer calculated that he was out of work for more than half a month because of the game. so they insisted that Yuan Qing accept compensation and be fired from his job. Wen calmly said that he was no help in other matters. He handed his friend a business card and added that Yuan Qing could call this number for any questions about the game. The friend read that it was an Echo business card. He yelled with great surprise that this was the same group of strong players that makes life easier for the rich. Yuan Qing was very happy, and the protagonist, raising his food up, clarified that he had not invited him to the group. MC asked the friend to call them and register. The group regularly contacts and checks on players. If the missing person is missing for more than 2 months, they will come to his apartment and sort out the funeral. Yuan Qing tensely noted that they seemed to be pretty attentive guys. Wen exclaimed irritably that he really spilled the beans. Yuan Qing thanked the friend and said that if he needed help, he could call. The protagonist, holding a bag with liquid leaking out of it, clarified that they would see each other again. This evening, the cats noticed something. Suining's father, sitting in the car, said that they were here. They got out of the car and headed towards the entrance to the building. The father, holding the bags in his hand, exclaimed that they were going up, and his son agreed. After some time in the protagonist's apartment, Suining's father apologized for disturbing him and clarified, "Is this Master Wen? The protagonist looks good. He has a thoughtful look." Suining is his only child. When his son disappears for several days, he cannot sleep. He cannot work or even play games calmly. Suining sheepishly noted that this was too much. MC, calmly holding a plate in his hand, noted that Suining is quite smart in the game and is not afraid of difficulties. This is not bad for a beginner. But if Suining wants to continue playing, his physical fitness must be at its peak. The father raised his hand and clarified that he would say it directly. Of course, he wants a better life for his child. They can't avoid the game, but since they are connected to the protagonist's group, why don't they establish long-term cooperation? Suining was very surprised to hear this. MC brought food to his mouth and said that most groups do not want to repeat orders, and it is not profitable for the employer. If the customer is too dependent on the performer, it will harm him. The father smiled and threw his hand over his son's shoulder and clarified that Wen said that Suining had good inclinations, even though they gave him everything since childhood. There are few members in the protagonist's group Echo. Suining angrily got up from the sofa and, throwing his father's hand aside, yelled, "Dad said that they were only here for gratitude? Why did father bring this up? Everyone in Echo has first-class skills and their selection is strict. You need to pass the levels on your own. He doesn't even have experience. Why would they take him at all?" The father yelled at his son to stop swearing. He looked at the protagonist with a smile and noted that Suining was actually a good guy. The father hoped that the master would think about it. The MC finished eating and asked for forgiveness and said that he was not responsible for recruiting for the group. His word in this is worth nothing. So if that's all, the father happily interrupted him and, disagreeing, asked the master to wait. He handed over the check and said that, as a sign of sincerity, he was ready to pay their group 50 million annually without interfering in their affairs at all. Suining exclaimed that Wen was a strong and principled man. The father would not be able to just buy him. The protagonist, smiling, shook Suining's father's hand and thanked him, saying that he would talk about it. The father replied that he was counting on him and asked the master to take care of his son. He pushed Suining and said that he would then entrust his son to the MC. The father noted that fate could be anything and asked Wen to do everything he could. He closed the door to the apartment and turned to his son and clarified that he had done everything he could. Now Suining's future depended on him. Wen asked if the man was his biological father. Suining replied that he seemed to be. The protagonist asked when his last medical examination was. The comrade scratched his head and replied that it was at the end of last year. MC said that today the comrade would go for a medical examination in the afternoon. Suining agreed and clarified, so he would need to learn to fight? Just games every 7 days. Will such training be of any use? MC noted that from a scientific point of view, it was ineffective. Suining thought that the Echo Group probably had their own secret training methods, something like an artificial gravity room or a pillar of hell? The protagonist threw an empty bag into the trash and said that if someone were to chase the comrade both day and night, even during sleep, then sooner or later, Suining would develop some reflexes. Of course, basic physical training and combat skills are important. Suining tensed up and closed his eyes, thinking that only by relying on the will to survive could he push his body to its limits. He asked, "So Wen would be his mentor?" The protagonist smiled and raised his fist, noting that if he hit him with full force, his comrade would fly away even if there were 5 kilograms tied to him. MC put his hand on his shoulder and clarified that he was helping him join the group, not to get into unnecessary trouble. If Suining wanted to pass the selection, he would have to pass at least 1 level on his own. Suining resolutely raised his fists and agreed. After a while, Chi Yuming from the Infinity Development Group moved to the city. He put his hand on his stomach and thought that this was an unhealed wound from the last playthrough. Although it was subjected to the effect of entering the game, it still had not been completely healed. An ancient setting? A place for tourists? In such a huge place and with probably a lot of people, it would be hard to find a teammate. He remembered the past. Yuming said that he had more than 13,000 points, and he only had 5,000. Is the protagonist sure he can handle it? Ling confirmed this with a smile and replied that her brother found the normal pace of the game too slow and wanted to find a smart player for serious games. Yuming clarified that he was injured and did not ask to be protected, but he also could not guarantee that he could take care of her brother in this condition. Ling said with a smile that she hoped that MC would not cause trouble. Yuming came out of the memories and thought that the higher the rating of the game, the more dangerous it was. He hoped that this Wen really has an amazing brain. Anyway, he needs to be found first. He stopped and turned his attention to the loudspeaker. The protagonist announced for visitors to pay attention. The tourist service center received a message about a missing child. People should pay attention to people passing by and look for a person with the following characteristics. Boy, 28 years old, height 181 centimeters, slender build. If people see a child with such characteristics, they should immediately contact the tourist service center. Dad Wen is waiting for his child at the tourist service center. Yuming got very angry, and the audience started laughing. Yuming angrily lowered his head and yelled that MC is a damn freak. At the same time, Wen is sitting on the bench. He calmly thought that all the signs in the city are in a foreign language. All the NPCs he's seen so far have been blue-eyed, blonde foreigners. Looks like the story part of this level is going to be a bit tricky. The game is silent. Wen's been here for half an hour and still no game notifications. The protagonist turns his attention to the two guys. The player smiles, scratches his chin, calls the protagonist a damn genius, and exclaims that Wen has revealed his location to the entire neighborhood. The player, Zhang Shou, holds a knife in his hand and orders MC to get up. He angrily tells Wen to turn out his inventory. The player clarifies that if the protagonist gives up all his things, he can leave. MC calmly notes that this is a robbery. Shou orders him to shut up and open his inventory. Wen smiles, puts his finger to his weapon, and clarifies that entering with a weapon is prohibited. Isn't this knife a game reward? Shou angrily orders him to shut up. He rushed into battle and yelled that he was going to kill him. The protagonist immediately grabbed his face with his hand and threw him aside. He slammed his opponent's face into the ground with great force. MC calmly noted that it was a good head. The player angrily ran towards Wen with the intention of attacking. The protagonist turned his head to the side and threw his weapon. The knife flew past the player, causing a wound on his cheek. MC ordered them to give him everything they had, and he would give them a chance to leave. The player irritably said that it was a curse. Yuming fired his pistol, and a loud sound spread around. He ordered them to obey the protagonist, and everyone turned their attention to him. Yuming pointed the pistol at the opponents and ordered them to empty their pockets. The opponents laid out everything they had on the ground. They thought, what kind of world is this? Even during a robbery, some kind of horror happens. MC, looking at the weapons, noted that these were really objects, even paired ones. The players were about to leave in anger, but Wen ordered them to stop. Shou asked in fear what was going on. The protagonist, smiling and holding the items in his hands, said that his inventory was full, so he was using them as temporary storage. He would take everything when he needed it. The opponents asked in confusion, temporary storage? If the protagonist took it, he should take care of his things himself. The audience laughed at this situation and decided that the guys were the first to attack and deserved it. Shou yelled for MC to carry it himself. The opponents quickly ran to the side and called Wen a freak. The protagonist sadly noted that these two not only robbed him, but also called him names. Yuming extended his hand to him and introduced himself, saying that they had met once. MC, smiling, put his hand on his shoulder and said that he remembered Yuming's brother. Otherwise, how would he have given his description in the notification? Yuming paid attention to something and pointed his finger, saying that it was there. The host welcomed the players to Eden. He announced that the intro to this level was in passive mode. To activate it, you need to complete a task to get additional hints. Now the players must go to the visitor registration center. They have 30 minutes. The average player score is 9,187. The length of the game is 120 hours, and the number of participants is 9. Yuming clarified that after reaching 8,000 points, he very rarely encounters such short scenarios. The protagonist replied that in fact, the game will be shorter based on how much time the player spent before starting the introductory storyline. MC suggested going and said that he saw a place similar to the center on the way. Yuming said that Wen is good at analytics, and he does not seem impulsive. So why did the protagonist do something dangerous like searching through the notification system? MC replied that it is convenient. The comrade clarified, did Ling tell him that he teamed up with Wen to lower the overall difficulty level? The protagonist replied that he understood this and asked his comrade to be calm, because he was normal. After some time at the visitor registration center, the administrator sadly muttered something in Icelandic. MC, squeezing her cheeks with his hands, looked at his phone and said that he did not understand. He asked to repeat it again. Yuming thought, it is not too late to make a player substitution, is it? Wen clarified that the game does not have an internet connection, and he downloaded an offline translator. The administrator swore irritably, and the protagonist, smiling, let her go and said that he needs to record the sound. He does not understand her. She should understand it by now. The administrator angrily shouted something in Icelandic. Yuming tensely thought about what a gifted person he had teamed up with. MC happily noted that she spoke non-stop for 20 minutes. She seemed to be in a good mood. The translator in the protagonist's phone announced that the automatic translation from Icelandic had begun. The administrator's words were translated, and the translator announced that she said that the MC is a freak. He is a damn fool. He should take this thing and shove it. After a while, they listened to the entire translation. Yuming covered his face with his hand and said that 20 minutes, 18 of which were devoted to various insults. Wen noted that she had no imagination. He looked furiously at the phone with the translation. Yuming thoughtfully said that, in general, their role is actors invited by the mayor. The protagonist agreed and clarified that a city festival dedicated to traditional Eastern culture would begin soon, due to the fact that all the residents are foreigners who are not familiar with Eastern images. They have problems making props. The foreigners hope that they will help them in preparing the props and final preparations. Yuming looked at the protagonist in surprise and called out to him, asking where the MC is going. Wen, leaving, raised his hand and replied that he was preparing the props. Only 120 hours for the scenario. We need to hurry. Yuming thought, why did the protagonist irritate the administrator, listening to insults for 20 minutes and listening to her translation for the same amount of time? After some time, the comrades are walking down the street. MC said that if the NPCs only mentioned the problem with the images, then they probably found the props easily. Wen picked up the phone, translating the inscription on the signs, and said that this is the backstage of the festival. You can probably find clues there. Yuming suggested going to see it. Wen went into the building and noticed that everyone was gathered. Shu clarified that there were a lot of hats on the table and yelled, "Are they going to play the spirits of death?" The players paid attention to the black and white hats standing on the table next to the brushes. Player Wang Yi said that the hats were clean, and there were brushes nearby. What should be written on them? Shou grabbed the brush with rage and asked, "How can you not know?" The players wrote on the white hat that one look brings wealth, and on the black hat that peace on earth. The player confidently raised his hand and shouted, "They just took and wrote the correct answers first. And what should they do at all?" Yuming looked at the protagonist and asked if he had any ideas. MC calmly took the hat and agreed. He wrote on it that since they are here, everyone is already dead, and the child is still small. The players looked at his hat in surprise and began to write something on theirs. Shou irritably asked, "What kind of jokes? What if there are problems?" Wen asked him to relax and clarified that judging by what he saw, the local NPCs do not have a common language. Even if there were several NPCs who knew the same language, apparently, judging by their behavior, they do not know anything about Oriental images. Therefore, they are the ones writing these inscriptions. Player Li Shuang agreed with him and added that it is probably not so important what they write. The main thing is that there are 4 hieroglyphs. Yuming noticed that it made sense. Too bad he realized it too late. The players finished writing on their hats. The host appeared in the room and announced that the players would be divided into groups based on the color of their hats. He asked the players of all groups to unite in order to complete the story. The host wished them a pleasant game. Shou yelled furiously, "What do you mean? This is the wand area, and they are divided into groups." The player angrily gritted his teeth, looking at the black hat, and exclaimed that if he had known, he would have chosen a hat of the same color as his comrade. Yuming thought that the wand area had divisions into groups and an internal system in which the losing group would be sent to re-competition. Sooner or later, the 2 groups would clash in competition, which could cause quarrels or murders. Fortunately, he chose a white hat, just like Wen. Yuming cannot allow a child to die in this game. The protagonist put a hat on his head and suggested his comrade to go to the NPC registration center to hand in the quest. The spectators are surprised by the wand area, but they don't want to see the players fight. Sometime later, at the visitor registration center, the list says that the white group includes Wen, Shuang, Yuming, Shou, and Wang Yi. The black group includes Wu Beng, Zhang Sanfeng, Li Meng, and Wang Chu. The receptionist smiled, pointed to the door, and announced that the black group players should go there. She looked at the protagonist with fury and growled. Yuming asked the MC not to think about it and said that being the NPC's target is not that scary. Who knows how it could all end? Wen seriously noted that if you are vindictive and work hard at the same time, you won't last long, even being young. Yuming thought with resentment that he was still worried that the protagonist would get scared. Shuang said that the NPC left the quest. The translator says that they need to find their group's special props. The MC asks if there are any specifics. Shuang disagrees and says that the administrator also left them a key to their sleeping place. It's a gray house in that direction. Wen sternly put his hand on his comrade's shoulder. Yuming turned his attention to him and asked if something was wrong. He asked his comrade not to worry and said that everything would be fine if he didn't move too much. The protagonist suggested that they split up and meet here in 3 hours. After a while, the fog spread around the MC. He looked at the white bird in surprise and ran after it. A terrifying face appeared in the dark fog. The face smiled and instantly disappeared. Wen covered his face from the powerful airflow and came under psychological attack. He was transported to an illusion of his past. The doctors asked to give them way. The nurse asked where the head of the department was. Is he still in the operating room? The second nurse yelled that they had a child with chemical burns. His parents are not with him. A little boy brought him. Little MC looks at the running doctors. The photo frame fell neatly onto the water and instantly broke. Moments of Wen's life are visible in the shards of glass. A water hand grabbed the protagonist by the hair with force. MC fearfully stretched out his hand towards the dissolving photo, falling into the darkness. A man stretched out his hand towards him and said that the child was adopted and his parents were not with him. Her condition is very serious. A nurse approached a grown-up Wen and asked where his mom and dad are. His sister's condition is very serious. Doctors are already providing her with emergency care. Perhaps his sister will need an operation for further treatment. The guardian's signature is required. She sadly put her hand to MC's face and asked him not to be afraid. The nurse asked if he remembered his mom or dad's phone number. She will help him contact them. The audience was very surprised, because psychological attacks are terrible. They really hope that everything will be fine with the protagonist. The enemy's ghost appeared behind Wen, and she thought that was right. He should be wandering in the past. The nurse turned to the protagonist, and he interrupted her and said that they needed his mom and dad to come to formalize his sister's hospitalization and discuss the subsequent treatment plan. The protagonist is still too young. His parents should definitely decide these issues. MC looked at her and asked, "Is that what she wanted to say?" The nurse was very surprised and thought, did he say what she was going to say? Wen calmly noted that this memory extraction is a mental attack. It looks like this is all an illusion. The nurse fell into a stupor, and the protagonist quickly ran to the side. She turned around and asked him to stop, yelling, "Where is he going?" MC ran past the old man and instantly stopped looking at him. Wen kicked the old man's bag of transfusion fluid with great force. The bag quickly hit the enemy and the watch fell down, locking her inside the mirror. The protagonist ran, grabbed the watch and ran into the toilet. He kicked the door hard and opened it. The MC calmly brought the watch to the toilet and ordered her to get it out of there. She had 3 seconds to do it. He counted to 3 and lowered the watch into the toilet. Wen held his nose with his hand and pulled out the dirty watch. The audience laughed and some of them were scared because the girl could get out of the watch. The protagonist ordered her to act, but the ghost screamed furiously for him to dream about it. The MC smiled and noted that he knew she would not cooperate. But she should not be vindictive, because the opponent is a ghost. Wen lit a match and brought it to the watch, adding that otherwise he would burn her. The protagonist set fire to the watch and the ghost screamed in fear that he was ruthless. The illusion instantly disappeared. The MC lowered the watch into the water and said that it is everyone's responsibility to read fire safety. The ghost started crying while in the water. MC picked up his watch and noticed that he was back. The phone said that the time was 12 o'clock and 5 minutes. Wen said that there were still 20 minutes left until the agreed time. It was time to go back. He looked at the ghost and said that she was dirty. After a while, the protagonist approached the building and saw Yuming there. He headed towards him and asked if his comrade had found any clues. Yuming thoughtfully clarified that this was not a clue and said that there was only one bathroom in the building, and it was weird. The entire bathroom was filled with pools of blood. Wen put his hand to the blood and said that it was dry. It must have been several days old. He noticed pieces of a body and strands of hair lying on the floor. The protagonist stood up and, ignoring his comrade, walked out of the bath. Yuming clarified, "Did this scare MC that much?" Wen seemed seriously puzzled. When he opened the door, he also smelled that terrible smell. The protagonist doesn't have to worry. This place isn't that big, so if something happens, a comrade can scream. Everyone will hear it. MC calmly asked, "Is there a control house here? Can I ask him to arrange a room for him next to the bathroom? It would be convenient at night. He'll have to get up anyway." Yuming, hearing this, fell into a stupor. After some time, Chris said that this is her house. They can eat, and she will take care of them. Chris, smiling, extended her hand forward and, introducing herself, asked what their names are. Wen shook her hand and, introducing himself, clarified that he doesn't eat ginger, garlic, animal parts, as well as raw, cold, and various oddities. The protagonist thanked her and all the players were surprised. Chris, smiling, replied that she understood everything and headed to the other players. MC looked at his hand and a system window appeared from it, which notifies that this is an update to the individual task of player number 6. Wen thought that the individual tasks for numbered players were aimed at the key characters in the story. Is Chris one of them? The system window notified that Chris was normal. The task was being updated. The girl from the north at the registration center liked it. The old woman next door liked it. The protagonist clarified, "Did it freeze?" The system window notified several times that the task was being updated and the loading failed. MC got angry and the system window notified that the reward for the individual task was 3,200 points. Wen noted that this was probably a mistake and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Yuming looked at his comrade and asked what was wrong. Protagonist asked him to be careful and said that there might be some problems with the game. Ming tensed up and replied that in all these years, the only problem with this game was that it was deadly. Apart from that, there were no other problems. He smiled, reached out his hand to the protagonist's hair and thanked him. MC quickly pulled away from his hand. After a while, into a building under the night sky. Wen got out of the bathtub and said that he washed it. Does anyone want to take a shower now? Shuang put her hand on her cap and said that she was going to wash herself. Yuming thought that it seemed like the protagonist was not afraid of anything. MC noted that Shuang was very brave. She replied with a smile that she could not do anything about her dirty hair. Shuang felt bad while she was dirty. She shook his hand and introduced herself. Wen tensed up greatly when he looked at her hand, and the players screamed in great surprise. Are they on a blind date? After a while, Shuang went into the bathtub and began to take off her blouse. The viewers were shocked by this sight. They did not understand how this could be allowed on the live broadcast. Smoke from the hot water filled the bathtub, and the viewers were glad that they were not blocked for such viewing. Shuang washed off the dark dye from her hair, and it changed its color to white. She turned around and saw a creature behind her. A loud scream came from the bathroom, and the protagonist quickly ran there. Yuming covered his eyes with his hand and asked his comrade to stop and noticed that she was still taking a shower. Shuang, smiling, squeezed the creature's neck with a rope. The players were very surprised and she sternly asked, "What are they doing?" She asked them to help, and Yuming, stupefied, noted that young people are very brave these days. Shu pointed at her in amazement and yelled, "Shuang's hair, it was black just now. Why are they white?" Shuang raised her hand and asked, "Have they ever heard of hair dye?" She thinks there's no point in asking about albinism. The viewer noted that this girl can be called an older sister, so one should not pay attention to her beauty. Shuang headed for the exit and said that the creature is on the protagonist. MC, grinning terrifyingly, lifted the creature up by the neck and said that they were lucky. The clue came to them on its own. Wen grabbed the ghost by the neck and lifted it up, asking if it would give him a hint itself or if he should take it by force. The ghost mumbled something, then pointed his finger at the wall where the family portrait was hanging, then said something unintelligible again, and Wen let it go, and it immediately disappeared into the shadows. The guy was indignant that he had let the ghost go, but Wen ignored him and walked up to the girl, asking if it had attacked her. She told him that it hadn't, but he, like the last idiot, dared to spy on her in the shower, so she taught him a lesson. The audience still couldn't control themselves from her appearance, and Wen suggested that the others wait until tomorrow and discuss everything. He went to his room, flipped through the list of characters and chose Sister. She appeared and remarked with displeasure that he had actually dared to address her, and he said with a plaintive look that he had questions. She discontentedly ordered him to ask everything that interested him, after which she would leave, and he asked where exactly she would go. Would she crawl along the telephone line? She remained silent, and he said that if she was tired of him, he would remain silent and would not ask anything anymore, and she told him not to be impudent. He asked how to complete this level, and she asked with a gloomy expression, was he using her as a guide? He noted that if she could not answer, it meant she did not know, to which she clicked her tongue in displeasure, after which he climbed under the blanket and closed his eyes, telling her to forget about it. She tiredly touched her head, and he asked why she was still here, so she was obliged to answer a question that could be asked if it was related to the current situation. She suddenly approached him and exclaimed angrily, he was even asking her about this. He said that even if he asked, she would not answer, and calling her useless, he wrapped himself in a blanket and wished her good night. The next day came. Wen sleepily walked out of his room and greeted the boys, and Yuming exclaimed in fear, "Who is behind him?" Sister, who was standing next to him with a gloomy expression, remained silent, and Wen looked away, and then Shou said that this was a substitute attack. Sister gave him a displeased look, after which Wen joined in breakfast and asked, "Did something else happen last night?" Yuming said that a ghost appeared again, but this time a child. Shou said that he had a female ghost, and Wang Yi had a grandfather. Wen inquired about what kind of ghost Shuang had, but since she was fast asleep, she did not hear anything. Wen then turned to Sister and asked what kind of ghosts appeared yesterday. She told him that they were the original owners of the house. He asked with displeasure, "Is that all? Even a fool would figure it out before." He said goodbye to her and she left, puffing with rage, after which everyone decided to go outside and met up with the other team. Buddy said that this was just a shame. A whole day had passed and there was no progress in the plot. The NPCs just didn't want to talk to them. Maybe they missed some clue? Wen approached them and asked what about the Scandinavian woman at the registration center. The man replied that he didn't know and asked why they were there, and Shou asked with a smile if they came. Why shouldn't they come too? Buddy said that he didn't mean that. They were all housed in separate houses. they agreed to meet here. They too? He told him that they were housed together, and then Buddy's friend touched his shoulder and suggested that he leave, and Wen noted that it looked like their group had found more information. Or maybe the Scandinavian woman told them everything that happened. Yu Ming said that there were 5 of them, and there were 4 of them. The game was tipping the scales in their favor, for balance. A Scandinavian woman approached them, talking about something discontentedly, and then began pointing her finger at them and cursing. Yu Ming took out a translator. She asked, "What were they doing here?" She didn't have anything for them, so let them leave and forget the way here. Wen said into the translator that she didn't tell them what to look for. How would they find something without knowing what? She told him that it was none of her business. Let them just wait for death. Why shouldn't she hide the clues from them? If he doesn't like it, then let him attack her. Or is he chickening out? And all because she's an important NPC. If they had the courage, they would have done it a long time ago. Before she could speak, something sharp flew into her forehead, and she immediately fell to the ground. And Wen, who had thrown the knife, called her evil and strange and said that she deserved to die. Looking at the corpse in shock, Yu Ming exclaimed, "Is he doing this again?" He pulled out the knife, and Yu Ming began to be indignant, but Wen gestured for him to shut up, and the host appeared in the sky and wanted to comment on the player's actions, but seeing that it was Wen again, he became very angry and said that a key component of the plot had been damaged. A serious plot split has been detected. Key elements for completing the plot are missing. To maintain game balance, game components are being reassembled. Generation has begun. The estimated time is 180 minutes. Due to the fact that the responsibility for the damage lies with the player, the component generation time is taken into account in the total game time. All players except Wen can continue playing. The already announced plot elements will not be subject to change, and the player Wen will be sent to the control center to destroy key components of the game. The system will start teleporting in 3 minutes, so let him prepare. A barrier tape appeared around him, and he was glad that he could really leave like this, and Yu Ming asked in shock, did he do this on purpose? Did he specifically kill the NPC to get to the control center? He confirmed it, and Shuang said that this NPC deliberately targeted them. Yu Ming thought about her words. If the NPC was killed and the game had to announce a technical problem with debugging the plot, then this NPC had an important clue. So this method speeds up the collection of clues? He looked at Wen and asked, did he foresee everything? But for sure, when he was a newbie, he also had a rebuild of game components, but it was not him, but the game itself. After that, he grabbed his head and wondered, so there were always problems with the game? The system reported that the teleportation would happen in 2 minutes, and Shuang stabbed the Scandinavian with a knife. She also wanted to go to the control center, since she had something left there. Yu Ming asked in shock, had she already been there and wanted to go back? The viewers were upset. What was happening in the control center was not shown, so the next 3 hours would be the saddest, and some even left because Wen was leaving. At this time, he called out to Shuang and said that the Scandinavian was already dead. Let her not waste time. The girl sighed with displeasure, and he asked what she needed there. She told him that she needed an earring shaped like a building. Blood red. There were 5 seconds left before Wen's teleportation, and he told the girl that he remembered it, after which he disappeared and moved to the control center. He walked forward down a long corridor and met men in suits on his way, and he immediately realized that they were workers. The man pointed behind him and said that there was a door ahead. If he stayed inside until the game components were reassembled, the warning would be cancelled. After that, he went to the door, put his cufflink with a special sign to it, opened it, and gestured for Wen to enter the room, saying that the reassembly time was about 180 minutes, the entire time he should stay here. Wen smiled and extended his hand to him as a sign of introduction. But the worker asked discontentedly, did he come here to make friends? His colleague shook Wen's hand and said that he could not give his name, but wished him luck. He grinned and thanked him for this, then went outside and threw the badge that he stole from the worker, and thought, is it some kind of access card? He decided to try to drag it into the real world, and while he was walking, a goblin ran past him. When he realized who he saw, he pointed at him and exclaimed in horror, did he escape from prison again? Wen greeted him, and when he started to run, he jumped and hit him on the head and drove him underground. Meanwhile, his friends came to the house, but no one opened the door for them, and Shou grabbed his head, exclaiming that this was already the 5th house. It could not be that no one was here either. Yu Ming said upset that he hoped to find clues before Wen arrived, and then Shuang asked him to step aside, and she stuck the master key into the keyhole and began to do all sorts of manipulations with it. He asked if she knew how to pick locks. She confirmed this, adding that old locks were not difficult to open, and after the doors opened, Yu Ming was surprised at her abilities. But he was in no hurry to go in. He asked the girl, did she not think that they could provoke something like this? She told him that it had to be that way, because there were no clues outside, which meant that they were inside. If something happened, they would split up and meet at the house. This level was small, there was plenty of room to roam, and let them not forget that there were 4 days left until the end of the story. Yuming said that he would then open the door himself, but she refused his help and resolutely went inside. Once they were all inside, she heard the soft sound of footsteps and wondered if the NPCs were deliberately hiding from them. They wandered around the house but found nothing, and Shuang picked up a small bowl and suggested that they check the other houses. Yuming asked if she was going to pick locks again. She responded with a smile, and after 20 minutes, they had already managed to clean out several houses at a fairly fast pace. Shou sat down on the ground tiredly and told Shuang that she was now his older sister. Her physical strength and lock-picking skills were simply incredible. She looked at all the things they had collected and noticed that all the NPCs were foreigners, but the designs of the houses and rooms were in an oriental style. These items did not fit the design, they must be the props they needed. Shou was upset that she ignored him, and Wang Yi asked, "Such obvious things couldn't be a dirty trick, could they?" Yuming said that not every house had props, and not everyone can pick all the locks in 20 minutes like her. The main thing is that they did not find a pattern and do not know what both groups need to do for now. The host appeared and asked all players to pay attention to him. Due to serious damage to key components of the game, some NPC damage resistance will increase, and penalties at this level will also increase. Due to changes in NPC settings to balance the difficulty level of the current game, Wands 8 will be reduced to Wands 7. Due to the impossibility of restoring the damaged model, the game will simply delete this NPC. The game module is in the process of being restored, so he asks players to be patient. The areas already explored will not change. Yuming was very surprised and asked if Wen really lowered the difficulty of the game by throwing a knife. Shuang put the collected items aside and suggested that they continue searching, and then the host said that an urgent message would be announced soon. Due to a serious incident at the control center, the game will speed up the scenario recovery. If any errors occur within the scenario, their final interpretation belongs to Eden. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight, and Yuming clutched his heart and asked Wen what he was doing there. A little earlier, when Wen hit the goblin, other monsters ran to him from all sides and he sighed with a smile, noticing that there were so many people here. Soon the workers found out about his theft, and the man teleported to him and kicked down the door, ordering him to return the pass. But when he saw him calmly resting by the fire with the girls with corpses burning behind them, he was very surprised. He and his colleague approached him and exclaimed, "What did he do? Why is he not responding?" His colleague asked him to calm down, they will just sort it out and leave, and Wen turned his gaze to them, asking what happened. The man exclaimed in rage, "He was even asking this? What did he think?" He pretended not to understand anything, and the guy was about to hit him, but his colleague stopped him and told him to calm down, after which he whispered that if any of the players got the cufflinks, they would be finished. Having calmed down a little, the man extended his hand to Wen and asked, "Did he take his cufflink with him? Let him return it immediately, otherwise he would not get out of here." Wen pretended not to know anything about it and realized that this was a really important thing. He definitely needed to grab it for research in the real world. The man could not restrain himself and pounced on him, and at that moment an announcement was heard. The countdown to the end of the scene restoration is 5 minutes, so the administrators need to immediately release the punished player, deliver him to the stable zone, and prepare for teleportation. Wen noted that there were only 5 minutes left, after which he broke free from the man's grip and ran, smiling and saying that if not now, there would be no second chance. They ran after him, but he had already managed to jump into the teleporter. He waved goodbye to them with a smile, and then teleported away, and the man cursed loudly. Meanwhile, Yuming nervously walked from side to side and wondered what Wen had done in the control center to cause such a reaction from the game. He hoped that he was okay. Finally, the generation of game components was completed, and the host reported that due to the forced accelerated generation of game components, minor errors may occur in the game, but there is no reason to worry. If any errors occur within the scenario, their final interpretation belongs to Eden. Now let them continue their research. From now on, the plot of the game will no longer change. At the moment, the average player score is 9-1-87. The remaining time is 92 hours 58 minutes. 8 players remain. After he finished the announcement, he disappeared, and Yuming exclaimed, "Only 8. What about Wen?" He was so worried about him that his teeth were chattering, and Shuang looked at him worriedly. After that, the guy grabbed his head and thought, he won't come back from the control center? The leader of the Echo Group is so sensitive to all the members. After Wen disappears, they will probably hunt him for at least 5 years. He took the gun, loaded it, and with a gloomy expression wondered if he should go and kill Chris, go to the control center, and try to save him. Luckily, before he could do anything, the host appeared and said that there was a mistake. There were only 9 players left. He disappeared, leaving the players confused. but Yuming almost had a nervous breakdown. He cursed and asked how he could mix up 8 and 9. Shuang told him that it looks like Wen came back after all. Maybe they should continue collecting the props and then meet him. When they got home, they saw Wen having dinner. Chris, bringing out another dish, invited them to sit at the table, and they looked at Wen with displeasure, after which Shou ran up to him and exclaimed that he was so hungry. How could he ignore them and go eat while they were collecting the props? They sat at the table and Wang Yi said that, to be honest, if they teamed up with Shuang, almost anyone would die of exhaustion trying to keep up with her. In the meantime, she opened the system window and then took out all the things they had collected. Chris turned her gaze to Wen and became nervous when she saw the bone in his hand, and he noticed it and put it on the table. Shuang asked him what he thought about it, and he, looking at the items, said that they were just Chinese decorative things, nothing special. He moved his hand sharply towards the bowl, pretending not to notice it, and it fell off the table. Noticing this, Chris immediately reacted and deftly caught the bowl, then put it on the table and said with a nervous smile that he was so sloppy. She stepped aside and Shuang and Wen looked at her, realizing what was going on. After that, they started throwing things around. Chris caught each item and put it back, but they all continued throwing. All the other players were shocked and did not understand what was happening. In the end, several items were broken, and Chris caught the most important ones. Wen was pleased with the result and applauded, noting that she had excellent skills. He was grateful to her for helping him select. The elimination method is really good. They took the items she caught, and Shuang pointed out that the things that the NPC couldn't ignore were probably related to the quest. Wen said that it was good that they took some things, but maybe there were still some left. He suggested that Shuang check a few more places, but Chris was burning with rage that they took advantage of her like that. Losing patience, she took out a jade ring from her cleavage and said that it was the key to further progress, and besides, it was unique to their group. Everyone immediately turned their attention to her, and she said that without this ring, even after collecting all the things, they would not advance any further. Maybe she should show them what happens if you use her? She threw the ring into her mouth, swallowed it, and then stuck out her tongue and laughed loudly, telling them that the ring was now gone. Wen and Shuang looked at her in confusion, and he asked, "So he understands that these are the minor errors mentioned?" Meanwhile, the viewers started wondering what they should do now without the key item. And one of them wrote that he had an idea that Chris's bug was caused by his terrible anger at Wen. It looks like they'll be going to a rematch now. Wen thought for a second, then looked meaningfully at the guys, and they, immediately understanding his train of thought, rushed to Chris and grabbed her, telling him to go ahead. He didn't understand what they were talking about, and Shu told him to take out a knife and use it to get the ring. His words made him feel uneasy, and he asked why he was being so cruel. The guy reminded him that he himself had recently killed an NPC by throwing a knife between the eyes, and Wen asked why they were in such a hurry. Jade is indigestible, and storing things in it is safer, isn't it? With these words, he was able to convince the guys, and they let her go. After which, Wen whispered to Yuming that he and Shuang would go and look for more items, put the found ones in his inventory, and he himself should look after Chris. He asked if they could trust her, and he answered him that she seemed like a loner. They did not know her, and her next steps were not predictable at all. Such people are the most suitable for cooperation. Shuang turned to him and said that she could say the same about him. Soon night fell. They went to look for props, and Shuang embarrassedly said that the moon was really beautiful today. He noted that it was beautiful, just like a mooncake. They went further, and from an alley nearby, someone's languid sigh and whine was heard, and Wen immediately rushed there. The entire floor was covered in blood, and from the darkness came the voice of a man asking for help and saying how much pain he was in, as well as the voices of his comrades who did not know how to help him. The two of them looked worriedly into the alley, and Shuang, seeing who was there, immediately calmed down. Buddy was lying on the ground. There was a huge cut on his stomach. A mirror was lying next to his hand, and his comrades were nearby. The girl who had lost her hand stared at one point in horror, and her comrades said that they were wrong. Now it was all over. Wen approached them and asked what was going on, but they were in no hurry to answer, and then he saw foam coming out of Buddy's mouth. He crouched down next to him, hit him in the face a couple of times, bringing him to his senses, and then grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him towards him, saying that he would save him, and in return, he would tell him what happened here. After that, he took a needle and thread out of his inventory and started stitching up his wounds while he was screaming in pain. He worked the needle quickly, and the guy was constantly twitching and screaming, and then he started crying. In the end, Wen gave him a nice stitch and said that everything would be fine now, but the guy passed out from the pain. Wen put his hand under his head and asked his comrade to help him. They couldn't let the wound open. They needed to move him. The man hesitated and said that it was against the rules. They were from different groups, so they couldn't go to them. Realizing that they wouldn't help, Shuang went up to Buddy and took him by the legs. and told her comrade to take him by the hands, and the two of them carried him to the exit of the alley. The players looked at each other doubtfully, wondering what to do, but since they didn't have much of a choice, they decided to go with them. Their comrade grabbed his head in displeasure and thought, "Where did this brat come from? Problems are falling like an avalanche." After that, they all went home together, and while Sho was wiping Buddy's body, the girl with tears in her eyes told them that the owner of their house told them to find something otherwise. Yuming did not let her finish and asked, "Is she talking about ghosts?" Her expression immediately changed, and she, looking at her missing hand, said that if they did not do this, then every day one of them would have a body part taken away, and then the other players fell into horror. The man hugged himself and said that he called it payment for housing, and if they did not find what they needed, then everyone would die. Wen asked what he wanted, but the man chose not to answer, and he asked, "Can't he tell about it?" The guy raised his hand, drawing attention to himself, and said that in this game their lives are at stake. They cannot give out all the information unilaterally. They are very grateful for saving them, but they are in the minority. Gratitude in the form of information is too high a price for them. The item he used to stitch up the wound was a B-grade item. He will repay it with an item of the same rank. He will even give him 3 items of the same rarity. That will suit him, right? Wen remained silent, thinking about this, then turned to his comrades and asked for their opinion. They agreed. Wen accepted his proposal and said that in fact, their own progress is almost zero. All they know is that they need to find theatrical props. Unexpectedly for them, Buddy spoke up. He said that what they found should be returned to the right owner, but he was wrong. His comrade slammed his palm on the table in rage and exclaimed, "Does he even know what group he is from?" He answered him with a smirk that he knows what he has in mind. His B-grade items are just trash, but Wen saved his life. They are slowly crawling through the story, so he will give them hints. If it helps them, then he will return the debt for saving them. After all, their group is more difficult than theirs. Wen asked how many props they found and how many they need in total, and he told him that they found 5, they need 12 in total. Wen was glad that they had already found 7, which meant that everything was ready. And then the man exclaimed in surprise, "Was that what he called progress equal to 0? Yuming told him not to worry so much. They understood the significance of the props only after their words. But they are really brave, since they went for it with only 5 things. If there are 4 owners of the house, then the necessary thing may not be among the 5 things." The girl cried and said that they had to. If they do not pay, there will be no mercy. Meanwhile, Sho approached Wenbi and asked in a whisper, "So he understands that they are only missing the ring from Chris's belly? If they get it, will they pass the level?" He told him that he was being too optimistic. They were far from finished. They didn't even know who to give what to. After that, he looked at the clock on the wall. It was 6 p.m. He stood up from his seat and said that it wouldn't be easy, but they should try, and Yuming asked in horror, what was he up to again? He told him with a smile that it was time to get the ring out of Chris's belly. In the meantime, she was sharpening a knife and felt something ominous behind her back and became nervous. Wen quietly approached her and she froze in place, but then she finally plucked up the courage to turn around, and at that moment, he threw one of the props high up in the air, and her gaze was directed at it. She stretched out her hands to catch it, and Wen took advantage of this to easily kill her. Her body fell and blood spread across the floor. He looked at her and thought, "Is that all?" He thought she would be good at close combat. After that, he took a knife, checked her stomach, but it was empty. From such a bloody sight, Sho vomited and asked why it was empty. Shuang said that this was a minor mistake. She ate the key item and digested it. The guy swore indignantly, because now he did not see a way to complete the level, and grabbed Wen by the clothes, asking why he was pulling them down and pissing off the NPC. But he quietly called out to Sho, and he immediately calmed down and let him go. After which the host appeared and said that since Wen harmed the NPC, who cannot be attacked, they received a penalty of 200 points. If their point score drops to 0, they will be removed from the game. Wen thoughtfully asked, did he no longer need to go to the control center? The host remained silent, drilling him with a displeased look, and Wen with an awkward smile apologized to everyone, justifying himself by saying that he did not expect this. But they will not die. He has an idea. Yuming tiredly rubbed his face with his palm and said that fate can't be changed, so let him do what he wants, and Shuang said that she didn't mind either. Wen then turned to the other players, and they said that they had no choice anyway. Since everyone agreed, he got down to business and pulled the curtain down from the curtain rod, and then placed all the collected items on it. He tied them up in a bag and headed for the exit, telling the player from the other team to follow him, which surprised him a little. As soon as they left the room, they immediately ran into an angry Chris, who said that he didn't need these things anymore. So where was he going? The man was surprised that she appeared again, and Wen immediately finished her off, for which he received another penalty. The host, with an angry look, warned him about the consequences of not getting points, and then Chris rushed past him with a sword in her hand, menacingly exclaiming, "Where is he going?" Suddenly, something hit her head and she fell to the floor, rolling right at Wen's feet, and Yuming, who shot her, told them to hurry. Time is running out. The host again angrily announced the penalty, and Sho said that more points means more danger. But if you don't complete the game, you die. Completing the game increases your score, inevitably raising the difficulty level, and now they can just reset it? He realized what a good idea this was, and when he saw Chris, he decided to join the fight. Each time she died, she came back and attacked them, but each time she tried, she failed. At one point, Shuang noticed that her strength was increasing, and when asked if she could handle it, if not, he would tell her what to do. Shuang decided to continue, and he gave her a knife, asking if she could fight with her left hand. Twirling the knives in both hands, she told him that she was worse with her left hand than her right, and Wen headed for the exit, asking her not to let her catch up with him, after which he grabbed the player and ran out of the street with him. While he was dragging him along the ground, he asked him to tell him about the plan, to which he replied that he would help them get their things back. He asked, what if they passed the level? Wen told him with a serious face that they would go to a repeat competition, and the man thought, how do they even communicate and make decisions in their team? Wen finally let him go and asked where the props they paid for were, and he told him he made a mistake and left them in the NPC's house out of fear, and then pointed his finger in the direction. Wen immediately headed there, and the man hurried after him and asked him to wait. He couldn't just shove things at him indiscriminately, or the whole team would be in trouble. If he made a mistake, the wrong thing would come out of his belly. Wen kicked the door down, which surprised the player greatly, and then told the owner of the house to take his thing. The man switched to Spanish and shouted that they had come to pay for the rent, and soon the door opened, and a tall blonde man appeared behind it. He said something and pointed his finger at the player, after which Wen laid out the things in front of him and told him to choose to his taste and not to be shy. The player became very nervous and whispered that this wasn't right, but a second later he realized it was a good idea. There was probably something here that he needed. They weren't wrong, they would just let him take what he needed himself. He looked at Wen and said with a smirk that he wouldn't have thought of that. He was really smart. Meanwhile, the man looked at the things, then quickly collected them and took them to his house, which greatly angered the players, because they definitely didn't expect that. Showing them the middle finger, he loudly closed the door, after which the man began to swear, and all the spectators laughed. While the player was panicking, MC thoughtfully said that everything was fine. He had another plan. He grabbed him and dragged him to the other houses, and in the meantime, Shuang received a powerful blow and was thrown to the side. She hit her back against the wall and gritted her teeth in pain, and then quickly slid down. Seeing that she was no longer moving, Chris rushed to run, while her copies fought with the others. Yuming shot his opponent, then grabbed her by the neck, and seeing how Chris was running away, told the others to quickly catch her. But everyone was busy. Each of them had their own opponent, and they couldn't get distracted from the fight. Shuang gathered all her strength, got to her feet, and then looked at Chris with determination and rushed after her. When she approached, she jumped high and then landed right on her and grabbed her with both legs, then killed her. But for killing her, Shuang received a penalty of 200 points. She decided to take a short rest, and Yuming ran up to her, worriedly asking if she was okay. She told him that they were getting stronger each time. He asked how many points she had, and she replied that it was enough. There were 10 seconds until the next Chris, so let him get ready. She rolled up her sleeve, and Yuming, seeing the bleeding wound, looked at her worriedly, after which Chris attacked them, and the girl, quickly turning to her, advised him to concentrate better on the game. Meanwhile, MC came to another house. The player knocked on the door, and a man looked out of the house, and Wen told him that they wanted to pay for the apartment, but they were robbed. The man looked at him in bewilderment, and he said that they tried to explain to the guy from house 112 that some of the items were his, but he said that he was just an old idiot. These words greatly angered the man, and he thought, who the hell is he? He came closer and threateningly said that if he was lying, then he would tear him to pieces, and he answered him with tears in his eyes that when he saw everything himself, he would understand that he was not lying. After that, the man with a gloomy expression went to the house of the blonde man, and MC followed him, telling the player not to fall behind. He became interested in what he was trying to achieve, but he left this question unanswered. A few minutes later, the man began to pound on the door to the blonde man, and he opened it irritably. His eyes widened when he saw a pile of things behind him, and rage immediately woke up in him. He grabbed the man by the clothes, and they started arguing and grabbing each other. Then Wen went to the third house, called another prop owner, telling her the same story. Seeing her things on the fabric, she ran furiously to the fighting men and entered into a fight, exclaiming, how dare they divide her things. MC went to the next house and the player asked, did he lure them there on purpose? How did he know that they would fight? He answered him that he himself told him that they were ready to deprive them of limbs every day, so it is logical. They are all worried, literally obsessed with these things. What will happen if they are found, but someone takes what they need? When they came to the next house, they were met by an intelligent-looking man, but judging by his appearance, he did not believe them. Then Wen used his main trick. He started crying and said that he was not lying. The man closed the door, shouting that he was just a scammer. They decided to wait a few seconds, but he still did not appear, and then the player asked what they were going to do. He opened the system window, took out a rope, then entered the house and tied up this intellectual, and the player exclaimed in shock, so there was no decryption. Seriously? They dragged him to the right house under harsh Icelandic swearing. MC pushed him into the house, and the NPCs who were sorting out things turned their attention to him, and he faced their angry looks. After that, the fight continued, and Wen said that this game is still pretty easy. The player asked, has he ever thought about what would happen if they suddenly realized the situation and attacked him all at once? But he was only happy with this outcome, and in the meantime, the owners of the houses began to argue, and the audience was surprised by Wen's ingenuity. Finally, everyone calmed down, they divided the things peacefully, and the player said that he understood everything. So the first homeowner was greedy and, unable to resist, took all the items, but the rest were desperate enough. And he made the first one out to be a thief for the others, and made them figure everything out, ignoring them. Did he get it right? The MC said with a smile that it doesn't matter why they need the items, but they will want their share. At that very moment, all eyes turned to them, which made the player nervous. And then the NPCs thanked him, and the blonde said that since they figured out the props, now they can hold a festival. The host appeared. He congratulated the group of black spirits on completing the level and began counting. But when he saw Wen, he suddenly exclaimed, how could they do this? The MC advised him not to waste time, and he said that the calculation of each player's contribution and the accrual of points begins. The black spirits successfully clear the game and win, and the white spirits must go to a recompetition. Player Wen has shown himself to be a good player. His contribution to the game is 72%, but since he is from a different group, a new calculation will have to be made. While he was thinking about what the black group will get, MC headed towards the house and told the player to keep up. He thought that the exploration groups had already exchanged information on the re-competitions. In fact, there is nothing special about them here. The only reason the players fight is because they have to play 2 levels in a row, as well as the fear of getting a dangerous level. He opened the door to the house and saw a pile of corpses on the floor, and a tired Yuming said that it was good that he came back, otherwise they would all have been killed. He helped him up, and Shou praised him with a smile, and he glanced at Shuang to assess her condition. The host informed them that the calculation was finished. The black spirit group would leave the game in 3 minutes, and the white spirit group had to go to a re-competition. Wen raised his hand and reminded him that he had reached 72% of the contribution. Where is his special reward? Their group did not pass the level, so he did not ask for a normal reward, but there must be a special one. If he does not give him a special reward, it means that the special reward mechanism in the game is disabled, and if so, then the statement of the rules of the game is just dust. And if it is just dust, then he will have to call high-ranking players from the next game and start destroying the game stages. He gives him 1 minute for everything. The host was indignant and exclaimed that he is the only one who gives time to others. What does he even think he is doing? The MC waved his index finger, reminding him there are 30 seconds left, and the host was forced to announce that he gets 1 try at the lottery. Let him spend it within 1 minute, otherwise it will be considered a refusal to participate. A slot machine appeared in front of him. He took out a small ball from there, opened it, and he got a truant card with which he can leave the game of Eden forever. Does he want to use it? He looked thoughtfully at the system window, then refused to use it, and the host said that the calculation was complete. The white spirits must recompete. Yuming asked, isn't he afraid that they will crush him for such open statements against the game? He was sure that they will not do this. After all, Eden also considers itself a god, and God is not interested in the affairs of ants. He only watches them die, playing by his rules. He hid the received reward in the inventory, and said that if the game violates its principles because of one uncontrollable player, then it will be a shame for God. In addition, he only used a loophole in the rules, without breaking them. Why touch such an honest guy like him? Shou approached him and asked what kind of reward he got, but he decided to dodge the question and suggested that the others go eat before the next game started. He thought that the truant was useless to him. He was not going to leave until he found the person he needed. The others did not need to know about this, so he would just hide it. Soon the food was prepared, and the host appeared to announce that the start of the second test would be in 3 minutes, but he was very surprised when he saw that some were eating. He got angry and thought, does this mean that he can no longer control them? He decided not to wait for the timer to end and teleported them. After which they found themselves in another room, but still with cutlery in their hands. The other participants in the test paid attention to them, and when, having finished his spaghetti, noted that it was no longer necessary to wait for the timer to end. A man named Hu Kang asked if their group was really that insolent. Yuming greeted the players here and exchanged a few words, and Hu Kang brought them up to speed. They had just checked the building. It was 2 stories high, with no NPCs or doors. It seemed like they would have to find the exit themselves. There were wooden boxes in each room, which was odd. The MC checked that they were empty, and finally the host appeared, greeting all the participants and saying that the game would last 48 hours. And now it was time for the introduction. They were board game lovers. Having learned that a special game called Girl in a Box was hidden in this house, they decided to try it out. The host greeted them kindly, freeing them from the need for clothes and food for the duration of the game. One of the players asked in surprise, "Does such a game really exist?" Hu Kang said that he had a bad feeling about this. He wanted to say something else, but the whole room heard the girl's cry, and she said that it was so cold and dark here, and her body was bending strangely, everything was cracking and creaking. She called her dad and said that she was in a lot of pain, she would behave well. If he brought a lot of friends to play with her, she would no longer be lonely. The host said that if they lost or did not make it in time, the passage would be failed. He announced the start of the game and wished them good luck. After which Shuang decided to figure out what kind of game it was. They need to get out, and to do this, they need to open boxes. In them, they will find clues and items that will help them. Only not everything is so smooth. In the box, you can also meet a girl who devours the victim without getting out of it. With each opened box, she changes her location. Suddenly, a player screamed. He opened the box and looked at his hand. It had become wooden. Hu Kang worriedly turned to him and asked, "Has he already found the girl?" She, peeking out from under the lid of the box, laughed and said that she now had a new friend. The man hid behind Yuming in fear and exclaimed that this was not just a board game, it was all deadly. He told him to calm down and suggested that they first find out if this girl could be tracked, and then the host appeared, displeasedly asking one of the players to follow the rules of the game and let go of the game component. Otherwise, serious measures would be taken. They looked at who he was pointing at and saw Wen holding a box in his hands. He did not understand what was wrong with that, and the host explained to him that holding onto game components was a violation of the rules. He again asked him to follow the game rules, but the MC did not let him finish and poked him in the face, asking if he had problems with logic. According to the rules, he has the right to put inanimate things in his inventory, so his actions do not contradict them. As a result, his claims about breaking the rules are completely absurd, unless it's a bug they haven't bothered to fix. But it's a game problem, so the player isn't responsible for it. Hu Kang wondered where this super brain came from, and Yuming told him to get used to it. But Wen's words didn't convince the host, and he asked him to immediately release the game component and follow the rules of the game. He asked in response, he found a bug, and he's trying to pressure him? What about the vaunted balance and logical correctness of Eden? Why is he threatening and intimidating him? Has honesty really been removed from the game already? He was met with a menacing look from the host. And Hu Kang nervously exclaimed, "He dared to talk to the game like that?" The audience also became nervous, after which the host announced that an adjustment would be made. The game menu was sent for maintenance, which would be aimed at improving the functionality of the inventory. As compensation for the maintenance, a player rating and an in-game communication system would be added to the menu. The update will be installed automatically 15 minutes after the maintenance. After the update is completed, the rematch level will begin. After that, MC carefully put the box on the floor and Hu Kang, with a sigh of relief, said that the youth now have hot minds. They go ahead with their rules. Unexpectedly for everyone, Wen broke one of the boxes, which made Hu Kang very scared, and the host cursed. He continued to break all the boxes in his path, and Hu Kang grabbed his head, exclaiming, "Is he crazy?" Yuming put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was hard for him to say why, but he thinks he just wants to harm Eden. The man asked, "And he will just watch this? What about the punishment?" Shuang joined in breaking the boxes and said that now is the time for it. After all, the game has not started yet, due to maintenance. Approaching another box, MC looked at the host and asked, "This time, he will do without the control center?" As he understands it, the rematch is not as important as a regular game, that's why there is no control center. He broke the box and offered the host to play a game. He will break all the boxes here in 2 hours, and in the meantime, he will try to install the update as soon as possible. Having stretched his back, he offered everyone to break everything here, and they followed him in anticipation under the puzzled gaze of Hu Kang. They began to smash everything around, and the host excitedly called out to Wen, asking him to stop the destruction and offer a deal. Breaking another box, he asked, "Is there a hierarchy in the management of the game?" When it was time for the last box, the voice of a girl was heard from it, who said that she gives up. Since the boss gave up, Yuming decided that they completed the game, but MC ordered the girl not to give up, and his friend thought in bewilderment, "Who is the boss here?" He wanted to open the box, but the host put his foot on it, preventing him from doing so, and urged him to stop destroying it and offer a deal. He asked, "Otherwise it will be worse, right?" He has 3 conditions. First, the boss has given up, so let him return the man. Second, let him give him 12 transferable items that allow him to leave the game at any time. Hearing this, Yuming thought about it. Despite the fact that there are a lot of people in the Echo, they only have 12 players. And the third condition is that all players of this level except him leave Eden forever. The host silently snapped his fingers, and then Hu Kang's friend came back to life, which he could not be happier about. Wen, meanwhile, was stacking the broken boxes into a tower, and one of the viewers asked if he was being too reckless. What if in the future, the game will deliberately throw up difficult scenarios? Someone told him that the game is multiplayer. Even if they want to spite the MC, they are obliged to consider other players and the balance in their favor. And if it goes too far, then the players can really team up and start destroying the stages. High-ranked players usually spend their energy on passing games, but if they start acting, they will turn into a professional demolition team. The audience began to anticipate such a turn of events, and the host told Wen that except for the first one, he had to reject his conditions, let him offer something equivalent. He thought that the destroyed stage takes time and effort to restore it. It is not equivalent and is not worth giving up the player. He proposed another. All players of this level will be recognized as passed, and the reward is calculated according to the standard. But as compensation, each of them will additionally receive 3 S-class items. The host clenched his teeth in anger and said that his request is in the process of being transmitted, after which the MC warmed up and yawned. He noticed the worried looks of the players and asked what was wrong with their faces. They passed the test. After that, the host said that the request was accepted. The calculations and compensation will be assigned after the update. MC noticed that his tone of voice changed and wondered if it was because the answer was from someone else. He was curious about something. Why did they have such trivial punishments in the control center? The host remained silent, and Hu Kang exclaimed, "Isn't there a saying that the control center is worse than hell?" Wen said that he thinks that the control center lacks authority. The punishments do not correspond to the significance of the deed. If it is about efficiency, it would be easier to just remove the player, but instead, he is sent to the control center. Is this how they select high-quality players? If so, then they need a certain number of capable players. But for what? They want to recruit them after they die in the game? Or is Eden a reality show for aliens? The host remained silent, and he thought it was a sign of agreement, after which he said with a smile that he had run out of questions, so he could start calculating. Actually, he could just ignore his questions to confuse and deceive, rather than stupidly remain silent and indirectly confirm his conclusions. He looked at him with annoyance, and Hu Kang asked, "So they can ask questions about the game?" The MC confirmed this, and noted that this game is not entirely indisputable, after which the host congratulated all the players on passing the rematch. Since Wen contributed 100% to the completion and took the leading place, he gets the highest number of points for this, 3,800. He also demonstrated a masterful game, thereby attracting about 40,000 subscribers, which is equivalent to 400 points. He also got the achievement Crowd Leadership Master, which allows him to attract attention in subsequent games. Due to the lack of a global plot, hints, etc., in this game, there are no additional rewards. But Wen's contribution reached the 60% threshold, and therefore he gets 1 try in the lottery. He took a ball out of a toy machine, which contained an S-class item called Girl in a Box. This item allows you to start the Girl in a Box game, attracting up to 13 people to it. In total, he scored 4,200 points for completing the game. The calculation is complete. While he was examining his new item, a girl climbed out of it and immediately hugged Wen. She began to laugh and call him by name, and then he grabbed her by the hair and pulled her away from him. And the host said that the passage was rated as S-class, for which each player receives an additional 200 points. Since they completed the level without injuries, this caused a special bonus reward for each player of 100 points. Also, everyone was given compensation in the form of 3 S-class items. Everyone checked their inventory. Wen only received the truant cards and thought with a smile that he was so touchy. The host told them to prepare to leave the game in 1 minute, and MC noticed a message icon on his system window. Shuang waved at him and said that she sent it to him. He will add her to his friends list, right? He agreed and opened the list of all players and saw that Lu Mengmeng's name was displayed in gray. He realized that this meant that the player was dead. The countdown to exit the game began, and Hu Kang patted Wen on the shoulder, praising him, and decided to introduce himself to him. He is from the Empty Days Development Group. If he is interested in cooperation, then let him contact him. After that, all the players disappeared into thin air, and MC found himself on the streets of the city. The bright light of the sun blinded him for a moment, and he noticed that the weather here was quite nice. After that, he looked at the business card that Hu Kang had given him a second before he disappeared, and then got into a taxi and went somewhere. Meanwhile, coughing and sneezing were heard in one of the rooms of the control center. After being in the snowy field, the workers got sick, and one of them, between sneezes, asked what the anti-crisis department said about Wen. 24 hours have passed, and they are still silent? His colleague handed him a napkin and told him that the application was rejected. They said that players with less than 150,000 points do not pose a threat, and they should not pay attention to them. The guy squeezed the napkin with displeasure, noting that they were playing with fire, and then sneezed loudly. Meanwhile, MC was already at home and examining the cufflink that he stole. He still could not believe that he had succeeded, and the symbol seemed somehow familiar to him. He thought about it and rubbed his neck in confusion. It turns out there was the same symbol on it, inside of which was the number 2. A few hours later, he found information about it on the internet. It was the logo of the exploration group Never Ending. Only this group disappeared in the 5th year. His phone made a sound. Chen Dongshu had been trying to call him all this time, and judging by the number of missed calls, he was very worried. When Wen answered him, a loud scream immediately came from the phone, and he, covering his ears, said that he was listening. Dongshu exclaimed in a rage that he had not been able to reach him all day. He already thought that he had disappeared. He told him that this was ridiculous. If he had disappeared, it would only be in the game. He stretched and told him that he was in the north of the city, and Dongshu said that he would be there soon. He doesn't come home after the game, and still doesn't answer? It's good that Yuming has a brain. He called him right after he got off. Let him learn for him. MC said that talking on the phone in the car is a fine, and he cursed loudly. Then calmly asked if he had eaten yet? He told him that he had been without a crumb in his mouth for almost 15 hours. He wanted fried cabbage, sweet and sour pork, and tomato egg soup. Dongshu agreed to buy all of this and promised that he would have it in 50 minutes. The leader of the Echo exploration team, Chen Dongshu, frowned and asked, "Can he tell us what happened?" He was sick of it. The MC reached for his chopsticks and said, "By the way, sister recently said that she had gallstones. They can become comrades in arms." Dongshu said with displeasure. He almost wanted to bang his head against the wall. He took out a cigarette and said, "It's better to tell how he ended up in the control center." Wen turned around and said that the NPC decided to harm him, and loud muttering, complaints, whispers, and angry complaints began. After that, Dongshu asked, "Is that all?" The MC replied, "Yes." Dongshu jumped up and shouted, "Xu Wen, does he value his life?" Wen quickly grabbed a piece of food and thought, "It's good that it didn't fall on the floor." He asked, "What did he do?" Dongshu shouted irritably, "It's the game broadcaster. They represent the will of the game, and he is testing authority. Where does this lead?" He put his hand on MC's head and said, "Even if his actions are within the rules, he can't be sure that in the next game, they will not set him up. Does he have more than one life to waste it like that?" Wen picked up a kebab in his hand and said that he was 80% sure that they do not represent the game. It is just part of the game. A tool for collecting statistics. Dongshu sat down on the sofa and asked, "He is sure? Why? Just relying on probability theory, risking luck, and burning bridges behind you? This kind of thinking leads to problems." MC replied that the previous translators were not very adamant. Actually, if it was harsher this time, he would not have pulled such a thing. He did not do anything until he started breaking boxes. He limited himself to a verbal warning. Only then is there maintenance. Is this usually the case when they exploit a bug in regular online games? How does the game company react? Dongshu waved his hand and said, "They send notifications, and if he doesn't listen, they block the account. But such an action still needs some thought." And that? He asked to wait and asked. He wants to say, game broadcasters only notify about trivial events in the scenario, calculate rewards, and that's it? They can't do anything else themselves? Wen turned away and said, the previous guy dropped that his question was in the process of being transmitted. If he doesn't solve anything, then his status is low. But if they transmitted the situation, why wasn't a more effective solution made? For example, they could have replaced the stage. Maybe he just got to the core of the stage in the rematch? Dongshu grabbed his head and said, maybe yes, maybe no. But one wrong step, and even he won't be able to pull it out. The MC asked not to worry, he has an item. He grabbed his head and said, he remembered, he didn't take his butterfly knife back from Li Shuang. Wen reached into the back pocket of his jeans and said, sure. He should take a look at this. Coincidence or not, but this is the symbol of the endless. He took out the cufflinks and put them in his palm. Dongshu asked again, endless? These are the first after the public beta test. They were the strongest. MC asked, and why did the strongest group give up by the 5th year? He heard that on the forums they are called the graveyard. Dongshu answered, because in the 5th year they split into 3 groups, and after entering the game, only 1 person from each returned. But these 3 also disappeared after the next visit to the game. Where did he get this? Wen smiled and said that he stole it from a worker in the control center. Dongshu heard this, and then turned around in fear and thought, calm down. This devil has been like this since childhood. After so many years with him, he can't go crazy. MC smiled and asked, Dongshu, what is it? Dongshu turned around and replied, it is unclear if this symbol is itself or just one part of something else. He will try to get information in the game but does not guarantee anything. Wen showed 2 fingers and said, at least something. After all, there are only 2 types of things taken out of the game. The player's own things and special items from the game. The second is not bad, Dongshu said, but if it's the former, then one might wonder where the game staff got it from, and where they even came from in the game. Wen stretched and said, well, they will figure it out, but for now, he needs to take him home. Otherwise Jiangling will probably get worried. Dongshu turned around and asked, really? After all, he understands something. MC entered the apartment and said that he was back. Ling showed him the phone screen and asked, is he back already? 50 million from Gu Suining is already in the account. She can't even count them. This is the first time she's seen such money. Wen smiled and said, that's right. Where's their golden antelope? Is it still in the game? Ling turned around and said, little Gu came back this afternoon. He said he didn't know if it was fate or just luck. His game limit was only 3 days and he barely managed. He's sleeping off it now. At this moment, Suining came out of the room and asked, Sister Jiangling, did she call him? He widened his eyes in surprise and happily rushed towards MC, shouting, brother, is he back already? Wen swung and almost hit him. His fist flew past his head. Suining dodged and grabbed his back and said, brother Wen, this is mean. MC put his finger to his temple and said that his reaction speed is not bad, but that's all. You always need to monitor your surroundings so that when you escape threat A, you don't end up in threat B. Suining clenched his fist and said that he would be more careful. By the way, he has 200 points left to reach 5,000. He mentally asked MC to surprise him. Wen poured himself a glass of water and said that he had 400 points left to reach 10,000. The next game is in 7 days. He needs to train hard during this time. Suining shouted happily, good. And also, he wants to discuss something, that ring from their last game. MC looked at him questioningly, and Suining asked, can he give it to him? It turned out that one of his childhood friends became a gamer. They recently contacted and decided to team up. Wen asked displeasedly, the number of points, a guy or a girl, can they trust? Suining said embarrassedly, a girl, 1,000 points less than him. She was a particularly kind girl, right? MC put the glass on the table and said, but he had only recently resumed communication with her. Anyway, it was useless to beg him. The items belonged to Ling. Suining asked a question. Why didn't he say so earlier? He turned around and rushed towards the kitchen where Ling was standing now. He shouted, sister, let me help with the dishes. At that moment, the phone vibrated in MC's pocket. He took it out and saw a message that there was a meeting of the main groups tomorrow. He would come pick it up. Wen said, it seems that the update caused a strong reaction and everyone is already rushing to discuss new strategies. After a while, someone asked how the last game went. The man waved his hand and replied that they would not talk about it. He lost 3. The game is getting more and more difficult. The guy said, so the changes in the game were caused by the fact that his junior Ju made a deal with this? He heard correctly, right? Dongshu said, something like that. The guy asked displeasedly, what do you mean something like that? The leader of the Dongdavan development group, Lin Guodong, approached him and put his hand on his shoulder said, the main thing is that they now have an in-game communication method. The players only benefited from this, and the open possibility of making deals with the game, that's even better. This will allow the players to benefit more. Dongshu clicked his tongue in displeasure, and Guodong said he thought his younger Zhu had a more flexible mind than them, and also experience communicating with players. If he gets a chance, let him make more demands. Dongshu shouted irritably, he hears you, old man. Let him do it himself with his brilliant ideas. Guodong waved his hand and said, they are already hardened players, their brains are shrinking, their way of thinking cannot be changed. The younger one is not like that, he is young. Dongshu frowned and asked, if he is young, can he take risks? What if the game breaks down and starts killing people? Guodong smiled and said, prosperity and risk always go hand in hand. And if the younger Zhu has the ability to benefit the players, it is a good thing. Dongshu, he is too conservative. Suddenly, MC swung his leg and broke the standing tea table. He asked to forgive him, his leg twitched slightly. He said, so this old man, what did he say there? He didn't hear. Guodong answered fearfully, Nothing like that. He said that they, the younger generation, are their future and should play more carefully. After a while, MC and Dongshu were driving along a city street, and Dongshu was screaming, "Horror! An old idiot, he likes to recruit newbies to lower the difficulty. He himself is lying down, doing nothing, while everyone else is passing for him. And as soon as things get hot, he uses them as cannon fodder. Their terrible group Dawn works like that, a bunch of idiots. The rating will still slowly grow. Sooner or later he will have to sit down." Dongshu cut off a car on the road, and Wen screamed in fear, "Please let him watch the road." Dongshu asked, "He almost scored 10,000 points, right?" Every 10,000 points is a milestone, after which his physical indicators, in particular, such as memory, speed of thinking, vision, stress resistance, and the like, grow. He is interested to see what will happen to him if he can already crush a pair table with a light movement. MC replied that, to be honest, he was curious himself. By the way, he was planning to create his own team. Dongshu stepped on the gas and shouted, "What, he wants to separate?" Wen replied, "Just a separate team called Echo." Dongshu said, "Okay, he can introduce him to reliable players." MC replied that he would select people himself. He doesn't need a simple rating increase. He needs a quick passage. Dongshu asked displeasedly, "What's going on in the heads of today's kids?" MC asked him to be more careful while driving. After a while, Suining scrolled through the messages of players who were discussing the fact that Ju Wen had a fight with Lin Guodong, even kicked and broke his tea table. Suining looked into the room and said with tears in his eyes, "Brother, he will ask his father to hire him the best lawyer. He will not go to jail." Ling said that she gave the youngest a team item, okay? If suddenly they end up in the same game. MC peeled potatoes and said that this will not happen. He can determine the number of points of the players. Gu and his comrades will not get more than 5,000. Even if he comes across players with fewer points, their average value will be no less than 9,000. Ling looked at the potatoes with displeasure and thought, yes, he crippled this. She snatched the potatoes from Wen's hands and said, "Anyway, he should be more careful. Keep a close eye on the players and the members of Dawn if they come across them." Wen folded his palms together and said, "The god of the hearth is his witness. He is ready to eat a balanced diet for a week if he crosses paths with them in the Wan zone." Ling said he could just agree. After a while, MC was transferred to the street and thoughtfully said, "Someone is approaching." Hukong came up to him and putting his hand on his shoulder said, "Hi boy, what fate?" They crossed paths again. "By the way, why didn't he call?" MC asked Hukong, "Right? He forgot about it." Hukong said sadly, annoyed. Shuang twirled the knife in her hands and said that in theory, they should not have met. Maybe the reason is the paired butterfly knives? Wen stretched out his hand and asked to give it back to him. Shuang lowered her gaze slightly embarrassedly and folded the knife, handing it over. MC looked the other way and asked, "Childhood friend? Can she be trusted?" Suining asked fearfully, What? Why? Who is he? Where is he? What's going on?" MC walked around him and approached the girl and asked, "Here?" She looked at him questioningly and he asked, "Can he check her points?" After a while, the players moved to the cemetery, and MC grabbed his face and clicked his tongue loudly. He opened the system window and thought, so if he does not want to show it voluntarily, the other will not be able to find out the number of his points, only rummage through the rankings. Okay, I don't care. Anyway, if Suining could get here, his girlfriend must have at least 14,000 points. Suining folded his hands behind his head and said dissatisfiedly, "He doesn't understand anything. Shumang said she has 4,300 points. He has 4,800 points. How did they end up next to Brother Wen, who has almost 10,000 points?" He grabbed MC's leg and shouted, "Brother Wen, please let him save and protect him." MC looked at him carefully and asked, "Didn't he teach him to always be on guard? Did he warn him that there are a lot of scoundrels in the game?" Suining replied, Yes. Wen put his hand on his head and said, "The answer is even. He seems to know, but doesn't understand anything." Shumang walked up to them and waved her hand and said, "Good evening, brothers and sisters." She thought dissatisfiedly, "They are all familiar." Suining introduced himself and also introduced Ju Wen, his adopted brother. Kong put his hand on Duye's shoulder and said, "This is a bean sprout, his comrade." His comrade's name is made up of characters that sound very similar. Duye said, "Du is like a city and Ya is like a shore." MC looked at him and said, "He is Ju Wen." Duye said, "Yes, he knows." Kang had been waiting for him to call for days, like a man in love with a girl. Wen was puzzled as he imagined Kang kissing him on the cheek and shouting, "His brother." He thought, he didn't run into a pervert, did he? At that moment, Host appeared and said, "Welcome to Eden, players. There is no introduction in this game. They will have to figure it out for themselves." The average player score, 10,682 points. The duration of the game, 240 hours. The number of participants, 6. The countdown starts now. Enjoy the game. Duya asked, "No introduction?" "The bowl area." Suining asked, "In the bowl area, players need to collect a complete picture of the scenario themselves and using this, find the bowl that will indicate the exit." "The bowl is the key to the door. Did he say everything right, brother? MC hit him on the head and said, "Stupidity is contagious." Kang took out his phone and turned on the flashlight, offering to look around for clues. It was quite spacious here. Suining grabbed MC's hand and asked his brother not to worry. He was a fool himself, he would not be a burden. Wen said he would explain this to the leader later. Suddenly, Shuang pointed her finger forward and said, "There was a car ahead." MC thought, "Such a keen eye?" She saw everything from more than 100 meters. He pulled the handle of the car door and said, "It is not locked. No one inside, clean on both sides. So the car will not be here for long." Shuang put her hand on the hood of the car and said, "That's right, the engine is still warm." Wen waved his hand and said, "They will look for the keys. Probably either their car is in the story or belongs to some NPC." Suddenly an old man appeared and screamed, "They terrible children." The old man pointed his finger at a tree and said, "They drive here at night, run around here, howling like ghosts. Are they tired of playing? Then let them get out of here." MC asked, "Where is he talking about this?" He thought, they didn't make noise from the very beginning. Running and howling must be part of the plot and the characters they are playing. Kang scratched his head and asked, "Were they running around the cemetery and screaming? Does this mean that a ghost is involved?" He told Grandpa that they will leave soon. "But this place is really creepy." The old man screamed in irritation. Did the brat find his voice? He has been guarding the cemetery for 172 years. There have never been ghosts here. Suining and Meng screamed in fear. 172 years? MC waved his hand and asked a question. "Don't old people try to avoid such places? Isn't it scary to work here for 172 years? The old man asked again. "Is he afraid?" "No. Life has tormented him in so many ways." MC grabbed a knife and offered to calm him down. The old man asked irritably, "What did he say?" Wen rushed towards him and then stopped and said, "He says, the old man saw them go somewhere recently." He held the knife to the old man's throat and he remained silent. Duya asked displeasedly, "What? Is he just extracting information from NPCs instead of independently researching?" Suining laughed and said that he felt like he was playing a game, simply skipping dialogues. The old man fearfully asked to stop. They themselves said that they came to perform a ritual. Kang replied that the ritual itself is not important. What is important here is its purpose. MC continued to extract information from the old man and asked who the ritual was intended for. "What is the point?" The old man screamed that he didn't know. Wen said, "Then don't care about him. He cut his neck." And Duya asked, "No way, does he really want to beat all the clues out of NPCs?" Shuang waved her hand and said that something was wrong with this level. They started right at the graveyard. This scene is here for a reason. Sooner or later, an important plot point will happen here. Given the game time of 240 hours, they have to live somewhere. And obviously they don't spend the night in the graveyards, but somewhere else. But there are no other buildings around, and there is something to explore. The old man doesn't know anything. Maybe a small portion of small leads, nothing more. So they should finish him off quickly. If they kill him, it's not scary, right? MC answered, "Right." The old man screamed in fear. He was not the one who broke the taboo. He heard him say that he lost something after the ritual. When asked a question, at which grave was the ritual? The old man said, "This place has long been of no use to anyone. They are the only ones who have come here recently to visit the new grave." Third row, 7th from the left. MC let go of the old man's neck and suggested going to check. Duya asked in confusion, "Did this horror work?" Kang put his hand on his shoulder and ordered him to get used to it. After a while, the players approached the grave and saw a plate with apples, a couple of candles, and keys. Wen picked up the keys, under which there was a photo, and asked, "Photo? Is this their loss?" Kang stretched his cheeks and grinned. He said that his old face among the youth really looks out of place. MC said that for now they will leave everything as is. The NPC mentioned that it is possible to break the taboo, so all they know is the place of the ritual. But not knowing the local traditions and customs, they can skip this step. They need to find the car keys. The old man said they are alone, so the van is theirs. The keys are probably somewhere in the cemetery. They'll drive the van here and then take the wallet. If anything happens, they can get out of here right away. Khan pointed his finger forward and asked, "Does he see the sprout?" The boy is not just reckless, he's smart too. He wants him in their group. Duya shook his head and replied that it seemed useless, so he should stop chatting and start looking for the keys. The players started looking for the keys, when suddenly Duya asked, "Are they?" MC looked at it and replied, "They are. The brand of the car is the same." Duya waved his hand and said that he would drive the van here then. Wen looked down at the keys that were lying on the grave and began to think whether he should take it or not. He said that he had an idea and asked everyone to move away. Kang asked, "How far?" MC ordered everyone to leave the cemetery. The players left, and Wen thought that Shumen had left too. It was not surprising, she had a good sense of danger. Now it was clear how she got here. He crouched down and reached for the keys, and then looked around and thought. It seemed like nothing happened. He looked at the keys and asked, "Numbers? Are these for the rooms?" It turns out that they really are playing students and the keys to the dorm rooms. Suddenly a hand burst out of the ground, and then a dead man appeared. Wen thought, no, it was a trap after all. The dead girl offered to join her and go together. MC clapped his hands, and the creature's head flew to the side. She said that they had done terrible things, and she wanted him to keep her company. MC folded his arms across his chest and asked, is she still trying to save face with her head on the ground? Has her brain completely dried up? After the head fell silent, several more dead people burst out from under the ground. Someone screamed, horror, what year are we in? What are they burying in graves here? More corpses are crawling out of them. Suining said, he hopes Wen's brother is okay. He looked to the side and saw Shuang, who was already running towards MC. Wen struck the monsters, and then activated the energy and said, everything is as before. It became more interesting. He began to strike the dead even faster, grabbing their heads and dodging attacks. Suddenly Shuang appeared in front of him and said, be careful. MC smiled and said, no, it was not worth it. Okay, he thanks her. Well, since she joined, they should act together. Shuang answered, yes. Suini watched what was happening and shouted, Brother Wen, he will help now. Kang stretched his arms and asked, the same as with the girl in the box? And he wants. Xu Meng asked fearfully, why are the players here scarier than evil spirits? The viewers wrote that if they were a game, they would go crazy. Hilarious. They are definitely inventory masters. Attention, attention. Bets are accepted. After a while, MC played football with the monster's head and said, everyone is here. She alone can't get into the inventory. Suining asked in surprise because it is still considered alive. Wen replied that the update after that game apparently included a ban on taking plot game components. The fact that other bodies can be taken, but this one cannot, confirms its role in the plot. Suining asked, is this a key character or just an additional one? Shuang said, now this level is like an open exam. Kang cried out happily, a sin to pass up the chance. He congratulates MC, he liked his idea with the inventory on the retest. Pity, the game immediately fixed it. But who would have thought that he would twist it to his advantage? He thinks it is better for the game not to touch old mistakes. MC at this moment tied a bow on the monster's head. Duya drove the car to the guys, and MC loaded the dead man's body inside, to which Duya looked puzzled. Wen said, they are going. He suggested going to the university first. Are there any maps or something like them in the car? Xu Meng reached into the glove compartment and said she would look for it now. She wondered what she would show them, what could be useful. She couldn't remain useless. She took out the map and said she understood. They were to the southeast of here. Duya asked where the knock on the wooden door was coming from. There was a loud scream, 404th. Why were they making so much noise? Why weren't they sleeping? Do they want trouble? MC said, maybe it was that. Duya interrupted him and said, no, this is not a game announcement. Everything around began to change, and he asked, really? The players moved to the dorm room. Kang looked around and screamed, what the hell? Was the cemetery really a hallucination? Suining clutched his heart and said, horror. Wen turned his attention to the floor where the spirit board was lying and said, really a nightmare. There was a loud scream from behind the door. They need to get ready for tomorrow morning. He will kill them all. Suining grabbed MC's hand and said, Wen, he is afraid of ghosts. Wen asked a question. Ghosts are not polite enough to knock? Maybe this is part of the plot. Shuang looked at the schedule hanging on the wall and said, great, tomorrow is the law lecture at 8:30. MC looked at her and thought, what a small print. Isn't the eyesight of albinos always bad? It was the same with the car. Why is her eyesight so different? He walked to the door and said that first, they will try out the find. He inserted the key into the lock and said, it looks like the rooms have already been assigned and the keys match. Wen opened the door and said, this is their dorm. On the door it was written, room 404th, where Zhu Wen and Li Shuang live. The next room, room 402, is where Xu Meng and Hu Kang live, and room 405th is where Gu Suining and Duya live. Suining asked in surprise, what? The rooms are not divided by gender and in pairs at that? And why are they with Duya? Xu Meng looked at him and thought, this is annoying. MC entered room 403 and rubbed his finger over the sign. He said, a thin layer of dust, the sign was taken down recently. Shuang followed him and said, she was just reminding him, it was almost dawn and they had to get up early. Duya entered the room and suggested that they go to their rooms. In the thickets, you must follow the rules of the game, otherwise you can easily activate the punishment system. It is better not to take unnecessary risks. Everyone went to bed around midnight. Meng lay down on the bed, and Kong lay down on the floor, leaning against the wall. Suining saw Duya's silhouette in the darkness, who turned out to be a girl. MC said at this moment that Shuang was clinging too close to him, and she said sorry. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the alarm went off. Kang yawned and said that he was sleepy. The players met in the corridor and he asked, dude, did he get up early too? MC smiled and replied, yeah, he doesn't know where the training building is. So he got up early. Suddenly the door swung open and Suining flew out of the room, who screamed loudly, Wen's brother! MC smiled and asked, Has he finally perked up after last night? Suining pointed his finger towards the door and screamed, she. Duya walked out of the room and rubbed her eyes, asking why he was yelling as if she was a ghost. Wen's eyes widened in surprise and asked, is she a woman? Duya waved her hand and said that at the first levels, there are always some womanizers who spend time with a woman. It irritates her. So she pulled on a corset and learned to squeeze out and rude her voice. MC said, it turns out the university specially distributes students into pairs, a guy and a girl. Someone was probably supposed to live in room 403 too. Perhaps their absence is connected with the plot. They will figure it out. After a while, the players entered the classroom, where there was a very unpleasant atmosphere. Kang looked around and asked, Nightmare, why are they looking at them like that? Did they do something wrong? MC sat down at the desk and said to wait. Maybe this is part of the plot. A guy came up to them and clenched his fist and asked them again. Another asked, are they tired of life, right? The third guy bared his teeth and blurted out, they just need to give a homework assignment. The guy asked, he didn't deal with them last night, so they sat in his place? At that moment, the teacher slammed his fist on the table and shouted, shut up, classes have started. The guy waved his hand and said to wait. They will settle the score soon. Shuang and Wen shook their fists and said that the plot was coming to them. Someone asked, who are these three school bullies? Kang asked, aren't they in college? Haven't they grown up yet? Suining approached Wen and asked if this was a plot hook. Should they act? MC pointed at the guy sitting in front of him and asked to borrow a pen. He would return it after class. The guy answered discontentedly that he didn't have one. Suining asked, why does he need a pen? Wen put the pen under his nose and pressed it with his lips and then spoke to check if the others really disliked them. Suining whispered, where did he get this pen from? Okay, so they screwed up the plot and became outcasts? MC replied that it was quite possible. He looked towards Shuang and asked, so, do they have a lot of classes today? And when do they end? She replied that it was 5 in the evening. Wen said that they couldn't sit here then. The game required independent investigation of the plot. It was better to split up and look for clues. They had too many classes and little time to rest. Suining grabbed his head and said, but in the Bulls area they had to stick to the plot. If the plot required them to be here and they skipped, that was a violation. Kang smiled and said that there was no need for such scrupulousness. It just required the player to act within the logic of the plot. What was important was the reason that allowed the new phenomenon to occur as a consequence of it. It turns out that in order to look for clues they had to skip school. For that, we had to ask for time off. A request to ask for time off was a reason. Consequence, it is possible to skip classes. Yes. And you can skip, but if suddenly the skipping touches on the plot, it will entail a warning or punishment. Skipping will turn into a reason, and the punishment for it is a consequence, which will probably activate the punishment mechanism of the game. Duya folded her arms across her chest and said, therefore, they need to make skipping classes a logical consequence of something, and not a reason. MC raised his hand and screamed. Then they act. Kang asked, puzzled. What? The teacher shouted irritably. They? In the back row? Do they have enough problems? Or maybe they want to answer on the topic? Well, let them answer. MC folded his hands behind his head and said that he did not know. The teacher blushed with anger and said, he knew that they did not know anything. Then maybe they should listen to the lecture? When asked a question, why was he continuing this topic, knowing that he could not answer? Did he want to ruin his own lesson? He could chat alone, and it would not affect anything. Now he had dragged him into an altercation, and it had spoiled the atmosphere of the entire classroom. Would students want to attend such classes with listening to altercations? The teacher pointed his hand towards the door and yelled at him to get out of the classroom, and may his eyes never set eyes on him here for the next month. MC stood up and replied, yes, sir. He rushed towards the door and thanked the teacher. He looked out and asked, is that correct? Disrupting classes is the cause, and kicking out of classes is the effect. Suining stood up and said that he understood. Then, the teacher yelled again. If they were like him, they would fail his exam. Suining obediently sat down at his desk and said, okay. Good luck in your search. He'll just wait for the 3 school bullies. After class, there was a loud scream. Suining was crying and asking, what's wrong? Kang yelled, he's actually here. What's the fun in beating up little kids? The bully held a knife in his hand and asked, well, are you scared? And when it kept him from sleeping yesterday, were you scared? And when it fell into their places, where is the money? Let him get it out. Kang was being held by 2 guys, and he was screaming, nightmare. They are in the faculty of law, and he is engaged in robbery and burglary. Does he want to say that after graduation he will serve the law? The bullies began to beat him and asked, what kind of nonsense is this? Suining was crying and screaming, money. He has no money. No need to touch him. He will go get the money and bring it. The bully brought his hand with a knife to his face and asked, is he pretending not to know why he is doing this? Suining answered fearfully that he really did not know. The bully grabbed his head and told him not to fool around. It was their parents who caused them this problem. If it weren't for this situation with Changfang, he would have killed them all already, but now Changfang is in the past, and their problems are just beginning. Suining began to vomit, which disgusted the guy. He covered his face with his hand and screamed. How disgusting. That's all for today. Tomorrow he will come back for the money. Kang rushed to Suining and screamed, Kid, how is he? These guys are too impudent, but there is no need to be afraid of them. Suining looked at him in surprise, and then said that he was fine. Kang asked in confusion, What? Didn't he vomit from nerves? Suining answered, No. Didn't he see that he was pretending, so he pretended to be grabbed by two boys to understand the time while he shed fake tears? Kang froze questioningly, and then asked, Was he really pretending? Then where did the tears come from? Suining replied that he remembered how his father punished him as a child. The wicker cane beat out a whole symphony of fate on his flesh. He wished he could be like Brother Chang, kick them in the jaw, and beat the clues out of them. But alas, he had a lot of training to do. The audience thought it was a good idea for the first infected Zhu Wen. Suining happily suggested going. They needed to tell Wen the information they had received, and figure out what kind of punishment the three idiots had received, and who Changfang was. That must be important. Kang looked after him carefully and thought, Is this Zhu Wen syndrome? After a while, Guangzhen came out of the archives and, whistling a tune, began to twirl the keys on his finger. The MC waited for him behind the wall, and when he heard him enter the toilet, he followed him. Guangzhen went into the stall, and Wen stopped next to him, thinking that a password would be needed to access the computer in the archives. And this guy with the key seemed to be from the student council. He would wait for him and ask for help. A lot of time passed, but the guy was not going to come out of the stall in the toilet. MC kicked the door in irritation and asked if it had been 10 minutes already. Did he have a zipper? Stuck? Guangzhen screamed in fear, and then came out of the toilet, and Wen said in surprise, Wow, it really stuck. Guangzhen screamed. Was he deliberately making fun of him? Did he want to take revenge for this fool? MC asked again, Which one? The guy answered irritably, What kind, of course, Chang. Suddenly he began to deflate, and Wen asked, as if lightning struck, Can these pants really deflate a person? MC took off his pants and asked, Is it possible that this is a special item? He took the keys out of his pocket and asked, Is he not getting into the inventory? After all, he is an important NPC. At that moment, he heard a voice that said, Just for a second, no one will recognize. Wen turned around questioningly and then came out of the toilet and said, A familiar voice. Shumeng reached out to the guy and asked, Big brother, could he let her into the archive? She needs to see something. She will treat him tonight, okay? The guy replied, Okay, right now. Just let her watch so that their teachers don't notice. At that moment, the MC interrupted their flirting, coughing loudly and scaring them. Shumeng looked at him in surprise and thought, Why is he here too? She ran behind the guy and asked him not to let him get close to her. He had bullied her before. She thought that she needed to get away from Zhu Wen as far as possible. She couldn't let him ruin her efforts. The guy covered her with himself and ordered him not to come closer. Otherwise, he would bring the matter to the student council. Wen replied that there was already one in the toilet from the student council, but he deflated. Will the guy visit his colleague? The guy shouted irritably, He's crazy. Wen thought about it, it turns out she also wanted to go to the archives. Well, great, less hassle. He entered the toilet and saw only the outline of Guangzhan. MC asked where he went. He ran into one of the toilet stalls and seeing a guy inside the toilet, he screamed, What's going on, man? Why does he dislike himself so much? At that moment, the system window showed a message. Brother Wen, they need to meet up quickly. He found a clue. They will cross paths at the academic building. After a while, Suining was telling his story smugly, and then, in the blink of an eye, it dawned on him, and he came up with a brilliant plan. So Brother Wen, he got the clue. Is that worthy of praise? Duya asked, How are they, guys? They are the same. Some 3 youngsters dragged them off to sort things out. Suining asked in surprise, Were they not touched? Shuang answered, No, she treated them to cologne. MC said that she was good, and Suining said discontentedly that he expected nothing less from her. Wen pulled out his pants and said that he went to the archive and met a strange guy there. Here are his pants. Suining asked slightly embarrassedly, Pants? MC ordered him not to think badly. So they have 2 confirmed theories. First, everyone dislikes their characters. Second, the bullies who picked on them do not get along with Changfang. He looked towards Suining and asked, Does he know where his bestie is chilling? Suining asked, Shumeng? He does not know. She's probably studying the plot alone. MC replied that he guessed. Suining folded his arms discontentedly and said, Well, let her look for clues herself. They will not bother her. Wen smiled and said, Omission, clues can be stolen. She should have finished by now. At this moment, Shumeng thanked her elder brother. She is very happy. The guy smiled and then laughed slightly and said that it was nothing. Everything was ready. She could have a look, but let her just look. Nothing should be touched, otherwise the teachers would catch her. Shumeng replied that she was not stupid. She understood everything. She would take a look with just one eye, and they would go. She grinned and thought, Those idiots don't even suspect that the hint was lying under her pillow yesterday. This diary also wrote about their characters, and about a girl, Sum Changfang, and about her neighbor, Jiang Guangjian. They seem to be their fellow countrymen NPCs. The diary is not complete, but there is some crazy stuff written about Changfang in the past month. That's why she moved out of the dorm with Jiang Guangjian. But it's okay. There will probably be more evidence in the student archives. She clicked on the search button, which didn't find anything. Xu Meng's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked, "Is it empty?" She can't find it. This is some kind of nonsense. Did she drop out of school, or was she expelled? Her case should be in the records. Maybe access to personal files is restricted? Then they'll try another way. She threw herself on the guy's neck and asked, "By the way, the senior, does he remember what kind of horror happened to Changfang and Jiang Guangjian?" The guy pushed her away and screamed, "What is she talking about? She's still asking about this? He's already helped her. Let her into the archive. No need to be impudent." Xu Meng said, puzzled, that she just... The guy pulled the computer cord out of the socket and asked, "Has she finished yet?" "No." "Then she'll have to ask the teacher tomorrow to give her access." She thought irritably, what kind of nonsense is this? As soon as she mentioned these two, he immediately went berserk and stopped communicating. Maybe she should sacrifice one of them. She took out the diary and thought that Zhu Wen was crazy. Like that, a time bomb, they needed to be gotten rid of. Xu Meng would slip him the diary, provoke him to activate the punishment system, and see if he would sacrifice anyone for the sake of a hint. And Gu Suining was a weakling. He could always be put under the knife at any moment. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard. What are they doing? They need help. Xu Meng turned around and asked what was going on. She looked outside and widened her eyes in surprise. The guy was shouting, what did he want? MC took out a knife and ordered her to tell him what happened to Changfang. The guy said in fear that he would be punished for this. The girl asked who Changfang was. She didn't know her. She really didn't. Duya asked, maybe they were mistaken? She suggested changing the topic and asking about something else. Wen twirled the knife in his hand and replied, no, there are two things that need to be cleared up right now. First, what punishment did those idiots get, and what does this have to do with them? Second, why does the story require the player to play with a spirit board? What does the place they went to last night mean with that mean? Based on the hints given by Junior Gu, Changfang seems to be the key NPC. This is the most important lead right now. Suining smiled smugly, and his nose seemed to have grown bigger from the lie. Kang took out a small capsule and suggested using the item to make them blurt out the information and be done with it. The item turned out to be a truth serum of the E rank rarity. Instructions for use: this potion is in a liquid state, quickly evaporates upon contact with air, spreads over a large area, and lasts for 15 minutes. Please put on protective gear before use. Note, it reduces their intelligence. MC asked, is this E rank? Will it work? Kang opened the flask and replied that it was disposable, so he hadn't tried it, but it should be fine. He offered to take a look. The smell from the flask began to spread very quickly, and MC covered his nose with his palm. The guy and the girl said in one voice, really? Kang asked, what's going on, really? All the players began to repeat over and over again, really? Wen looked at them puzzled, and then a loud cry was heard from several voices. Really? Kang smiled and asked, boss, can he already give them a bonus for last month? The department is in a difficult situation. Duya stretched and said, in fact, it was she who accidentally poured boiling water on the boss's money tree. The guy sat down against the wall and said fearfully, they were childhood friends with Changfang and Jiang Guangjian. They should know better than anyone why she died. Why are they asking them? The girl said that the school hushed up the Changfang case, and the bullies who bullied her were punished. Isn't the case closed already? Why are they still bothering her? The MC covered his ears and thought the punishment was related to Changfang, but why did she die? And Jiang Guangjian, is he also an important character? At this moment, Suining began to say that when he was a child, at night when he couldn't sleep and passed by his parents' room, he saw something he shouldn't have seen. He began to describe everything in detail, which greatly surprised and confused the MC. Shuang said that in fact she rushed toward the wall and looked at Wen and hit her head on the wall. The stories of ringing vulgarity continued everywhere, and the MC thought maybe he should use the truant to send them somewhere. He frowned and thought, okay, they will start with Gu Suining. After 15 minutes, the effect of the item wore off. Wen picked up Shuang and asked, is everything okay? Then he suggested going back to the dorm. When it gets dark, there will be ghosts. The audience was very amused by Suining's stories, and they asked for something more spicy. They are adults. In the evening, in the dorm, the players gathered in Ju Wen's room. MC ran his hand over the Ouija board, and then they moved. Suining cried out in confusion, how did they get here? And these creatures, are they all humans? He grabbed MC's hand and said, whatever it is, they got here using the Ouija board. Wen grabbed his t-shirt and pulled him away. He said, it seems like an illusion, The cemetery from yesterday must have appeared by the same principle. Khan put his hand to his chin and said, "It seems like a scenario at the university. This is the main world of the plot. It smells like a horror movie. The students, not knowing what to do, play a game of summoning spirits and end up in a mess." Suining asked, "How can they get back?" He thought. Brother Wen said that they need to talk less and think more. Then, he looked at the mark on his hand and screamed. He realized yesterday they got out of the illusion by killing everyone. He took out a plastic knife and screamed, "Today, they will kill everyone too, to battle." MC smiled and spoke. Before he could look back, he had already grown up. Duya asked him to wait and asked what he was doing with that thing. Suddenly, a scream was heard behind them. They need to get out of the way and not interfere. Wen turned around and saw a fat man who screamed, "They ate, so let them pay and get out of here. Why are you in the way?" Kang pointed at himself and asked, They haven't eaten yet. This is the plot of the game, right?" At that moment, a girl appeared who asked Uncle Jang not to talk like that. They weren't interfering. Suining and Kang screamed in fear when they saw her. "Isn't this the same dead thing they couldn't drag into their inventory last night?" MC looked at her carefully, and Jang slapped Chang Fang in the face with his hand and told her to shut up, the idiot. She wasn't allowed to speak. He showed his hand and told her to hurry up and pay. She opened the box and said, "Yes, look, things are going badly. They didn't make much money tonight." Jang looked inside the box and asked, 25 yuan? Chang Fang said, "Yes, only 5 customers, each ate a bowl." Jang screamed, "That's not true. How does he remember that he ate a couple of bowls then?" She put her hands in front of her in fear and screamed, "No way. He only ate 1 bowl. He didn't eat anymore." MC chimed in and said that when he came, the bowls were empty. How would he know how much he ate? John kicked the table and shouted, "Nonsense. He saw him eat 2 bowls of food with his own eyes." He took out a knife and ordered him to pay for the second one. Otherwise, he would cut open his stomach and see how much he ate. Kang thought, does he care that much about a plate of dumplings? Is this part of the plot? He suggested asking him, maybe they will find out something. Wen said that he has no money. Kang said puzzledly, he's not going to play this game. Jang swung his knife and shouted, if not, he will kill him. At the moment when he was already very close to MC, Kang ordered him to step back. He will figure it out. Jang threw his sword aside, and Kang said, "What strength?" Jang turned around and asked, "Why are they standing there? Take him." Wen said, "If they can't do it by force, then they will take it by cunning." Duya looked at him in surprise and asked, "Does he have some special item?" At that moment, boxes started falling from the sky, and a voice called for them to go there. They will play. The guy kicked the box, and the voice said that he did not find it. He was wrong. Mistake. The guy leaned over the box and then climbed into it. Someone screamed, "Has he gone completely crazy?" The guy laughed and said, "Hide and seek, hide and seek." He hid. The player said in confusion, "Something is wrong here." Zhang irritably ordered him not to open that box, but just run away. The players rushed to run and screamed, "We must urgently get out of this damned place." A spirit crawled out of the box and screamed, "Found it." The guy got scared and then climbed into the box. The guys' bodies were sucked into the boxes and they became crazy. Zhang looked at this and offered to fight one-on-one if he was not afraid. He'll still chop up his idiots, let them just come closer. He won't be scared of a little kid like him. At that moment, MC snuck up behind him and said, "Hi." Zhang was scared and Wen stabbed him in the nose. The man flew to the side and MC took out a knife and stabbed him in the eye. There was a loud scream, "His eyes!" MC ordered him to go and make dumplings out of those eyes. Changfang saw this and ran to the side, starting to feel sick. Suning asked Wen, "What's wrong?" MC replied, "He wanted to see how many dumplings he ate, right? So he'll swallow his eyes so he can thoroughly examine the inside of his stomach." According to the laws of the Chang Zone, this logic and cause and effect relationship are correct. Don't they think so? The guys who survived started to run in different directions. At that moment, Host appeared and congratulated the player Ju Wen on finding the hidden storyline. Reward, 500 points. Because player Ju Wen has discovered the hidden path to the final. When playing through the hidden storyline, the final reward for this level will increase by 5%. She whispered, "Did he cut out the NPC's eyes? Huh?" MC asked, "What does she mean?" Host asked the players to continue to explore the storyline. She wished them a pleasant game and informed them that she was leaving. Kang smiled and said, "Boy, is he cool." He thought he was just playing. How did he know that helping hostess with these guys would unlock the hidden storyline? Wen replied that he hadn't guessed, he just didn't like them. 2 minutes later, MC closed all the boxes and said, "Done." The spirit asked to praise her, after which Wen said that she did well. Duya asked, "What kind of thing is this?" Kang replied that it was the boss of the rematch. MC hid all the boxes and said, "Okay, it's time to get to work." He walked towards Changfang and asked her not to be afraid. They were good guys. He had a few questions. Wen showed the box of money and told her to just explain why they were treating her like this. And the 25 yuan would be hers. and with his help she could take revenge on them as she wanted. He thought that in the entire night market, this was the only eatery that was being harassed, and it had a hidden storyline. So there was definitely something wrong with the owner of this place. Bang Feng replied, because she doesn't have any tumors on her face, she's ugly, that's why they bully her. She has no relatives here and everyone is scared of her face, so no one wants to help her. Suining asked, so where is she ugly? Duya replied that everyone else has tumors, but she doesn't. It's a kind of abnormality here, that's why people think she's ugly. Chang Fang said that she'll save up some money and go to university and then she can leave here. Wen asked, what's her name? The girl started to answer Chang. After that, everything around her started to disappear, and Suining screamed, what's going on? How is this? The players moved to the room where Xumeng was standing, who asked in fear, where did they come from? Suining yelled in annoyance, she's an idiot. They were about to get the key clues and she gave them back. Shuang asked displeasedly, what was she doing all this time? The board fell out of Xumeng's hands and she said in fear, sister, don't do that. She didn't do it on purpose. She found some information and wanted to share it with them, but they weren't there. She didn't do anything. She doesn't even know how they suddenly appeared here. She knows they're mad at her, but she really didn't want to set Suining up. She was just scared, she didn't want to die, and she decided to lower her rating. Suining asked in displeasure, she doesn't want to die, but does he? Xumeng got even more scared, after which MC said, okay, no one asked her about that. He sat down on the couch and asked what she found in the archive. Xumeng replied that she found out that they have a girlfriend in the story, Chang Fang. MC replied that this information is no longer necessary. Xumeng screamed, did he know? Then she also heard that Chang Fang is their countrywoman. They used to be friends. Suining folded his arms and asked, but they had a fight, right? Xumeng asked in confusion, what? How did they know? She put the diary on the table and screamed, here, there is information about Chang Fang in this notebook. There must be something they don't know, she thought with displeasure. What nonsense. The information about Chang Fang should have been hers alone. How are they? She clicked her tongue and thought, it was definitely Zhu Wen who extorted something from the NPC during the day, and she also burned a bunch of information to earn trust. And where did they disappear to? Where does this board lead? Do they really know more than her already? It's an ambush. MC closed the diary and said, as he thought, this is outdated information. Xumeng screamed in fear, so they have already found out everything? But besides Chang Fang, there's another key NPC, Jiang Guangjun. Wen asked, Chang Fang's guy, right? Enough of him dripping information already. Xumeng thought, this is her last trump card. She screamed. She has a photo of Jiang Guangjun. She has a position in the student council. She looked at the photos from the council events during the day. He used to be there too, and was in the photos. MC looked at the photo in surprise, and she said that the fourth one from the left with glasses is Jiang Guangjun. Wen looked at her and asked where he is now. Xumeng replied that he left the council a few months ago, so she hadn't seen him, but she heard from the seniors that he came by during the day, but quickly left. She didn't cross paths with him. MC pointed to the photo and said, this is the guy who disappeared into the sewer this morning. Kang asked, is this the one whose pants were deflated? Wen answered, yeah. Xumeng screamed in fear, she's not lying. The council says that he came by during the day. If they don't believe her, let them ask themselves. Shuang grabbed the photo and said that she really had no point in lying, so the one who had disappeared into the sewer was most likely Jiang Guangjun. Maybe some game mechanism had been triggered when he encountered him. Perhaps players weren't supposed to encounter him so early. So the game decided to isolate him to prevent the plot from leaking beyond the stage. Suining said with displeasure, that makes sense. This game is really nasty. MC stood up and said that if he had known that it was Jiang Guangjian, he would have burned him. What if another bug appeared in the plot? He put the diary on the table and told them to go. Suining asked if he should look for Jiang Guangjian. MC replied, to eat, he was hungry. Xumeng asked if she could come with them. She really wanted to help. Suining made a cross with his hands and said that they would never ever under any circumstances believe her. Wen said okay, let her go with them. Suining looked at him, puzzled. After a while they came to the dining room. Suining asked, Brother Wen, is he really going to take her with him? MC asked, does he not care about his friends anymore? She is good at collecting information. MC reached for the plate and Shuang asked, pork liver? Wen ate it and she was puzzled, thinking, did he eat it? Duya asked, he means can I use it? Shuang asked, he doesn't eat offal, right? She doesn't eat ginger, garlic, offal, animal genitals, as well as raw, cold, and all sorts of crap. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and she asked, did she forget something? MC said that she didn't forget. He said this to check whether he really knows Chinese or is just kidding. Shuang looked at him in surprise. Wen said, not just for her skills, she is willing to spill all the information to gain trust. She does this to hide her true intentions, leaving her, they will be able to understand what she is planning. Duya asked, isn't he afraid of a knife in the back? Suining said that he definitely shouldn't be afraid of that. She herself should be afraid. Most likely, Brother Wen will stab her first. Duya said that at his age, he should learn something good. By the way, they haven't figured out the information in the illusion. Maybe they should try again tonight? MC noted that the first novelty was the cemetery. The second, the night market. If they try again, the location will most likely change again. Besides, getting hung up on the illusion is useless if the school location is the real world, and the illusion is just its projections. An important connecting node, it's still Changfang. Shuang said, but the plot of reality and visions may not match. There are probably some differences. Duya said, she thinks the excuse to pick on them was too far-fetched. She thinks they are just a stepping stone to bully Changfang. Suining asked in surprise, which Changfang? The dumpling shop owner. Is this Changfang? Everyone looked at him puzzled, and MC patted his head and said, it turns out there really are people who look one way and listen the other. After a while, Meng asked Shuang if she could sit next to her. Shuang ignored her and said that they needed to find Guangjian to complete the mission. They could use a bug to search him. She happily asked what kind of bug she wanted to use. The protagonist said that when she met Guangjian, she should steal something from him and put it in her inventory. If she couldn't, it meant that the item was necessary for the plot. Meng said with admiration that it turned out that this was how it could be done. She thanked him. She would go to the student council to find out about Guangjian, and when she found information about him, she would tell him about it. Suining thought irritably, wasn't she ashamed to say that? The protagonist said that he agreed. He asked what they would do during this time. The MC said that they should go to the computer room on the second floor of the library. They would continue to search for information. After a while, in the library, Suining noted that although they were able to enter the forum, there was nothing related to Fang. Wen asked Shuang if she remembered Guangjian's appearance. Shuang said thoughtfully that she remembered him. The protagonist stretched and noted that it was time. It was time for them to wait outside. Duya and Kang would also be waiting for them downstairs. If they were lucky, they would be able to catch him. Suining asked what he was talking about. He found an evening post on the forum. It was a confession of love to a girl named Jiang Xinxin, and they would be waiting for her at the main entrance of the library at 8 p.m. It was a confession post that was published an hour ago, and over 1,000 users have already liked the post. No wonder people gathered to watch. After a while, at the main entrance of the library, the protagonist asked if she was able to find it. Shuang said that there was still time until 8 p.m. They should wait. The protagonist asked how many people she saw. She said thoughtfully that there were 92 people here, and the number was still growing. Everyone had come to see this. MC thought that her eyesight and brains were simply phenomenal. The students were discussing that someone was going to confess their love to the student council chairwoman Xinxin in public. However, why was no one there yet? Then she noted that some were already leaving. Wen said with a smile that she did not need to rush. A system window appeared with information that 3 bullies had been spotted. Could he guess who they were with now? Shuang said, pointing her index finger at them, that they had arrived. Guangjian shouted in annoyance, appearing accompanied by his henchmen. Who wrote that confession post on the forum? They would see if he continued to play with his confessions. They would beat him up today. The protagonist noted with a smile that this was interesting. She asked, should they arrest them right now? The protagonist pointed out that they shouldn't do that. They should wait until the students leave here, and then they would follow Guangjian to his dorm. His dorm would contain more than just his things. Xuansual, their target, was trying to find the person who posted on the forum. How did he know that Guangjian would definitely come here? MC said that he was looking through the gossip on the forum and saw Guangjian writing from another account that he was going to court Xinxin. She asked if he wasn't dating Fan. Wen said with a smile that it was true. This is the joy of human relationships. When the time came for the meeting, the monitor screen showed that his account had been blocked for violating the rules. The reason for the blocking was fake posts. Kang said that he and Duya would go and detain those hooligans, and they and the others should detain Guangjian. The protagonist agreed to this assignment. After some time, room 302 of the university dormitory, Suining noticed that Guangjian lived here. Should they break down the door, or what? The protagonist knocked on the door and said hello to check the rooms. He noticed that he was being very polite. Shuang happily said, taking out the lockpicks, that no one was answering. Then can they break the door? Suining asked why she was so happy. The MC kicked the door down. He shouted in shock, is this still polite or not? Guangjian asked in surprise, who are they? Wen casually greeted him and introduced himself. He shouted in horror that they agreed not to talk anymore. Why did they come to him? The protagonist noted that he wanted to know more about Fang. Guangjian, like a madman, began to repeat that they agreed not to talk about Fang anymore. He rushed forward and shouted, why did they talk about her again? The protagonist easily dodged the blow and grabbed his arm, after which he made a twist and pushed him onto his back. MC noted, holding him, that it was time for them to begin. Suining saluted and said that he would immediately carry out his order. After a while, Wen opened a drawer which contained many different talismans. The protagonist asked, is he really a fan of the Exorcist movie? Why does he need so many talismans in a drawer? Is he afraid of ghosts? Or maybe Fang? Guangjun shouted, breaking free from the grip. What is he talking about? Shuang noted, holding out the box, that this is the only thing she could not put in her inventory. The protagonist opened the box and asked, is this a weapon from spirits? He shouted, rushing at him. What is he doing with this? He specifically looked for a Taoist to consecrate this to exorcise evil spirits. MC asked, if he understood correctly, this evil spirit is Fang, right? Suining shouted in surprise, is she already dead? Dia pointed out that it was easy to guess before. After all, in the first illusion, Chan was already a corpse. However, the cause of her death was still unclear. She and Kine had just beaten up some hooligans. They told her that Guangjin's girlfriend transferred money to him every month, but he pretended, so Fang did not know that he spent the money on all sorts of nonsense, and she thought that he was in a difficult situation. He asked, wasn't his girlfriend a student? So, she studied during the day and sold dumplings in the evening to earn money to support her boyfriend? They looked at Guangjin angrily. He shouted that she had taken her own life out of despair and that he was not guilty of anything. Wen pointed out that if he was not to blame, then why was he so nervous? He had many talismans against evil spirits in his room and even tried to find a weapon against evil spirits. Apparently, someone was stalking him. At this moment, the evil spirit put his hand on his shoulder, which surprised the others. Guangjin asked with gritted teeth. Why did they fall silent? He asked, turning around. Where were they looking? Fang. The evil spirit asked. Is she beautiful? Guangjin screamed in horror and said in fear, pointing his index finger at her, that she has come again. She was always chasing him when she was alive. Could it be that even after her death, she couldn't leave him alone? Duya crossed her arms and asked why he was lying again. According to his henchman, he always said that Fang was too naive, so he flattered her all the time. Why then is he saying now that she has always been chasing him? He shouted that she herself happily gave him money. What is his fault? She should be happy that he paid attention to her. Why did she even decide to take revenge on him? If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been deprived of his scholarship, expelled from the student council, and punished. He had a great future, and because of her, everything was ruined. It was her fault. She was wrong. No one loved her. Guangjin shouted furiously that she should have died a long time ago. Fang wrapped a rope around his neck and asked him again, is she beautiful? The protagonist watched with a gloomy look as he tried to ask for help. After his death, the evil spirit asked, is she beautiful? Suining asked, now that this scum is dead, should Fang's anger subside? Fang glared at them angrily and declared that they were all his accomplices. He shouted in horror, is the plot still going on? The evil spirit transformed into a monster and shouted that they were all like Guangjian. The protagonist was about to strike the monster, but was stopped at the last moment by Shuang. The MC asked what was wrong. She pointed her index finger at her, declaring that there was something wrong with this evil spirit. Wen noted that it was corrosion. The protagonist jumped away from her, and she said that it was strange. The protagonist agreed with her. Then the MC noted that everything the evil spirit touched was corroded. Duya noted, grabbing Suining's hand, that stealing from Guangjian was a violation of the university rules, which must have activated the punishment mechanism. The protagonist stated that they only had one option left. Shuang asked what he was talking about. The protagonist shouted that they should run away. Then they ran away from the evil spirit through the dorm's night corridors. The MC took the opportunity to upgrade his anti-spirit weapon. Then Wen jumped out the window and fired the crossbow, to which he had previously tied a rope. At this time, Shuang shouted that they should jump away from her blow. Suining asked if she was really chasing Wen. Then he shouted in horror that a little more, and he would have been hurt. Duya asked, is this creature seriously pursuing only Wen? However, why is Fang doing this? Shuang said that there are many possibilities. He buried her body, touched Guangjian's things, he has a blessed arrow. They need to go down and help him. Suining shouted in surprise, she is seriously going down, why not up? After a while, the protagonist was hanging on a rope, and an evil spirit was approaching from below. Fang was trying to reach it, muttering something under her breath. The protagonist noted, using his abilities, that he did not understand why she considered him to be Guangjian's henchman, but she could catch it. Suddenly, a huge pedestal began to fall on the evil spirit, which pinned this creature to the ground. Kang shouted in shock. Isn't this the statue of the director from the entrance to the university? He asked in surprise, looking at Wen descending on the rope. How did he manage to get it? Suining thought in bewilderment. Did they really meet below when Wen and Shuang managed to coordinate so well? MC was folding the rope and said that he did it after he was kicked out of the classroom. He was wandering around the university out of boredom and decided that the statue looked pretty impressive. Shuang asked gloomily, clapped her hands, so he stole it? He's quite the pride of the law school of the university. After which, Wen said that they should not relax. This creature has not been destroyed yet. Fang broke free from captivity and shouted that they must die. The protagonist used a weapon against the spirit, and her body was destroyed. Only a pink diary remained after her. She asked so the arrow was meant for her? The protagonist noted that at least it was effective against her. Shuang said that it can't be. Shi Fang, did he destroy a key NPC again? MC's face changed, and he remained silent. After which Wen asked, who makes such annoying NPCs? It's not his fault that he wants to destroy it. Duya asked what this was about. Kang and Suining noted gloomily that it was a long story. The protagonist noted, picking up the diary from the ground, that the corrosion had disappeared. This was Fang's diary. It must have recorded all the events. Suddenly, the host appeared and said that she needed his attention. Player Wen had destroyed the key NPC of the outside world, so the path to the passage was blocked. She politely asked him to find another way to complete this quest. Remaining game time, 21 hours and 38 minutes. There were 6 players left in the game. Duya noted that the passage in the outside world was closed, but they had not lost. This meant that they could explore Fang's line in the illusion world. There should be a cup and a door there. Shuang said that they all needed to stretch out their hands. They would go to the inner world. The protagonist said, closing Fang's diary, that they needed to wait. The time had not come yet. They could not leave this place today. Before leaving, they had some business to attend to. The next night, the bullies said that it was brave of them to come here alone. Meng said fearfully that she knew that they didn't want to do anything bad to Fang. Unlike the others, she wanted to apologize today. She asked them not to bother her anymore. They said that she looked great. However, was it their fault that they took some money from Fang? She still dared to complain to the supervisor. So Guangjian was simply honored that they destroyed her. She said that they were right. Fang had gotten away with too much. She had only learned this afternoon that she had met her end in the student council meeting room. Now she was afraid to go there. The bullies pointed out that she didn't have to be afraid. Fang was dead, and she couldn't hurt anyone anymore. Guangjin himself was tired of her and gave her to them to play with so that they would protect him at the university. And when everything became known, he immediately left the student council because he was afraid of unnecessary attention to himself. They were just unlucky. That day, they arranged a date with her at the student council. No one was going to touch her, but it was her own fault. She was too scared, which is why she made a fuss. All girls are afraid when the lights go out. She agrees with that, right? Suddenly, the protagonist, along with Suining and Kang, threw a bag over the bullies' heads. Afterwards, the protagonist noted that this was the perfect size bag. Does anyone have any suggestions on what to do with them? After which, the bullies were hung on a tree branch, and they screamed to be let go. Suining declared that they were scum who only deserved death. Meng said that that was not all. This afternoon, she learned from the student council that the bullies' girlfriends also often bullied Fang. She often went to the supervisor, but he didn't want to make a fuss about this situation, and only asked them not to do it again. That was the end of it. Naturally, after that, she was bullied even more. Shuang noted that she had already punished these girls. They should feel what it was like. It was clear from Fang's diary that she suffered until her last day of life. MC asked, and besides that, did she find anything else in the student council? Meng said in fear that she didn't find anything else. She swears it. When asked, taking out the Ouija board from his inventory, why is she nervous? Although in any case, it's time for them to go to another world. After a while, near the snack bar, the bullies shouted that she was working too slowly. She needed to hurry. Bang said that she would try. Suining exclaimed, why did they come to life again? The protagonist noted with a smile that the plot of the illusion was certainly distorted. They need to find the true plot among the many false endings. The protagonist took out a locket and asked if she could do it. The portrait of a girl in the locket smiled happily. Suddenly, the space around them began to distort until the surroundings changed. Suining shouted that the people around had changed. Fang said, with a changed appearance, that their dumplings were ready. Should they add onions to the dish? MC grabbed her hand and ordered her to follow him. Then she shouted, where is he taking her? Wen forced Fang into the car and told the others that they all need to get in the car. After a while, Kang irritably asked where they were going. The protagonist said that they were going to the university. It was time for them to get out of here. The owner of the vehicle angrily shouted that this was his new car. Duya asked why they needed to go to the university. The protagonist noted that in that world, Fang was an evil spirit wandering around the university. And in the illusion world, she said that she wanted to go to university and leave this cursed place. Both are very attached to the idea of entering university, so the solution is most likely in that place. He asked then, how can they make the door appear? MC said that they need to grant Fang's wish. Suining said that he still does not understand. Why did Fang call them Guangjin's henchmen? Wen showed Fang's diary and said that he would understand everything if he read it. Fang asked in horror, where did they get her diary? He opened the diary and noted that it was written about this. After a while, Suining cursed and shouted, does he even have a driver's license? The protagonist noted that he only celebrated his adulthood last month. They shouted in fear, "Is he serious?" The protagonist said that they can calm down. He knows how to drive. Suining shouted that he should not rush. Dying in a game from an accident is too shameful. It's a curse, he said, trying to flip through Fang's diary. That the diary said that Fang had been bullied since childhood because of her appearance, but thanks to the support of Guangjun and her friends, she held on. Even though she was withdrawn, she tried to live on. Duya pointed out that, unfortunately, Guangjun turned out to be trash. Suining pointed out that this was why Fang finally decided to do such a thing in front of the student council door, as if it were revenge for all the injustice. Fang thought of them as Guangjian's henchmen because they were friends and knew about Guangjian's deception, but they did not help her. They, or rather the diary said about the characters in the story, did not help her because they were afraid that they would be bullied too. Did he get it right? Kine pointed out that silent spectators are often as bad as bullies, so it was no surprise that they were Guangjian's henchmen. In the end, the truth was revealed. He even stole Fang's thesis to get a scholarship. Under such pressure, her mental state could not withstand and she decided to do such a terrible thing. Suining said that it was strange. If they did nothing, then why did the bullies and Guangjun hate them? Shuang pointed out that most likely it was because of their actions after Fang's death, such as realizing their mistakes and telling everyone. As a result, the bullies were punished and Guangjian was forced to resign from the student council. However, it was too late and Fang did not know about it. She died holding a grudge against them and considering them her enemies. Kang asked what this meant. Their main goal was to help Fang? MC said that he was wrong. It was the other way around. Her wish was to see them off. Meng said that they had already done that in the real world. Wen noted with a smile that helping someone free themselves from suffering and killing are not the same thing. The protagonist looked at Fang and said that they would need to find a way to calm Fang down so that she would let go of her grudge and be reborn. Kang asked, so they would need to see Fang off in this world? Suddenly, they hit a wall. Duya angrily shouted that he said he was good at driving. The protagonist said that the brakes in the car didn't work. In any case, they had to leave. There was not much time left. The guard shouted, "What department are they from? Do they realize that they damaged the property of the university? And in general, unauthorized cars are not allowed here." MC picked up a pot with a plant in his hand. Suining said that he hoped that the guard would remain unharmed. Then he added gloomily that he was already in another world. Wen said that they needed to go to the dorm. The protagonist asked, turning to Fang, what her room number was. Fang asked fearfully, what was he going to do? The protagonist noted that they needed a crossbow arrow. Had she seen one? She turned away and asked, what was he talking about? She didn't know anything. Kang asked, what does an arrow have to do with it? Shuang noted that this was the only thing that could kill the evil spirit. Fang in reality, so it was obvious that the arrow was a key item to pass the level. Usually, such items are used to kill door guardians, so if they want to get past them, they need to find this. He asked, however, what does Fang have to do with it? Why are they looking for it from her? Shouldn't they be looking for Guangjian? The protagonist threateningly noted, looking at Fang, that he should ask her. Shuang noted that she wanted to leave this place, and apparently she managed to find a way. Then Suining asked what the first red and second green in her diary meant. Fang said, looking down, that she didn't know. He asked, she understood what this was about, right? Why was she silent? Could it be that she was the door guardian in the bowl area? Duya said that he was wrong. After her death in the real world, the plot ended. So, she was not a guardian. However, they can judge the strength of the guardian by her power, and his strength will definitely not be weaker than hers. Wen said that she was right. Considering that there is a 5% bonus in this dream world, the guardian here will be even more difficult. Suining shouted that he begs her not to make a mess here. The protagonist said that if she does not want to tell, then they will use the old scheme. They use the inventory to find the necessary item for the plot. The commandant shouted, who are they? Kang pointed out that they can go ahead. He knows her and will settle everything. She shouted that they should stop. Who the hell is he? Outsiders are not allowed to enter the dorm area, he asked, calling her aunt. Did she not recognize him? He lives here and is a second-year student. The commandant indignantly shouted that he should not call her aunt. He looks older than her. Kang said that he entered the law school in 2023. She angrily shouted that he was lying. It's only 2022. Does he really think she's that stupid? He shouted in surprise that it was impossible. In the real world, it's 2023. What does that even mean? Does time really flow backwards here? Later, in the dorm, at room 402, Suining asked why it was so noisy downstairs. Was she not letting Kang in here? Duya noted that he looked older than his age, so he wouldn't be allowed in here. The host said that players need to pay attention. A serious inventory bug was discovered after the latest update. A fix is currently in the process. The game inventory will not be available for 2 hours. Suining shouted in surprise, what's going on? She said that 3 minutes before the start of the service, Access to all players' inventories will be blocked. In order to maintain game balance, players are given 3 minutes before the service to pick up all the items needed to complete the levels. She reminds that in 3 minutes, the inventory will be closed for 2 hours. Shuang asked what they should do now. The protagonist asked, "They still have 3 minutes, right?" She needs to keep an eye on Fang. He will go look for it in the next room. She said she will keep an eye on her. Then Shuang asked, pointing a gun at her, "Where is it?" Fang looked at her in fear. At this time, in the next room, the protagonist was diligently searching for a plot item using the inventory system. This is a warning. Player Wen must stop abusing the bug. Then she barely dodged a cactus. The protagonist said that he finally found it. The MC said that the inventory will start updating in 2 minutes and 12 seconds. They asked Player Wen to use the remaining time rationally. The MC asked if he could find out about something. She looked at him in surprise. Wen noted that since the previous level, his tasks for the numbered player are reflected as a jumble of symbols. The presenter said that it should be the same at this level. The protagonist asked if his privileges were gone. Although he did not use them, he should have them. Let her explain it. She said that the inventory update will begin in 56 seconds. The protagonist said that she was repeating herself again, as if she did not hear him. The presenter said that this was a notification. First, the inventory update began. After which, the protagonist looked at her and asked why she was watching him so closely. Did she forget that she herself asked to take the necessary things from the inventory? She thought that this was true, but she had a strange feeling. The presenter said that an inventory compatibility update would be carried out over the next 2 hours. During this time, access to the inventory will be temporarily blocked for all players. After the inventory update is complete, Eden reserves the right to final interpretation of the update results. Secondly, Player Wen repeatedly abused the inventory bug. For this serious violation that has disrupted the balance of the game, after discussions, Eden has decided to increase the difficulty of this level. The difficulty setting has been completed. Eden will not change the scene of this level and the relationships between the characters. MC asked with a smile, because they want to do this, or maybe they just can't. Is it a coincidence that Fang is currently being held by Shuang? If she is the core of the scene, then really, nothing can be changed. Apparently, the concept of the core of the scene that they discussed with Dongshu is correct. However, is the core really an NPC every time? She said that as long as the game scene and the relationships of the characters in the plot are maintained, Eden will make adjustments to the strength of some NPCs. The difficulty of the bowl has been increased to level 9. When asked if she has learned to translate the topic, the host reported that, in addition, Player Wen incited other players to jointly abuse the bug. As a warning, Eden will temporarily increase Player Wen's hidden rating. They need to pay attention. After increasing the hidden rating, the Player Wen will be matched with levels whose average rating is 3,000–5,000 points higher than his own rating. The protagonist happily asked, "Does that mean they increased it?" He is only happy about it. She looked at him in surprise. The host said that the notice was passed on. Have a good and enjoyable game to all of them. The protagonist said in bewilderment that they are all vindictive and act together. Suddenly, Duya burst into the room and shouted that they have a problem with the NPCs. The MC asked what happened. She said that the NPCs have gone crazy. Most likely because of the increased difficulty. She knows that the bowl area is always difficult, but this is too much. Duya looked in horror and saw a monster behind him. She shouted to warn him of the danger. At the last moment, Duya saved him from being hit by the monster. Wen grabbed the vial and threw it at the creature. There was a deafening explosion that destroyed the monster. The protagonist exhaled and said that she scared him. Duya asked irritably, what did she do to scare him? Now she doubted whether she should have saved him. Then she asked how he defeated this creature. Was it really an item in the form of a liquid bomb? The protagonist noted that he himself did not know. These were some kind of flammable and explosive chemicals. After he was kicked out of the classroom, he also took everything that was in the university lab. Duya's face changed and said that all the items he took were useful to them. It was as if he had foreseen this. MC asked why she thought so. He took these items just in case. Last time, he accidentally took a game component and managed to sell it profitably. And this time, he deliberately used an inventory bug, so the punishment was natural, so he decided to prepare. She sighed heavily and asked what accident he was talking about. Then Suining appeared, loudly calling Wen's name. He asked fearfully, what should they do? Had the teachers and students become monsters? Kang walked in sullenly, noting that the dorm supervisor had mutated. Shuang noted that these NPCs were weak, but there were too many of them. They were now walking around the campus like the Walking Dead. Wen noted that this usually ended very badly. She said that was true, but the ending of the bastard Kingslayer was even worse. The others looked at them in shock. Then Shuang asked, had he found the crossbow yet? The protagonist said that he had managed to find it. She asked, were there really 2 arrows? The protagonist noted that as a special item for killing, their number in the real and illusory worlds should match. Suining said that in the real world, they could only find one arrow. Duya thoughtfully said that Fang did it in the student council, which means Guangjian left one there too. But they didn't look there. Kang pointed out, looking at Meng, that she had gone there after all. After all, she had been there all day. Meng said in fear that she hadn't seen any arrows. She had been looking for information and asking people there all day. Shuang grabbed her dagger and asked, "Are you sure about this? They should search her, and then they will be sure that she doesn't have the arrow." She looked at it in horror, and then said that she wanted to use it at a crucial moment. The system window reported that it was a B-rank soul summoning bell. Instructions: shake the item to forcibly attract all NPCs within 10 meters in the direction of the arrow. Duration: 10 seconds. Note: works on monsters. Meng used the soul bell, aiming the arrow at the MC. They shouted that the monsters were about to break through the window. At that moment, the monsters rushed at them. Meng thought while they were fighting the monsters, it was time for her to leave here. Wen and his allies fought against the creatures, and then he pointed out that if they did not deal with them, even if they opened the door, they would not be able to leave. Kang asked, preparing for battle, should they break through them? The protagonist said that they should conserve their strength. They need to go down and lure them to the west wing, on the 3rd floor. The more monsters there, the better. Shuang asked what he would do at that time. The protagonist said with a grin that he would wait for them there. Duya crossed her arms and pointed out that when this guy laughs, nothing good should happen to them. Suining asked, so they will go up the stairs? What should they do if they encounter Meng? If she ran away, then she definitely has an arrow. Right? MC said that he himself had no other explanation. They wouldn't have time to go up the stairs, so how would they cover the distance between the 2 points? Then they jumped out of the window, tying Suining with a rope. They fell for a while until they found themselves in front of a horde of monsters at the bottom. Duya said that they should go straight ahead against the enemies. Their goal is to lure them in. The main thing is to remember that they can be surrounded. Kang asked if she thought they should constantly look back. They looked so stupid that they might just run away on their own. Shuang said that they didn't have to worry. Apart from Battle Royale style maps, monsters on normal levels know where there is danger and where there is no danger, so they shouldn't scare them away. They need to hit them softer. They should make them think that they are easy prey. He asked with a smile, did she even survive the Battle Royale game? She is very modest. Maybe she wants to join their team? She said that there were several similar games, and she declined the invitation. After which Shuang ordered Suining to keep up, who followed her. After some time in the corridor, the protagonist was secretly watching the monsters. Suddenly, the monster heard him and approached him. The protagonist jumped up and used the monster as a springboard to jump. The monster rushed after him. The viewers wrote in surprise that this monster has more speed than all the others. This is a new level of difficulty. He definitely can't handle this creature. They must save it. At the last moment, MC dodged the enemy's attack and ended up behind the monster. The viewers watched the battle in excitement. Wen noted that this huge creature moves quite quickly. The protagonist jumped on the enemy's back and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Afterwards, the protagonist asked irritably, is his skin made of adamantium? Is his skin really that hard? MC jumped back and thought that on the way here, he calmly dealt with enemies. Could it be some kind of mutant? The monster rushed at him, and Wen successfully dodged a series of blows. The protagonist thought that this creature had agility, strength much higher than ordinary monsters. The protagonist thought, grabbing a stone, that this monster also had very keen hearing. MC threw the stone to the side, and at that moment the monster delivered its powerful blow to where the noise was. Wen thought that it seemed that this creature determines targets by sound. The protagonist picked up several stones, which he threw behind the monster, which screamed furiously. After which, the creature listened and heard the protagonist's heartbeat and rushed in that direction. MC used the vials to inflict serious damage on the monster. Wen noted that the inventory was currently under maintenance. Fortunately, he can use what he has with him. The protagonist threw another explosive vial at the creature. The protagonist noted that this would make good fireworks. He regretted that he did not have enough materials. Suddenly, the monster rushed at him. MC successfully jumped back, avoiding the enemy's attack. Wen noted that he was able to survive even such explosions. The protagonist thought, grabbing the crossbow, that, like the Fang Spirit, normal attacks do not work on him. At the last moment, the protagonist used an arrow to crush the monster, which fell to the ground. MC noted that now he had his last arrow left, although Meng still has one arrow. After Kang shouted his name and said while running away from the monsters that they brought them all. Wen said that he was glad that these creatures were not as strong as the mutant he recently killed. After a while, the protagonist shouted that they needed to find shelter. He was going to blow everything up here. Kang shouted that he would do everything. Afterwards, there was a deafening explosion that set the monsters on fire, and then a series of explosions were heard. The protagonist said with a smile as he exited the building that he was saying goodbye to them. All the university staff and students who had turned into monsters were destroyed. After a while, Shuang said that it was an impressive sight. Now she trusted Fang to him. The MC said that he was grateful to her. Fang asked irritably if they should ask her about her wishes. Suining asked what they should do now. Wen said that it was time for them to complete this level. Kang asked in confusion how they could do that. The protagonist said that they needed to see Fang off. He asked, how would they do that? The protagonist used a magic trick and the girl disappeared. He shouted in shock, where did Fang go? Afterwards, a strange noise was heard, and Suining asked what that sound was. Did the unknown creature appear again? The MC said with a smile that it was time for them to go. The passage from here opened. After a while, at the huge gate, Suining said that he remembered something important. Wen said irritably that he should speak directly. He said that Meng was missing. When they provoked the monsters, she was nowhere to be found. The protagonist said that he did not have to worry about her. If she wanted to pass this level, then she would appear at the entrance. Suining noted with a smile that it looked like a trap. At this moment, the protagonist dodged the blow of a huge weapon. He shouted in fear, what is this? Where did they come from? The monsters stood at the entrance of the doors with a malicious grin. The green guard swung his axe and ran to attack. Kang quickly put his weapon in front of him and shouted, are these the guards? The next second, the guard cut the stone standing right under him, but it managed to fly to the side. Suining called out to him in alarm. At that moment, the guard again grabbed his weapon more tightly, and Suining turned around in fear and noticed that he was standing behind him. After that, the guard attacked. He managed to jump to the side and shouted, that's right! Running in the opposite direction from the guard, he shouted, when? He remembered. Red first, green second. Red first, green second. This is from Fang's diary. The order of killing the guards. The first arrow is for the red one and the second. Before he could finish speaking, he saw an arrow fly into the green guard's head. The protagonist was holding a crossbow in his hand. Then the guard took the arrow out of his head with a grin. Suining pointed his finger at him and shouted, no brother, the red one first. The next second, his arm was caught by a rope, and Duya pulled him towards herself. Falling to the ground, he cried out in pain, and then, getting up, looked to the side in surprise. At this moment, the protagonist ran past him and said that he did not miss. He called out to him anxiously. Meng looked at them and thought, perfect, to get out while the guards are busy with them. The protagonist ran up to her and grabbed her hand. She indignantly shouted, him? At this moment, the red guard appeared behind them, swung his huge hammer and then struck in front of him. Suining called out to Wen anxiously. And when the dust raised by the attack dissipated, the red guard, grinning, looked around, and then MC, pointing a crossbow at him, said, it seems he feels it too. This girl has the last arrow. He held her hand, and she indignantly shouted at him to let her go. He should die himself. He should not interfere with her progress. Then she turned around and noticed that the green one was running here. He should let her go. The protagonist turned his gaze to her and said that he did not care. He would die, and he would also take her with him. She clenched her teeth in irritation and thought that the Guardian was invincible, unless Wen was the same monster. Now, all that remained was to exchange the arrow for life. After that, she rolled up her sleeve and, holding out the arrow, told him to take it and let her complete the level. At that second, the Green Guardian had already swung his weapon and ran to attack, and while the protagonist was loading the crossbow, he pointed the weapon at the Guardian and said that he had already received the arrow from him, and now they were equal in death. So, which of yours wants to die first? He smirked and repeated his question again. So who will die first? The guards looked at each other, and then he added, they must think that one of them will die anyway. The other one will be enough for them to suffer losses. The situation is equal. The next second, the system announced that there was 1 minute left before the exit was closed. They asked the players to use the time rationally. Countdown, 59:58. Suining said, damn it, timer! The countdown continued, while MC transferred the crossbow from one guard to another and asked, he or he? Shuang looked at his actions in surprise, and then she grabbed Suining's hand and ran, shouting now quickly. Meng ran after the others and thought that they shouldn't abandon her here alone. She continued to run forward and shouted that they shouldn't abandon her. The next second, a bell flew at her back and fell to the ground. The sound attracted the attention of the guards. They ran towards the sound, swinging their weapons. Kang turned around and saw the guard's weapon and shouted, watch out! The next second, his torso was tied with a rope, and Duya pulled him towards herself with a swing of her hand. Then the red guard kneed her in the stomach, and she fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Kang fell to the ground near the door and shouted, damn, his back! Captain! At this moment, the green guard threw his weapon over his shoulder, looking at the girls in front of him. Meng thought that she needed a bait to distract the guards. After that, she pushed Duya in the back. The protagonist looked at this in bewilderment and then ran towards the guards, while she, running in the opposite direction, looked at him in surprise. The countdown continued. 9, 8. Kang anxiously called out to Duya. Shuang desperately shouted, "When?" MC put his hand on Duya's shoulder and pointed his crossbow at the guards. After that, he shot, hitting the green guard's head. He was surprised, but the next second his body began to dissolve. The protagonist grabbed Duya by the hand and, heading in the opposite direction, shouted, "Quickly, while there is time." At this moment, Meng ran forward and shouted that she did not want to die. She wanted to live. She must live. Then the protagonist told Duya to get ready. She looked at him in surprise, and then he swung his hand and threw it forward. Meng looked at the body flying in front of her in surprise, and then, turning around, she saw the red guard swung his weapon. The protagonist climbed onto a huge hammer. Then the guard attacked forward, and the protagonist flew further, and the moment he landed, the system reported that the passage was closed. Kang, throwing his weapon over his shoulder, clenched his fist and shouted, "What a fool! Cunning woman!" The captain almost became her victim. Shuang closed her eyes and said that she gave herself away. If she hadn't turned around, she might not have died. Then Host appeared and congratulated the surviving players on successfully completing the story and the hidden quest of the Changfang Soul Purification level. The results began to be counted. Player Wen took first place among all players with a contribution of 93%. Points received, 4,200. Player Wen reached the threshold of 60%. He gets one try in the lottery. He approached the slot machine and wondered why he needed their gacha. It would be better if they told him what was going on with the inventory. After that, he took out the ball, and the system congratulated him on receiving the item. Rarity B, a full quiver of arrows. This item holds 10 arrows. When the arrows run out, it will recover at a rate of 1 arrow every 20 minutes. He looked at the quiver of arrows in his hands and asked, "What kind of nonsense is this? Toothpicks, is this even useful?" And the host thoughtfully put her hand on her chin and said that the counting is still ongoing. Player Suining has been awarded 3% of the contribution. He clenched his fist happily and said, "Wow. And he has merit. Is this for the time he whined and pretended to be a crybaby during the attack to extract information?" Then the host raised her index finger and added, "They congratulate all the players. They successfully completed the story with a plot research degree of 12 out of 49. Since the players found the correct path to complete the level with a low plot research degree, a special bonus of 150 points is awarded." Then she bowed and concluded, "The counting is complete. All players will be logged out of the game." MC turned to Shuang and told her to return the butterfly knife she borrowed to him. She reached into her pocket and then handed him the knife, telling him to take it. He grabbed the other end of the knife and their hands shook with tension. There was an awkward silence, and then he said if she didn't want it, she could exchange it for another item. She asked if he wanted to join the team. He replied that his average rating would be inflated at the next level. She replied that it was okay. Then he let go of the knife and said, "Okay, team." She said they would see each other at the next game. Then her body began to disappear. Suining folded his arms and wondered if she liked the knife or the owner of it. Then Duya handed the protagonist a business card and said he was a great player. She suggested they be friends. He looked at the card and she said, "Criminal Investigation Team 0 for players, set up by the relevant authorities." He asked, "Police?" She smiled and waved at him, saying always available, anytime. After that, she disappeared. As evening approached, the protagonist appeared in his room and looking at the clock said, 9:26 p.m. He was then surprised and rubbed his eyes and thought that his score should be around 15,000 now. When he passed 10,000, his night vision improved dramatically. Was Shuang the same? He headed for the door and walked out into the hallway and was surprised to see Suining lying at his feet. He laughed awkwardly and wished him a good evening. The protagonist asked why his teleportation point was at his home. They then looked into the room. Ling was sitting on the sofa and turned around and noticed, "Are they back? What do they want to eat? She will cook everything." The protagonist sighed and said, "It doesn't matter." Then he sat down on the sofa. Suining raised his hand and said that in that case, he would like mussels with green onions. She agreed with him, and then he asked the protagonist, "By the way, where did he put Fang?" He replied, "No idea." He thought that game items were applicable to NPCs, but he didn't know where she had gone. This game, it was much more connected to reality than he thought. After that, while busy preparing food, Ling said, "Oh yeah, yesterday the boss logged in. He led a squad to surround Godong." MC waved his hand and asked, in echo, "Was anyone hurt by Godong's people?" "Well, that's the rule of senior brother Dongshu. Any grievance will be avenged." She added that he left him something in a box on the table. The protagonist opened the box and asked what it was. She replied that it was a multiplayer team item, a rare one. Previously, they only allowed pairs to team up. He said he wanted to create his own team, right? This would allow them to play together. She looked out the door and added that the boss had specifically mentioned that he should not use it for other purposes. He took it in his hand and smiled, thinking that he couldn't promise that. After that, Suining dumped the food from the bag onto the table and said that the food in the game was just terrible. This time, he would take something with him. After that, he opened the food package and the MC, turning on the news, agreed with him. The news anchor said, "Hello to the latest news." The protagonist thought that in the previous level he used the truant on Fang, and in theory, she should have been teleported to the real world. But how would an NPC from the game look in the real world? The host said that yesterday in the Children's Park 300, a group of penguins killed a polar bear from a nearby wolverine. He thought that there was nothing special in the news lately. Could it be that Fang had not been transferred? Then Ling handed him a photo and said, "Here, this is his photo." The photo on his nightstand had already turned yellow. Now there is technology to restore it, so she made him a new one. The original is still in his room, he should take care of it himself. He looked at the picture and thanked her. She smiled, put her hand on her cheek, and said that little Zhenju is really cute. He threw his arm over the back of the sofa and said that she is only cute on the outside, but when she starts crying, even the neighbor's house howls. Suining, holding a bag of chips, asked, "Who is Zhu?" He replied that she is a childhood friend. Then he looked at the potato chips in his hand and thought, maybe he should find out about Fang from the Zero Criminal? Then Ling smiled and asked, "Should I make them something?" "They should order." MC said, "It doesn't matter." Suining raised his hand and shouted, "Sister Ling, give him some fried crucian carp." The next second, they disappeared. She sighed and said, "It's fast this time." A few moments later, they found themselves in the forest and Suining shouted his treats. Bai Yi came up to them and indignantly shouted, "How did a child end up here?" He hadn't even had time to log into the game and was already whining to the whole neighborhood. He shouldn't drag others down with him. Suining shouted, "Does he even know about the importance of food in survival? Maybe they have to do that in this forest." Lack of food is a serious problem. He smiled and asked, "Is he talking about a survival scenario? Who would let him bring food here?" "This is unfair play." He awkwardly agreed to it. "It makes sense, he won't be a burden, he shouldn't worry." Then BE awkwardly scratched the back of his head and told him not to take it personally. He once had a total whiner on his team who cried the entire game. Now he remembered. He apologized so quickly that he felt awkward. Then he extended his hand and introduced himself and asked, "What are their names?" Suining smiled and answered, then scratched the back of his head and pointed at the protagonist. The next second, host appeared and said, "Welcome to Eden. This is a story game told in parts. Please, they must follow the guide, sequentially going through the story to find out the answer to the main question. Average player score, 19,340. The number of participants is 60. The duration of the game is 360 hours. Bai Yi was indignant. 60 people? You can start a whole tribe because of this. Has the game gone crazy? Suining agreed. Exactly. The protagonist said step-by-step plot, guide, add such a number of participants probably. Suining raised his index finger and said that these are pentacles. He remembers how the players said that this is the only type of game in which more than 50 players participate. Also, the game is divided into mini-games. The number of these is random, and the types vary. Players form random teams. You can continue the path by successfully completing game after game. Those who fail will fail and be removed. Well, if the number of pentacles becomes 0 before the final round, this will also protect against loss. All remaining players will move on to the final round. Only after passing this, the game will be considered successfully completed. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was well prepared. He scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly in response. At this moment, the protagonist heard sounds behind him. Shuang came out from behind the tree and noticed that they could be heard a kilometer away. He asked, "Butterfly knife again?" She shyly opened the knife and said, "It looks like it's almost the same as the team clearance item." Then she folded her arms and asked why he still has it. MC replied, "A team clearance item. It looks like it's been with them forever." She asked, "Isn't it hard for him?" He replied that he's already managed to gain 10,000 points. Suining smiled, showed off his arm muscles and said that he's now on their team forever. Bai Yi pointed his finger at them and asked, "Are they all familiar?" He replied, "Of course." He was surprised. 3 on the team? How did they do that? Was his captain dragging 2 newbies around to gain points? He indignantly clenched his fist and pointed his finger at it, saying that's not true at all. He should watch his language. He awkwardly held it out in front of him and replied, "Okay, he got it." After that, there were sounds in the bushes in front of them. Everyone turned to look at it warily. Suining shouted anxiously, "What was that sound? Has it started already?" He prepared to attack and thought, "Here we go." A rabbit jumped out of the bushes at them, and he said in admiration, "Wow, what a wonderful rabbit." Zerg greeted them and said that he was their guide for this round. Suining, holding the protagonist's hand, shouted, "What is this? Some kind of monster?" He replied that he was their guide. They could call him Zerg. The players looked at him in bewilderment. Then he continued, "This game is presented in the form of a plot divided into episodes, a total of 60 players divided into 10 groups for selection." He repeats, he is their guide for this round, and he will lead them to the testing site. The protagonist noticed that this rabbit sounded like a eunuch. Shuang folded her arms and agreed with him. Then the guide added, each player is given 3 chances to make a mistake. When all the stars on their fingers disappear, it means that the player has lost the right to participate in the game and will be removed. Now players must answer the question to begin advancing the story. An incorrect answer will be considered a mistake. 1 star will be deducted from the answerer. Suining grabbed his hand when the stars appeared on it and shouted, "This is hot." Yansu stood behind him and looked at his hand and shouted, "What is this?" Then Zerg jumped on the stump next to him and added that there are 6 players in this group, so a maximum of 18 attempts to answer the next question. On the ground in front of him was written, "There are 60 explorers in the forest." He said that the question was seriously damaged. The player only needs to step on the path of any answer that brings points to get the full content of the question and open the progress of the game. MC leaned over the inscription and thoughtfully noted that it looked similar. At this moment, BE picked up a stick in his hands, walked forward, and declared that he knew the answer to the question. His hero explained such tasks in detail. Easy. Suining was surprised, right? And who is his hero? He raised his stick up and putting his hand to his head said, "When? He must have heard of him? In the game, he knocks out bosses. In the real world, he kicks the dawn. The first speedrunner of Eden. In a word, a genius." The protagonist asked, "Is this one word?" And then BE sat down near the inscription and, laughing, thought, following in the hero's footsteps, he will go his way. He will come out of here, write a big post and brag. Maybe he will even notice him. The next second, Zerg said that the answer is wrong. He turned around and shouted indignantly, "What?" The guide said, "Player BE, 1 star is deducted from him." The next second, the star on his fingers began to smolder, and he shouted, "How is this possible? Where did the mistake come from?" He rewrote the conditions. Why didn't it count? The protagonist walked forward and told him to step back. He started writing with his feet on the ground, and the guide congratulated him on getting 1 point and starting to progress in the story. Bai scratched his head and sighed, saying, "Why did he get a point? But he was counted as a mistake." He replied that he had not carried out the answer reliably. You should look at each word. Each sign has a footprint. This is a hint. He leaned over the inscription and thoughtfully said, "Really? Wow, he has great observation skills. He is almost half as good as his hero." After that, Zerg explained, there are 60 explorers in the forest. They are too confident and think they can conquer it. And the forest got angry. Now the explorers must pass the forest's test to continue their journey. The story has begun. They must follow him. After that, he ran forward. Shuang, approaching the protagonist, said, "Did BE not notice how the rabbit called his name? Should I point it out to him?" Smiling, he asked why. "It's more fun that way." They went forward, and BE followed them and asked them to wait for him. After a while, Zerg stopped near a huge mirror and announced that they were there. He said that 6 explorers had entered Alice's mirror world, and Alice loved to play hide-and-seek the most. Would they like to play with her? If the explorers win, Alice would let them go. The door to the mirror room opened in front of them, and the guide said that this round did not require the participation of all players. The more participants there are, the lower the difficulty will be, but they will also receive fewer points. It also works in the opposite direction. Fewer participants, higher difficulty, and more points. Su scratched his neck and said, "The more people, the lower the difficulty. The fewer people, the higher the difficulty. This pushes everyone to participate." Lu Kong thoughtfully said, "To be or not to be? If you go, you can lower the difficulty, but participation is associated with risk." After that, the protagonist stood in front of them and, raising his hand, said whoever wants to participate, they must raise their hand. Then Suining raised his hand, declaring his desire. Shuang also raised her hand and said, "Of course." The protagonist said, "Okay, this time the 3 of them will go inside. The 3 of them should stay outside." Su took the item in his hand and told him to wait a second. He should take it with him. He explained that it was a blinding item that could blind any living thing for 1 second, cooldown 5 minutes, unlimited. He scratched his head and smiled, said that this was the only thing he could do. The protagonist, taking the item, thanked him, and then Kong, taking out a brush, explained, "Maliang's brush, the image will come to life. The main thing is the detail of the drawing. But he tried simple drawings with notes, it comes out sensible." He gave it to Suining's hands and added, "It will come in handy," to confuse Alice. MC said that this is just hide and seek, they will be there soon. They went. Bai shouted for them to wait and take it with them. Suining, standing near the mirror, turned around and asked, why was he silent before? After that, they went inside the mirror space. Zerg explained that this time they were given 20 minutes. The countdown starts a minute after the players enter the site. Suining put his hand on the mirror and asked, how to play this. If you run, and there is a mirror in front, then a mirror, then a road, you can't figure it out at all. Shuang put her finger to her mouth and told him to be quiet. Steps. The protagonist said, 10, 12, something doesn't add up. How can there be so many ghosts in hide and seek? BE raised his hand and noticed too many steps and from all sides. The number is undecipherable. The next second, Shuang looked to the side in surprise. A ghost flew out at her, releasing its hand with long iron claws. She swung her knife and turned around in surprise. The ghost passed right through. Then she looked into the mirror, into which the ghost entered. MC extended his hand towards her and told her to give him hers. Their hands were about to meet when the next second, a ghost jumped out of the mirror and attacked Shuang. BE shouted, "What the hell?" The system reported, his ally Wen has received the player Shuang. The protagonist said, interactable items are prohibited from being taken into the inventory, a new rule that came with the last inventory update. Bai E, looking at the system window, added, in other words, items in an aggressive or active state cannot be stored. However, life forms and stationary items that voluntarily surrender can be taken. Then he shouted, Suining. He put his hand on his shoulder and told him, quickly, into his inventory. Then he disappeared when the ghost landed on the ground right in front of him. They looked in different directions. The protagonist dodged to the side and, seeing a crevice, made a jump, running into it. He asked, will the players be able to break this? Looking inside, he noticed that the back seemed to be clear. Oh, there is space. The next second, ghosts appeared from both sides, and a few more were running from the side. He looked to the side and said that there are no hopeless situations. He stretched out his hand behind the mirror and said, release, her move. Shuang appeared in front of him. She stretched out her hand back and said, accommodate. MC disappeared, and she ran past the ghost back. Bai Yi looked at the system window, and the system reported that his ally Wen had received the player Shuang. His ally Shuang had received the player Wen. His ally Wen. He said, what teamwork! How good they are. Then he looked at Suining, who was running away from the ghosts in fear, and thought, not like him, a complete idiot. Then he covered his partner's head and told him to duck. Ghosts flew past them, and he told him not to stand there like a pillar. Go ahead. Suining looked at him and then screamed and ran on. Bai Yi grabbed his jacket and pulled him towards himself, protecting him from the ghost's attack. He ran forward, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted, you fool, can't you hear the footsteps? Turning around, he asked, what, did he hear? But Wen said that he was deaf. He shouted, does he know what a cochlear implant is? He should wait, he said. After that, he let go of him, looked at the ghost, who was lying on the floor in surprise, and thought, strange, they are under their noses, why don't they chase them? Then they quickly ran in the opposite direction, and he shouted, what's going on? Suining ran after him and shouted. They stood up again. At this moment, the protagonist returned from the ghost's attack and looked at the system window, ordered to release. Shuang flew forward, turning on the flashlight, and blinded the ghost who disappeared. MC was surprised, stood up again. He looked in the mirror, saw several ghosts, and took the flashlight from his partner, saying that he would use it. She told him to wait. The recharge was not finished yet. On recharge, the flashlight was switched to normal lighting mode. He shone it forward at the approaching ghost, and it stopped. Then he began to shine in different directions. The ghost tried to dodge. After a while, when all the ghosts were on the floor, he said, done. Shuang looked at the work he had done and said, it turns out that they do not react only to light. The protagonist suggested to act faster. This is not the end. He quickly ran forward and suddenly she stopped, shouting that it was dangerous. He jumped through the mirror and ended up behind Suining, who landed on the ground and cried out in pain. Turning around, he drew attention to the main character. BE, approaching him, smiled and asked, is it true, he is Wen? He stretched out his hand and ordered Suining to give him the brush. After that, he waved the brush and painted water and, turning to the others, ordered them to hold their breath. While Shuang followed his order, the boys looked at him in confusion. The next second, water filled the space, carrying them away. Meanwhile, Su looked into the mirror and asked how they were. Kang said that he did not know. There was no way to understand what was happening inside. Then they jumped back in surprise when a powerful stream of water poured out of the mirror. Several ghosts were lying on dry land. Suining coughed loudly and stood up. Bai Yi, looking at the protagonist, shouted. It was not for nothing that he was his hero. Shuang noticed that it seemed like the game was not over. They had not found Alice yet. Suining asked, why should they look for her? If she caught them, they would not lose. The protagonist adjusted his hair and said that Zerg talked about hide and seek, but never mentioned that she was a ghost. Bai Yi said that Wen was right. It was not just hide and seek. They were constantly being pursued. But according to the rules, they must find Alice. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and added, so Alice uses mirrors to create different shadows to distract them and keep herself safe. Shuang, tying her hair into a ponytail, said, a trap that makes one think that the essence is to avoid the attention of the ghost, dooming one to defeat after the time runs out. Su called the others and reminded them that they only have 3 minutes left. Time is running out. Kang asked, do you need help? MC stepped on the mirror and told them not to worry. Alice is probably hiding in the mirror. Break the mirror, and she will appear. Suining scratched his head and said, but the players can hardly break it. After that, the protagonist called the system window, from which Ruri broke out. She waved her hands and happily repeated the protagonist's name. He said, "Get to work." She raised her finger and a box appeared above it. She continued to laugh and said, "Work." She held the boxes forward and shouted that she would not leave. She grabbed the mirror, and the protagonist said that if the player cannot destroy the mirror, then the objects can. They should leave one mirror and set a trap for her. Shuang took her hands in the bat's hands and agreed with him. Bai Yi shuffled the deck of cards and said that they were listening to Wen. Then he threw some cards forward and there was a huge explosion. He laughed. 4 sixes. MC thought, a special item? Zerg indignantly shouted, "What are they doing?" The protagonist, swinging an iron pipe, said, "The last one." He does not know if Alice will stay at home if he breaks this. He stepped on the remaining piece of the mirror. It said that she gives up. Ruri covered the mirror with herself and told him not to give up. Then he picked up the mirror and said, "Okay, we need to go back." Ruri laughed and said his name. Shuang walked up to him and remarked on how useless the item was. He waved his hand and agreed with her. The next second, Host appeared in front of them and asked for their attention. It was discovered that their team had completed the preliminary minigame first. Why was her location flooded? Su asked. Did she just speak in human language? Kang asked. Didn't she always speak in human language? Bai Yi wrote down in his notebook and said that he would remember it so he could repeat it next time. The protagonist walked up to him and said that he had interesting playing cards. He turned around and showed him the deck and said, "A hero with keen eyes. This is his special item. With this, he draws cards that give him various items or buffs. The effect is different every time, completely random. When doesn't he want to try it? He asks for it." The protagonist pulled out a playing card that said, 30% movement speed increase for an hour, and asked, "Is that all?" Bai Yi said with admiration, "That's worthy of his hero. For him it's a trifle." Suining looked at him and asked, "Is he out of his mind?" He replied that it was actually a useful thing. For example, when you're bored, you can play the fool with yourself. MC looked at the cards in his hands in surprise and thought, "The magician from the tarot deck?" Zerg indignantly said that he'd never seen anyone play like that. They should get out of here. He won't show them the way. Then he looked at the protagonist in surprise, whose face was hidden in the shadows. He asked, "Do they want to change the guide?" Host folded her arms across her chest and added, following the guide's instructions, they should go to the next minigame. Zerg shouted, "They shouldn't hit him. He's the guide. He'll show us the way." He asks them to let him go. After some time, they arrived at a new location. Bai Yi noticed, apparently, the next minigame will be here. A crow sat on top of the gate and flapped its wings. He congratulated all the players on passing the first minigame. He is their guide at this stage. Suining put his hands to his chest and shouted, "How scary." After that, the guide said, 6 researchers escaped from the forest and ended up at Alice's house, where she is. Before he could finish speaking, he looked at the players and thought in surprise. The system reported, "Attention, criminal element. Scene destroyer, killer of significant NPCs." The former Reddit guide was beaten, hospitalized. He shouted, "Pluck feathers. Criminal element." The protagonist, swinging a slingshot, said that he was just going to practice his dynamic vision. Then the crow shouted, "Peace. They must not shoot down the crow. Alice has 7 sisters. They love to play, but their parents never return home. They are lonely, and they want to play with kind adults." The protagonist told him to continue. The guide shouted, "If the players play with them, they will kindly show the way forward," which is obvious. If the players manage to get along with them, they will gladly shelter the players and live here happily with them. The protagonist thoughtfully asked, "Since the Alice sisters can show the way, then why do they need a guide?" He shouted, "Calm down. They must not kill the crow. The crow is useful." He flapped his wing and added, "The sisters are waiting for them. The players can choose any of the rooms and start the game." The protagonist looked at Suining and said that this time everyone goes through the level separately. What should they do? Smiling, he raised his hand and answered, "Play with the little ones and amuse them." B.E. put his hand on his head and said, with his intelligence, how did he even get under Wen's wing? He gives a hint. He should remember the crow's recent words. He said thoughtfully, "The players will get along with them. They will also happily live here, happily with them." Then he hit his fist on his hand and sighed and said, "You can't let the sisters be too happy, otherwise they will stay here forever." Su and Kong simultaneously said, "Damn, they didn't even notice." Then the MC headed to the entrance of the building and asked, "Did they understand everything?" Then they start, and they must remember to be careful. They entered a long corridor with several doors, from which several girls appeared, Alice's sisters. Suining, sighing, noticed the glow is on maximum. The sisters, smiling madly, repeated that they should play with them. The protagonist said, "Even a 3-day dead person is not as pale as them." One of the sisters looked at him thoughtfully. Suining thanked him for diffusing the situation. Then the protagonist turned and said, "Alice has 7 sisters, but there are only 6 of them here." Shuang said, "Alice cried in the last game. Maybe someone stayed to comfort her? A joke. Not funny?" The protagonist, smiling awkwardly, said that it was funny. Then he took the girl's hand and walking inside the door, suggested that they finish quickly. Shuang, also picking up the girl in her arms, walked to the door and said that she understood. One of the sisters looked at Suining and asked if he wanted to make a snowman. Meanwhile, the girl showed him 2 books and told him to choose his story. A brave explorer, he can choose any. He said that he was giving in to the child and she should choose. If there was an uninteresting one, he would kill her. She took the book in her hands and said, since he let her choose, now there was no turning back. The game had begun. The next second, they found themselves in another space, and MC looked at Ju in bewilderment. She, smiling slightly, asked what? He didn't recognize her? They had grown up together since childhood. He couldn't forget her, could he? He asked in surprise. Ju? She said offendedly, so busy with his Eden that he forgot everything. It's good that the game is already over. He smiled and said, the game is over, and she is with him again. He put his hand on her head and suggested going to a pastry shop. She smiled embarrassedly and asked, does he remember? He asked when he forgot. Today's her birthday, and every year at this time he orders a cake and takes it with her, doesn't he? She followed him and said how caring he is, and then she looked into his face and asked, does he also remember that shopping mall? And the university where her older brother studied is nearby. Time flies so quickly. When he disappeared, she almost went crazy. Every time he got into the game, she sat on pins and needles. Then she raised her hand up and added, there is a certain romance in it. She extended her hand to the flying pigeon and added, a quiet night filled with moonlit silver, as if time had stopped and everything belonged only to them. She stroked the flying pigeon's head and said, every time she looked at the night landscape, she prayed that at this second the earth would stop and they could stay in this second forever without any problems, just them. The protagonist closed his eyes and noticed that she was right, but she knew that the linear speed of the Earth's rotation was 465 meters per second. If the rotation suddenly stopped, she would be thrown to the east at a speed of 0 to 465 meters per second, and the atmosphere would not be affected by the stop in time, so hurricanes would arise at a speed of 1,1600 kilometers per hour, and the whole world would fall, and especially them. She was surprised, and then he hit her in the stomach with his knee and shouted, you have to do your homework, little thing. Ju's parents were professors of natural sciences, and her scientific papers were like bedtime stories. The girl, clutching her stomach, flew to the side, screaming in pain. He added that if she wanted to fool someone, she should try hard. There were so many holes in her script that he was too lazy to list them all. The next second, the space shattered, and they found themselves in the original corridor. The girl fell to her knees and cried loudly, shouting that she did not know physics. Then the protagonist turned the door handle and noticed that it was locked, because not everyone had finished the game. After that, he took out a physics textbook and said that since they were idle, he would teach her. The girl looked at him in surprise, and he opened the book and suggested starting with longitude and latitude. She cried loudly again and shouted that she did not want to study. The protagonist punched the wall and said, what did she say? She answered in fear that she wanted to study. He smiled and added, good mood, student. Meanwhile, several undead crowded near the wooden building, inside which Shuang was bandaging her arm. Looking to the side, she thought, footsteps? She stood up, holding a butterfly knife in her hands. MC looked at her and asked, how did this happen? She asked in surprise, where did he come from? He held a butterfly knife in his hand and asked, weren't they a team? She closed her eyes and asked, where are Suining and the others? He replied that they didn't go. Then he saw her hand and asked, does the wound hurt? She replied, yes, a bruise. She found a way out of here, but it will be difficult alone. He pointed his finger at himself and assured her that he would help her win. He didn't expect the minigame to be like that in the bowls, so many things. She put the knife behind her back and said, the further you go, the more traps there are. He asked, how did she know? She replied that she saw it on the forum. She has been messing around here for 2 hours. And he? He replied, about the same. He was looking around and accidentally stumbled upon. Before he could finish speaking, Shuang swung the knife and cut his face, then punched him. He fell to the ground, and she pointed the bat at him and said, more than 2 hours, no explosions, no fires, just a normal game. He is not Wen. Besides, he is much older than her. She should have taken that into account. Then the girl in the protagonist's body cried loudly, and Shuang swung the bat and told her not to dare whine with his face. The next second, the space around her began to disintegrate, and she asked, did you get it? She looked at her hand and said, damn, the wound is still there. Then she walked out into the hallway and thought, it seems like it was here. She looked through the open door and saw the protagonist holding a revolver in his hand, looking down at one of the sisters reading a physics textbook. The protagonist turned his attention to her, asking, are you finished? She answered yes and asked, what's going on here? He twisted the revolver in his hand and explained that they were studying mathematics and physics. She noticed the revolver and asked, is it a toy? He replied that it was not. He checked the item. Only he did not know how powerful it was, but for now he would take it with him. At this moment, a crying girl approached Shuang and said, "Sister, sister." Shuang sent the second sister to her and said, "Like this, they will study together." Then MC said, "Okay." The next second, another door opened, and Suining looked out from there, shouted, "Brother Wen, Sister Shuang, they must help." Then he asked, "What is it?" Shuang replied, "A bruise, he should not pay attention." Then the protagonist began to bandage the bandage and said, "When the others come out, she should ask if they have any restorative items. Pain can greatly reduce reaction." Suining asked offendedly, "Is he not bothering them?" MC looked at him and asked, "How is the game?" He replied that he didn't even have to ask. He found himself in a scenario where a ghost girl was chasing him, undressing as she ran. He barely escaped. The protagonist smiled and remarked, "Well, he's grown up." Then BE looked into the room and asked, "Is everyone here? How lively." Suining approached him and asked, "Did he also have a ghost girl?" He replied that it wasn't so. In his case, it was at school. Everyone made fun of him because he was deaf. He turned off his cochlear implant, after which they turned into monsters and attacked. He dodged, jumped, ran. In general, he got away, although he lost 1 star. He was surprised. Is this also possible? Then they heard a scream, and Suining asked, "What happened?" He looked out of the door and shouted, "Damn, is the guy next door in trouble?" The protagonist quickly ran forward and kicked the door. Kong was sitting inside in a pool of blood. The host appeared and reported that it was discovered that player Kong accidentally died in the game and lost the right to participate. Player Su lost all the stars and lost the right to participate in the game. The verification found that the said players lost, their accounts were deleted. The remaining players successfully passed the preliminary mini-games. The final round of the game has begun. Please, they must follow the guide's instructions and go to the final round location. She wishes all players a pleasant game. Suining, turning to the protagonist, said that they died. BE put his hand on his shoulder and explained that the difficulty of the game is gradually increasing. This happens often. It's a pity for them. Then the protagonist took out a matchbox and said, "Suining and BE, get out. He has business here." Bai Yi and Suining quickly ran out of the mansion. The latter turned around and thought, "Brother Wen." At this moment, the protagonist lit a match. Shuang stood next to him and asked what he was going to do. He threw the match on the threshold of the mansion and pushed it, shouting that they must run. They ran out of the building, and the next second, a powerful explosion was heard. The rest of the team, surprised, turned around and shouted, "What an explosion!" The protagonist and his partner jumped forward, landing further away from the explosion. The Alice sisters held on to the protagonist's back. Suining called out to him in alarm, and he said that if such a bad scenario continues to exist, it will continue to ruin the unfortunate. Suining agreed with him, but when he saw the girls, he shouted in surprise, "Where did these two come from?" Shuang, looking at them, assumed that they escaped an instant before the explosion. MC also looked at them with his arms folded. At that moment, the guide flew to them and shouted, "The scene is over. The game is over, he quits." Then the protagonist grabbed him by the paws and asked in a frightening manner, "Where?" The raven replied, "Master, he wrote it down. He must take him to himself. Crows are useful, he loves him." Then he let him go and said, "Okay, he will leave the aerial reconnaissance to him." The guide shouted, "Master, he does not need a salary, he is for free. He loves him, master, he will show the way right now," and flew forward, and Bai asked in surprise, "Is he the king of tamers?" Suining said, "From rabbit to raven, he is beginning to doubt the essence of this game." Then MC smiled and said, "Great." Tour guide, Post appeared in front of them, and asking for the players' attention, announced that the final round of the game had begun. The following is the backstory of the final round of the game. Then she grabbed her uniform and shouted, "They have to wait. What's going on?" She looked at the Alice sisters. The protagonist looked at her and shouted, "She got it. Can she not drag it out and work faster?" She grabbed her head and said, "They are a group of brave explorers. No, more precisely, they are a group of ignoramuses who think of themselves as brave explorers. Having heard about a haunted mansion located here, they decided to unite to investigate it. Along the way, they encountered many difficulties, but their companions became fewer and fewer. Finally, they were forced to believe in the truth of the strange stories of this mansion. Wanting to escape, they heard an unclear voice that seemed to be trying to help them. The mansion was also disturbed by these events. Perhaps they can help the mansion find the source of these oddities and leave this one." When they approached the next mansion, BE was surprised. There were still survivors. The host asked them to follow the road. The mansion was ready for their arrival. The remaining game time is 319 hours and 57 minutes. Remaining players are 37 people. Remaining game time is 319 hours 57 minutes. They wish all the players good luck. Let's go. One of the players looked at the sisters in surprise and wondered, "What? And children? There is no age limit for this game?" One of the sisters smiled madly and asked, "Will he play with them?" And her sister added, "Should he guess when they kill him?" He said in fear, "Damn, whose unfortunate children are these?" MC put his hand on one of the sisters' head and apologized, said that it was his. They should not fool around. Suining folded his arms across his chest and added, "These two were mini-bosses in the last round." The man shouted in surprise, "What?" Then the protagonist asked why they were all standing behind the door. He thought, is it a player or the main boss? Then he pointed his finger behind him and added that something was happening there. Some sounds were heard, and they don't have any clues yet. They are afraid to go in. The protagonist raised his index finger and answered, "I see, they will see what's inside." At this moment, a raven rose from his shoulder and shouted, "Master, he's back to work. He loves him." The player thoughtfully asked, "Is this also some kind of mini-boss?" "It can't be, right?" Bai Yi explained that this was their guide from the last round. The other players looked at him in surprise, and then the raven shouted, "Master, there are evil spirits in there. He must teach him a lesson." When asked, "Humanoid monsters or spirits?" he answered, "Humanoid monsters, they can be touched. Go ahead, master." After that, the protagonist opened the door and, looking inside, said, "If they are tangible, there is nothing to be afraid of." The player, seeing the staff of the mansion, shouted, "What are they?" MC noticed what unusual creatures. Suining hid behind his back and asked fearfully, "Are they people or ghosts?" At this moment, one of the workers asked, "Is this the mistress's game?" The manager asked, "Or someone else's game?" His partner added, "Guests or intruders?" And the worker asked, "Did they come to play with the mistress?" The protagonist put his hands in his pants pockets and said that they were visiting. He didn't know anything about any game or mistress. Then he grabbed a broom and shouted, "Intruders!" The manager shouted, "No one will interfere with the mistress's game." Then the mansion staff began to shout, "Kill the intruders." One of them pointed his hand at one of the players, but the MC, waving his hand, gouged out his eyes. The other players were confused. What the hell? How did he do that? Their eyes need to be gouged out. The manager shouted, "How dare they misbehave here?" The protagonist appeared behind him and, twisting his arm, asked, "Who is he, actually?" Then the worker broke free and threw the protagonist aside. In his hands, he held a trident and was already swinging it to attack. Shuang at this moment was also fighting with the mansion's servants and, turning around, anxiously called Wen. The protagonist dodged his opponent's attack and then stuck his fingers into the manager's eyes. He grabbed his face and screamed loudly. He saw that he was the boss here. He should be better with his tongue than the other servants. So what kind of terrible meeting with guests was this then? He turned around indignantly and shouted, "Guests then? Huh? Well, since they were guests, their mistress would be happy to have so many new companions to play with." He asked, "Where was she?" He replied that she was currently relaxing in the mansion with 15 rooms. They should settle down as they wish. When the mistress wanted to play, she would find them herself. One of the players asked, "So the rooms were not distributed according to the number of people?" His partner folded his arms across his chest and said, "What difference did it make? The main thing was that it was safe for now." At that moment, a raven flew in and, laughing, shouted, "Master, he's back. He loves him." He flew up to his shoulder, and Wen said that he had already forgotten about him. Where had he disappeared to? He replied that he was flying around the area. He found a clue. There was something in the backyard. After a while, they came to the backyard, and Bai Yi thoughtfully asked, "What is this? A creepy thing?" Suining crouched down next to the torn toys collected in a pile and asked, "Are these the mistress's toys? Why are these scattered here?" MC picked up one of the toys and said that this looked like a hint. His comrade said, "It's good that this is not 37, otherwise it would coincide with the number of players." The protagonist looked to the side and said, "But there are 38 players here." He counted them all. Suining shouted in surprise, "What?" But the game notification said 37. Shuang closed her eyes and, folding her arms across her chest, said that until they figure it out themselves, there is no need to panic. If unrest begins, the enemy will take advantage of it. The protagonist, putting his hands in his pockets, stepped aside and added, "An extra player is an obvious part of the game. Whether this is a plot element or something else, they will find out when new clues appear. It is necessary not to rush with the distribution of rooms for now. They will walk around the mansion." B.E., running to the bushes, shouted, "Okay, they will do the forest. They will split up and complete this task." After some time in the library, the protagonist, walking forward, noticed that this room looks abandoned. There is definitely nothing useful here. And he went up the stairs and said that they will look on the second floor. Meanwhile, B.E. stood near the tree and, turning to Suining, told him to look here. He thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said, "It looks like there is some house nearby." Suining moved away from the scarecrow and approached him, looking at the drawing. He added, "We need to go and check. Maybe there are clues there." The next second, the scarecrow perked up. Meanwhile, MC climbed the stairs and said, "Here's a hint." He crouched down next to the chest and was surprised to notice that it couldn't be opened. A key was needed. Meanwhile, the second part of the team was running away from the terrifying scarecrow. The protagonist took out a photo and said, "It looks like we need to find the other half." Shuang stretched out her hand and suggested that perhaps she was the mistress. At that moment, an eye appeared from the half-open doors, and she turned around sharply and shouted, Who? The manager appeared in the passage and ordered not to touch the mistress's things, she would get angry. Meanwhile, the second part of the team ran to the house. B.E., trying to catch his breath, shouted, "He's tired." They finally got rid of the damn scarecrow. We need to search the house quickly. MC asked, and how serious would the consequences be if the mistress gets angry? The manager told him to stay in his room. The mistress would know everything he does. B.E. took out part of the photograph and told his partner to look. Here is half of the photograph. Wen, turning to his partner, said, "We need to check. Maybe Suining found something." At that moment, he looked at the photo and said that he needed to go to Brother Wen urgently. He would surely find a clue. After a while, they met at the corner, and the protagonist said in surprise, "How lucky." Suining shouted happily and, raising his hands, ran into his arms. But MC passed by and he shouted they had just been chased by a scarecrow. He leaned forward, but Shuang, putting her hand forward, stopped him and told him to watch his step. Bai Yi at that moment handed half of the photo to the protagonist and said that he had completed the task. Only here is half. After that, the protagonist combined the two parts of the photo and said, "Done." Suining, looking at the picture, was surprised. "Is this the lady?" Shuang thoughtfully said, "Most likely." "Didn't the manager say that the lady was resting? How did they meet her?" The protagonist looked at BE and asked, "Is this his individual task, right?" He smiled, opened the system window and said, "It's not for nothing that he is his hero." "That's right, he is the #1 player, corresponding to the magician in tarot." Then he thoughtfully looked at his hand and asked, "And he?" Shuang asked, "Does he get extra points for this?" He confirmed it. "These points can be shared with the team, or you can take them for yourself." "Maybe they will share it?" Suining said, "If Wen needs it, he can give it to him." Shuang looked at him and told him to take it. Then the protagonist put the ring on his finger and said that in this case they will share it. The system reported input participant of the point exchange, Bai E. He said that he will need it. After some time, it began to rain. The lady said, "They throw a handkerchief," quietly placing it behind the child's back. This phrase was repeated over and over again. Wen was sleeping on the floor and, hearing these words, woke up, looking around. Suining, who was lying next to him, asked what that sound was. He replied that by now the mistress's game should have started, right? The mistress said, "Hurry up, we need to catch him. The tag game is starting." One of the players ran out of the room in fear and shouted for him to stay away. He must go. A beast-like servant was chasing him. The player was calling for help. The protagonist looked out of the room and shouted that he must quickly throw away the handkerchief. He reached for the handkerchief on his hand and said that he could not take it off. The next second, another servant approached him and said that he was caught. The player screamed in fear. The next second, his hand with the handkerchief separated from his body. He screamed, "His hand." The mistress repeated, "They throw the handkerchief," quietly placing it behind the child's back. The handkerchief appeared on the leg of the next player. He grabbed the gun and shouted, "Stop fooling around. He doesn't believe in spirits." The next second, servants appeared behind him, as if they came out of nowhere. He fired a few shots in fear, aiming at the head. But when nothing happened, he looked ahead in confusion. The protagonist grabbed him by the shoulder and, pushing him aside, told him to be careful. At that moment, one of the servants swung his weapon and struck forward. Then a subordinate with a bird's head appeared from the floor and grabbed the player's leg, saying that he was caught. He shouted, "Something is sucking his blood. No, something is eating his leg." He screamed in pain. Bai Yi said, "Toys. Everything is like those toys. The arm and leg are gone, so there will be another one." Before he could finish speaking, the lady said again, "They throw a handkerchief." Several servants gathered around Shuang, and she swung her knife, then looked to the side in surprise. MC, putting out the tool, blocked the attack of 3 attackers. She jumped to the side, and Wen said, "The handkerchief is now hers. She must not be caught by them." She said in confusion that she could not figure out where she had it. "There is another one." The huge scissors rushed towards her neck. Suining called her anxiously. The next second she put out a knife, blocked the scissors with it, and the protagonist thought, not alone. Several more beast-headed subordinates appeared, and MC kicked one of them in the stomach. Shuang kicked the shark head. The shirt on her arm was torn, revealing a handkerchief. BE, noticing this, shouted, "The handkerchief, it is on her arm." She asked, "Will he help?" The protagonist said, "Under the right shoulder." Then she turned the butterfly knife in her hands again and said that she understood. She pointed the blade to her sleeve and then cut out the handkerchief, and it fell to the ground. Suining screamed madly and she said, "What is he yelling about?" "It's nothing." She covered the resulting wound with her other hand, and at that moment MC called her. He took out bandages from his inventory and began to bandage her hand. She, closing her eyes, said that she did not need it, it was just a scratch. He said, "So everything that does not kill is nothing?" She should not be so stubborn. BE said, "So they are playing tag with the mistress? She marks a person at random, and if the servant gets caught, he is finished." The next second, Suining reached his hands to his back and said, "What is this? It itches so much." Turning to BE, he asked him to look at his back. Something was itching so badly. Impossible. He began to lift up his shirt. BE shouted anxiously. Damn, he was unlucky. His life was in danger. The handkerchief was on his back, and at this moment the mistress repeated again. They will throw the handkerchief, quietly placing it behind the child's back. They must quickly catch him. Suning took out a knife and asked the protagonist, how many did he think he could kill? Several beast-headed servants appeared on his way, and he replied that he thought he should run away. He grabbed his hand and added, it seems the game will not end even if the handkerchief disappears. Until she catches someone, the game will continue, and he will not be able to escape now. He asked, what then? Then he called out the system window, and the players stared at him in surprise. The wolf-headed one also looked forward in confusion. Bai asked, did they understand his hero's move? At this moment, the other servants headed towards the other players. A knife blade flew right past one of their faces. He shouted, what the hell? What kind of foul play is this? His teammate put his hand out to him and told him to wait. What did Wen just show them? He has an idea. He replied that he got it. Hurry up and come here. He put his hand on his hand and then smiled, noticing that it worked. The system reported that his teammate Luo Xiang had received the player Zhang San. His teammate Liu Bei had received the player Zhuge Lan. His teammate Link had received the player Zelda. At this moment, the host appeared and addressed all the players. A sharp decrease in the number of players has been detected for 10 minutes. Eden will recalculate the game difficulty based on the average level of the players. She was indignant. What? Where are the bodies? The protagonist said, it's just that their new inventory rules are terrible. They were too focused on protecting the core of the stage and forgot about the rights of the players. At this point, the player next to him thought, is he talking to them? Is this even possible? The protagonist added, and the game itself does not allow them to check the players' inventories. They really have a meager level of access. She indignantly clenched her fist, and then, asking for attention again, said, it was discovered that the previous check was erroneous. The game is returning to its previous mode of operation. He must wait. Bai, smiling, took out his phone and said that he wanted to record this miracle. The game error. Host said that the game will soon return to normal mode, and they wish all players a pleasant game. After that, she disappeared, and MC and the rest of the players continued to fight the mistress's subordinates. One of the players shouted, she could not stand it, and switched to the remaining players. BE shouted, first we need to fight our way out. Then the protagonist extended his hand to him and shouted for him to give it to him. The host appeared and announced a warning. A suspected error in the inventory system was detected. The inventory will be temporarily disabled. After the check is complete, the game will resume all inventory functions. MC, holding the hand of one of the players, thought, no inventory? At this moment, several servants ran towards him and threw a pitchfork forward, which flew straight at the host. She managed to disappear and wished all the players a pleasant game. The players shouted that they were finished. They tried to run to the exit, and the protagonists ordered BE to activate his special task. He thought that the servants were not aggressive during the day. He should use the game to distract the mistress and drag out time until the morning, forcibly ending the game. Smiling, he opened the system window and replied, okay, now he will offer the mistress an interesting game. After that, a table appeared in front of him, and he shouted, Miss, playing hide-and-seek is too boring, maybe they will play something else? The lady asked, a game? Of course, she likes games. A deck of playing cards appeared on the table. The manager came out to them and said that the lady was not yet married. It was not appropriate for her to meet with men. He would play for her. So, respected guest, what game does he want to play with the lady? He stood on the opposite side of the table, and at that moment, one of the lady's subordinates swung his weapon, and the manager ordered him not to distract the lady from the game. After that, Bai put his hand on the deck of playing cards and suggested something simple. They would take turns drawing playing cards. The one who draws the joker loses, up to 3 wins. How about it? He replied that it suited him. The lady was unfamiliar with Western games, so he would not be able to exploit the loopholes in the rules to cheat. If he won, the lady would agree to let him learn more about her. He began to shuffle the playing cards, and the manager added, but if he suddenly tried to cheat, he would suffer the same fate as those who lost. After that, BE, having laid out the playing cards, put his hands on the table, and smiling, told him not to worry. Unlike him, you have to be a gambler to cheat. He put his hand to his face, a playing card was sticking out of his sleeve, and he thought that he was a magician. If he was not caught, it was not cheating. Then, BE said that in that case, they would start. One of the subordinates pointed a pitchfork at the main character, and the manager said that if he decided to cheat, his 2 friends would be in trouble. He put his hand forward and answered calmly. He was definitely not cheating. Then he abruptly picked up a playing card and said that it was his turn. He looked at his playing card and BE thought, anyway, he had already gotten rid of the joker during the shuffle. He was told to just stall for time. Then the manager pointed his hand at him and said that it was his turn. He asked, his? He had already pulled out his playing cards. He was indignant, but really. BE was holding 2 playing cards in his hands and asked, "Is this it?" The manager looked at him in bewilderment and then reached for another playing card. He thought, "All 2s?" BE smirked and asked, why didn't the manager pull out playing cards? He had just been rushing him. He silently reached for the playing card and thought, what's going on? Already 4 2s in a row? There's something fishy here. He has to catch him cheating, otherwise he'll lose this game. After that, BE looked at the playing card and noticed that this playing card was unlucky. He didn't want it. What should he do? After that, the playing card in his hands caught fire, and he said that he would burn it and take another one. The manager, feeling unwell, looked at him and, noticing the smoldering playing card, shouted that he had cheated. BE reached for the back of his head and asked, "Where is it?" "Mr. Manager, he should be more careful." He took the playing card in his hand and said it was right here, the same one he took. The manager took hold of the knife and shouted, "This is cheating. Cheating requires retribution." He swung the knife. The next second, the protagonist grabbed his hand and he was indignant at his action. Wen said, "Hey, manager, the game is not over yet. Why is he grabbing a weapon?" He twisted his arm, pressing it to the table. The manager's face was covered with sweat, and he said indignantly, He ruined the game. The lady will not forgive him for this." At this moment, the lady laughed and said, "Tricks, funny, fun." The protagonist asked, did he hear? The lady likes everything. So, in order to please the lady, he must continue the game. With these words, he let go of his hand. The manager rubbed his hand, frowning, and then BE, taking another playing card, said that he should let him think about what trick to pull next. A few seconds later, the sun illuminated the courtyard, and the others looked at the sky in surprise. The lady invited them to come and play with her. They should quickly find her. If they don't find it, they won't need the eyes. They'll have to gouge it out. If they don't find it, they won't need the arms, legs. They'll have to chop it off. MC thought, it seems like not only the players, but also the NPCs have to play with the mistress. They said as they walked towards the arch, it's dawn. It's time to get to work. He thought, what are they so afraid of? They started doing their own thing and said that they were playing. The protagonist said, the servants and manager went about their own thing. It's time for them to do theirs too. First, they'll let the other players out. Judging by the current situation, the servants participate in the mistress's game at night, showing aggression towards the players. But as soon as dawn comes, they become peaceful and calm. BE said, his individual role is to play with the mistress and entertain her. If he succeeds, he'll get points. But if he angers her, she'll probably finish him off. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, adding, fortunately, this is temporarily suspended. The protagonist looked at him and said that the manager had said earlier that losing would result in punishment or even death. But if he won, the mistress would let him know more about her. Shuang folded her arms and added, so winning is rewarded. This reward is most likely the key to passing. Suining tensed up and said, so in order to pass the game, they need to continue playing these dangerous games with the mistress? Playing tag every day, who can stand it? Wen looked at him and said, it's unlikely that it will be limited to this. Does he remember the previous games? Hide and seek, mother and daughter, the mistress probably has a variety of games. He shouted indignantly, something new every night? This is even worse. The MC then looked forward and said that he was more interested in why the servants were not aggressive towards the players during the day. He reached out to one of the subordinates and said that he needed to find out something. The next second, the worker turned around and said that he should not disturb him. They were playing. The worker put his hands forward and said that the mistress was playing hide and seek with him. He was looking for her. The protagonist thoughtfully asked, and how long have they been looking for her? He answered, more than 20 years. Mistress hides very well. They can't find her. He said, that is, at night they play the role of punishers and a test for the players. Shuang added, and during the day they are ordinary servants who greet guests and play with the mistress at the same time. The protagonist thoughtfully said, but it is illogical that the mistress has been gone for 20 years. The necessary condition is not yet met. Maybe they can't find her for 20 years because they want to let her win? The worker turned around and indignantly shouted, how can they? The mistress will never show up like that. And she hasn't eaten anything for 20 years. They must find her. MC asked, what is her favorite food? He replied that the lady loved fried and stewed fish, and in season they always serve crabs with Indian nuts and lotus. She loves crabs, she can even eat several in one sitting. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and remarked that this was somehow childish. The servant clenched his fist and declared, nonsense, the lady is already 16. Although he admits, she still hasn't grown up. She is always with toys, she even takes them with her to hide and seek. The protagonist, smiling, asked, what is her name? He needs to talk to her. He asked in response, he doesn't even know the lady's name, and he came here? He must remember, their lady. Then he thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and asked in surprise, lady, What is her name? Her name. What is her name? He grabbed his head and screamed, how is that possible? He forgot she had a name. Suining pointed at it, turning to the protagonist and asked, is it a glitch? He replied that it was not a bug, they should go. After a while, Suining said that he had just gone around to all the servants in the manor, including the manager, and as he expected, they had all forgotten the mistress's name. Bai added that they remembered everything else, age, appearance, but not the name. Wen, walking up the stairs, said that he would remind him. The plot of the game would not hide something for no reason. If you think about Feng, the more hidden something is, the more important it is. After that, he opened the door, and Suining pointed his hand forward and said, so the main goal here is to find the mistress? He replied that this is a rather strange attic, they will inspect it. After that, they got down to business, and MC, looking at the wall in surprise, put his hand on it and asked, is this a hiding place? He found a lever, and Shuang, noticing it, told him to be careful with the mechanisms. He pulled the brick and told her not to worry. It was unlikely that there would be simple traps at this level. Then he looked into the hole that appeared and said, oh wow. She asked, did he find something? He took out a book and giving it to her, told her to look for herself. It seems that their mistress has not been very happy since childhood, and her surname is Qin. The surname is there, the first name remains. After that, he noticed a huge stack of books with curse removal techniques and said that it was interesting. What obscurantism, so many books about curse removal. IE stood near the books and asked, is this mansion cursed? Are the servants like this because of the curse? The protagonist opened one of the books and said that he did not think so. There are notes in the books, and all the marked chapters talk about how to bring back missing people. Shuang asked, resurrection of the dead? Transmigration of souls? He replied that it was not so. Here disappearance means that the person fell under the curse and became like a ghost, which others cannot see or feel anything. Then he looked at the page in surprise and said that it was more interesting. As night fell, he suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Shuang sat up in bed and asked, Gong. The lady said the game is starting. MC noticed that the room was shrinking, they should run outside. The next second, Shuang, flying forward, kicked out the glass, jumping out of the window. The protagonist jumped after her, holding the rest of the team by the collar with their hands. They ran forward. One of the players shouted, what's going on? His partner shouted, wow. He was sleeping when suddenly the room began to shrink, almost flattened. The protagonist, looking around, said that the rooms had shrunk, and everyone was forced to end up outside. Suining noticed that the courtyard of the mansion had expanded greatly. If we play catch-up, how long will we have to run? Then the protagonist looked in surprise at the white line under his feet and thought that it looked like the starting line for a race. So, the finish line is somewhere out there, beyond the horizon. Servants were distributed around preparing bows for an attack. The players, perplexed, shouted, what's going on? The lady said, 1, 2, 3, blockhead. The guy turned around and asked, has it started already? He went beyond the line, but the next second the servants shot many arrows at him, and the others were horrified by what they saw. The lady announced that the game of chump had begun. They started walking, and she said, 2, 3, chump. Everyone tried to stop, but one of the players could not keep his balance. The next second many arrows flew at him. The guy ran forward and screamed in fear that he was not playing anymore. The player running behind screamed that they should not run like crazy. The next second, the player's body was pierced by arrows, and she screamed in fear. The man whose hand the arrow flew into grabbed his injured hand and asked for help. Another player grabbed the man by the neck and moving forward shouted, when will this nonsense end? Where is this finish line? Then the lady said, he is crawling so slowly, and is he going to reach the finish line? He will lose if he does not reach the end. 1, 2, 3, chump. MC took out a revolver and then fired, releasing powerful energy outward. The other players looked at him in confusion. He shouted that the game was continuing, then looked at the screen that appeared on the weapon in surprise and asked, such a killing power? How could such a weapon be in the hands of the sisters? The screen said, ammunition 0, reload time, 48 hours. He thought, it's a pity that it is disposable. The game of Churban is simple. The player must reach the finish line and touch the host. Although the report is kept by the mistress, he thinks it is not necessary to touch her. Then the mistress said, well, go ahead. Why did they stop? Wen said, mistress, there are few players left. It's somehow boring. Maybe her servants will play with them too. He thought that this cannot continue, otherwise more and more players will die. She laughed and said, okay, the more people, the more interesting the game. The more people will remember it. He pointed his finger at himself and said, mistress, he proposes a competition, servants against players, a race. The man behind him was indignant. Are you crazy? They don't even know where the finish line is. He looked at him and told him to calm down, and then the mistress said, okay, in that case they continue the game. 1, 2, 3. The protagonist asked to the left, the mistress said the last word, and the protagonist pushed the servant forward, his body pierced by arrows. He thought servants, like players, will also be punished for their mistakes. A fair game indeed. Then he extended his hand forward and asked, "Mistress, all her servants moved at once. Is that a violation?" She replied that they were both players and punishers. If someone moved, they should carry out the punishment. He clarified, right? So to be fair, they, the players, can also be punishing, right? The lady replied that he was right. That made sense. Then they would continue the game. How fun, how fun. The next second, the protagonist turned to Shuang and said that the hunting season was over. They should attack them. He grabbed the bird-headed one by the head and pinned it to the ground. His partners did the same, and one of the players raised his hand forward and shouted, "They should not stand there. Take them." The lady laughed and shouted, "Fun, fun." Suining called the protagonist and said, while the lady was having fun, but if it didn't end, they would have to continue, and they would hardly be able to stand it. Smiling, he said that this would not happen. He knew where the finish line was. He was surprised, and the lady said that the game was continuing. He said, "Here we go again." She said, "1." MC ran forward quickly, dodging the attacks of the archers. He pushed off the head of one of the opponents, and turning over in the air, landed on the ground. At the phrase that the game was over, he put his hand on the wooden dummy. Bai Yi asked in surprise, "Were they saved?" The player, turning around, shouted, "Has someone already reached the finish line?" The man was sitting on the ground, putting his hand to his chest, and shouted, "Great, finally." The protagonist asked, "Is that all?" A box opened in front of him in the wooden dummy, and he said, "Well, here is the reward for the game." The key to the box was lying there. At that moment, Bai Yi ran up to him and said that he was simply incredible. How did he know where the finish line was? He replied that they helped. It seems that the lady is not arranging such a game for the first time. At least the servants have definitely played it before. They ran straight to the finish line. He smiled, clenched his fist and said, "So that's why he got the servants involved in the game?" He replied that it wasn't like that. He just wanted to eliminate them, and this was just an unexpected bonus. After a while, he opened the drawer, and Suining, who was standing behind him, asked what was in it. He replied, "Probably the mistress's masterpiece." He looked at the drawing, and Suining, also looking at the piece of paper, asked him, "Is this her?" He replied that the servants forgot the mistress's name, and there are books in the house to remove curses, all aimed at bringing back the disappeared people. The mistress said that the more people there are, the more people will remember her. Shuang folded her arms and said, "So it's not the mansion that is cursed, but the mistress? Forgotten, she desperately wants others to remember her?" The protagonist replied, "Perhaps what happened to the servants can be explained by the fact that the mistress forgot them too. Probably some kind of consequences for them. The player's task is to find the mistress's name, other information through her statuses using various clues." Suining smiled, scratched his head and asked, "Is this how he analyzes it? Maybe they will play again tomorrow? Perhaps they will find the mistress's name?" Bai Yi grabbed his head and said, "Fool, hasn't he forgotten that they are playing for life?" Then Wen walked forward and said that there is one more important detail. The mistress has always been among them. He went to the balcony and to the servants from below. Suining shouted in surprise, "The mistress has been among the players all this time? Come on, that's impossible." Shuang said, "The surplus of players means that she was among them." MC added, "For starters, she also plays with the servants. It follows that she participates in various games with the players every night, so she plays for the players." Shuang added, "Like with the mirrors, there is a catch. You can win games, look for clues, but they still need to find her among the players, otherwise they will not pass." Suining asked them to wait. He had an idea. They could go down and take the players to the inventory. Surely, this would somehow expose the lady. So the suspicious character would be the boss they needed. He raised his index finger up. One of the players raised his hand, declared that he was the first. He should let him in. He would show his innocence. Suining rolled up the sleeve on his hand and smiled, said, "Okay." Shuang looked at him and said, "The inventory rules have changed several times, and it took a lot of time, so there should not be any errors of this level. If he continues to climb higher in the rankings, then even with his defense, sooner or later he will be in trouble." A few seconds later, Suining said desperately with tears in his eyes, "No, nothing worked." He turned and called the protagonist, and he, smiling, adjusted the ring on his finger, and writing "Ching Ching" in the system window, said, "Welcome to the team, madam." The next second, a beam from his finger shot straight towards her, and she jumped up in surprise. Suining asked, perplexed, "How did he do this?" Shuang put her hands on her waist and said, "Did you find the bug again right after the maintenance?" He replied, "The inventory was fixed, but it was the first time he used multiplayer items. He added the mistress's name to the party. It turned out that it was really able to find her." Suining asked, "But when did he know her name?" He walked up to her and said, "She doesn't have a name, right? But when did she start disappearing from people's memories?" Judging from the photo, it was when she was very young. She said in fear, "Photo." He added, "She has been cursed since childhood. People will always forget her. Friends, servants, even parents. That's why she doesn't have a name." It doesn't matter what her name was. The important thing is for someone to recognize her. For someone to give her a name, then she will gain her existence. She put her hand to her face and noticed that he called her Ching. What does it mean? He replied, clarity, like the weather. Her body shone with sunlight, and she said, like the sky, without a single cloud. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she thanked him. The protagonist held out his hand in front of her and told her not to think about it. He just didn't know what to call her, so he simply repeated her last name. But it sounded clumsy, so he changed it a little. Madam, no, Chin, she must go with him. From now on she will never be forgotten and never be alone. She, surprised, asked, does he really want to remember her forever? He clenched his fist and answered, of course. The next second, Host appeared and, raising her hand, congratulated all the players on successfully fulfilling the conditions for ending the game. The protagonist, turning around, said that he did not want to. Then he looked at Host and told her to count faster. She indignantly thought, why is the boss on his team? She asked, please, Player Wen, he must delete the information about Ching on his team. She thanks him for his cooperation. He answered, oh how? He thought it was just a test. This item really allows you to team up with characters. Interesting. Then Ching extended her hand to him and told him to wait. Maybe he would consider taking her as an item too? He asked, what can she do? She put her hand to her chest and said that she was almost invisible. Her mind was not bad, and her physical fitness was also good. She usually did not cause any trouble. She sat quietly. She knew that she should take an umbrella in the rain. She knew how to use a smartphone, and she did not eat from the ground. He replied that he did not need it. The boss would have a punishment for losing? Why would she prefer to be a player's item rather than stay in the game? She answered because he understood. He asked, perplexed, what did she say? She asked, did he not hear? She said that she did. He noticed that the game blocked the keywords, so no matter what she said, he could not hear anything. She clenched her fist in anger and shouted, damn the game. Wen, frowning, thought that the game deliberately blocked the boss's speech. The lack of hints is also a hint. Next time, I need to check the control center. Then the host thanked Player Wen for his cooperation. They will continue counting. Player Wen, ranked first among all players in this game, contributed 82% to the total, points 6,200. Player Wen showed excellent results in this game, receiving 160 new subscribers, points 420. Player Wen got an achievement. His contribution was more than 60% for 5 games in a row, achieving the limited title of Game Master. He noted that he had not heard of such a title. She explained, the 3rd level Game Master is usually not a problem for him. He has already mastered the basic rules of Eden. In the future, each of his outstanding performances will be taken into account in the achievement evaluation system. Every 5 levels, 1 special additional level will be opened for him. He must pay attention. The special level is a limited level. He can bring a maximum of 3 teammates. He can turn off this level by himself. Please, he must be careful when choosing. He folded his arms and asked, how are the special level points calculated? She waved her hand and replied, if he has any questions about the special level mechanisms, please enter the special level to find the answer. Suining pointed at her and said, empty talk, a lot of words, and she still did not answer the matter. The protagonist, lowering his gaze, said that this is just customer service. Do not expect much from her. She thought that she was waiting for him to come to work here himself. Then she added, continue calculating. Player Wen has reached the 60% threshold. He gets 1 try at the lottery. A slot machine appeared in front of him, and host added, she asks you to spend the lottery try within a minute. Otherwise it will be considered a refusal to participate. He pulled the lever, then host congratulated him on receiving a random level throwing dice item. This item is a 4-sided triangular cube that cannot be used normally. The 4 faces have the following names: Swords 10, Wands 10, Cups 10, Pentacles 10. The player must use this item within 24 hours. The time in the real world is also counted. Otherwise, the item will randomly determine the level type for the player's next level. The protagonist looked at Suining and asked, does he want to play something interesting next time? He happily agreed with him, and then Wen, pointing his hand to the dice, thought, great, he just wanted to get to the wand level. Then the host announced that the item was activated. Player Wen's calculation is complete. Calculation continues. Player Suining. The total playing time in this game is 360 hours. The player's playing time is 71 hours 38 minutes. She put her hand out towards the gate and asked all the players to go through the mansion gate and log out of the game on their own. The protagonist headed to the gate and suggested that the others go quickly. Host folded her arms across her chest and wondered why he was in such a hurry today. Agreed so easily. Hasn't he changed? Then she shouted, hey, he has to give her back Raven and Alice 2 and 5. And MC and the rest of his team quickly ran to the exit.